Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, coming to you live from Berlin. We are so excited to get this year's conference underway. I can't imagine how all of our guests are feeling. We have so many high-level ministers, members of the industry, and policymakers and activists that will be joining us for the next 2 days of incredible plenary sessions, keynote speeches, and most importantly, discussions about the Energiewende. We're going to kick things off at 9 o'clock, right at the top of the hour, and we're here to give you a little bit of a pre-show to let you know what you can look forward to for the next few days. I'd like to give a warm thanks, especially to those of you who are joining us virtually. Last year was the first year that we had such a huge virtual audience, of course, because of the coronavirus pandemic, and we were so thrilled at how many of you were able to join us, and I'm so happy to welcome you all back again this year. A little bit more about some of our virtual content coming up in just a moment. But right now, I'd like to give a warm thanks to our hosts from the federal government of Germany. Of course, where we are today, the Federal Foreign Ministry and the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. We're going to hear speeches from both of those ministers shortly after we get things officially underway. As I said, we're coming to you live from the Federal Foreign Office, and we've got 2 really superb days planned for you. Whether you're joining us for the live stream on YouTube via the BETD website, or if you've registered and are here via that link, I'm happy to welcome you here to the Europasaal. We'll have many studio sessions live from the Europasaal. And in between those, we'll have, of course, fascinating plenary sessions. We'll be holding those parallel. A number will be from the Weltsaal, and those will be in our mainstream. I'll also be hosting a number of sessions here from the Europasaal. If you are a registered attendee of this event online, you can catch those by checking out the Europasaal stream. You can switch back and forth between those 2 streams all day long, and if you're watching via YouTube, you will go to the default mainstream, sometimes here from the Europasaal and often from the Weltsaal. A little bit about the languages that we'll offer today. For plenary sessions in the Weltsaal, you can choose between the 6 UN languages. Those are, of course, Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian and Spanish, as well as German translation. And our thanks, of course, to the many translators who are working very hard to make sure that our message from the 2022 BETD gets out to all of you around the world. For those sessions here in the Europasaal, you can choose between English and German. We also have a number of interactive components that I'd like to spell out for you a little bit. If you have registered and are attending via that link, you might also be able to have the chance to put some questions in the chat, and if we're lucky, we'll have time and we'll ask those questions to the many guests that will join us for those plenary sessions. For events in the Weltsaal, we will also have questions available on Slido. We want to know what you think, because of course, you are the people that are going to help make the energy transition possible. So we'd love to hear what you have to say. We really hope that you can be as involved as possible. To that end, I want to thank the consortium and our promoters for the 2022 BETD, the German Renewable Energy Federation, the German Solar Association, Clarion, and DINA, the German Energy Agency. You can find out more about all of them and all about the BETD on our website. That's www.energydialogue.berlin. I want to also thank our many sponsors: 50 Hertz, Abo Wind, the Agency for Business and Economic Development, BayWa RE, Bosch, Enertrag, Goldbeck Solar, Siemens Energy, the Transatlantic Sun and Wind Belt, and our BETD media partners, the Clean Energy Wire, Euronews, the PV Magazine Group, and Tagesspiegel Background. Now, all of those sponsors and media partners I just listed, many of them will be joining me here in our studio sessions, where we can find out a little bit more about what they think. Right now, I'd like to introduce our very first special guest. Of course, her name is Rebecca Freitag, and she is going to be our dialogue ambassador, and she'll accompany us online and here in the studio session over the next 2 days. Rebecca?
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
Hi, it's good to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction.
What a pleasure it is to have you back. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about what you'll be doing for the next 2 days.
Sure. I'm the Dialogue Ambassador, and that means that I will keep an eye on all social media activities and bridge our social media conversation with this live stream. So this is your chance to get involved with the BTD 2022. How? Well, just grab your phone, open your social media channels, and then feed them with your thoughts, your comments, your experiences on the topics that we will discuss in the upcoming 2 days with our high-level experts. You can find us on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and Instagram. And please use the hashtag BTD22. And you can also tag our handle, which is greensofa_BTD. Because by using the hashtag, it will be really easy for us to find your post and then maybe present them here in the studio. But also, your posts will be presented on our Twitter wall that will also run throughout the whole conference here in the Federal Foreign Office. I will be back in the studio from time to time to give you a juicy summary and present you also some highlights from what's going on. And I'm sure that our social media discussion will be fruitful and respectful. So now I would say that enough has been said. Let's bring the Energiewende dialogue into the social media world. I look so much forward to your reactions. I'll see you online and also soon here in the studio. And now I'll pass back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We really, really want you to get involved and join us online in the discussion. It is your inspirational thoughts, your questions, your comments, and your critiques as well that are part of what make the BETD as successful as it has been for the last 8 years. As a reminder, Rebecca, let's go over those social media tags one more time. Our hashtag is?
It is BTD22.
BETD22, and you can find us on Twitter and on Instagram.
And LinkedIn.
And LinkedIn, and on YouTube, of course, which is where I bet many of you are watching this right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you're on Twitter or on Instagram.
You can also tag our handle, and that, again, is greensofa_BTD.
Okay, that's fantastic. Use those hashtags, tag us, and we'll see your comments, we'll see your tweets, we'll see what you post on Instagram as well. And Rebecca, you'll be back also then to show us a little bit here on our dialogue wall.
Exactly.
For those of you who are just joining us, we've got about 7 minutes to go before the celebration, the conference officially kicks off. I want to thank again our hosts here at the Federal Foreign Office. It has been such a pleasure to be here again, and it is always such a magical time to finally step into the Europasaal, into the Weltsaal, to kick off this year's BETD. I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about what awaits us over the next few days. In addition to a number of keynote speeches from high-level members of the government here in Germany and elsewhere, we'll have activists joining us to talk about the issues that they feel most strongly about. We're going to have, over 2 days, many, many incredible plenary sessions where we will have a chance to hear what members of government, policymakers, and industry leaders have to say about the BETD and about the energy transition in their respective countries or companies. We're going to head over to our official countdown in just a little bit, but I wanted to make sure, if you're just joining us, be sure that you're using that hashtag BETD22. That's the best and the fastest way to get your tweet, to get your Instagram post, and to get your LinkedIn post into our eyesight, and we'd love for you to join us. Really, your engagement is one of the most critical aspects. It is what makes the BETD the event that it is. I'd like to once again thank our sponsors, and as a reminder, you're going to hear from them over the next 2 days. 50 Hertz, Abowind, the Agency for Business and Economic Development, BayWa RE, Bosch, Enertrag, Goldbeck Solar, Siemens Energy, the Smarter E Europe, the Transatlantic Sun and Wind Belt, and of course, our media partners, the Clean Energy Wire, Euronews, the PV Magazine Group, and Tagesspiegel background. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is upon us. We are now going to, in just a moment, head to our official countdown and the official start of the 2022 BETD.
Energy Transition Dialogue.
Today, more than ever, the energy transition is driven by the conviction that the years between now and 2030 must become a decade of action worldwide. Only through close international cooperation can we succeed in decarbonizing global energy systems at the pace necessary to achieve the target of remaining below 1.5 degrees. Ambition and innovation can combine effective climate change mitigation with sustainable growth worldwide. International dialogue and cooperation is essential to drive the energy transition forward. Pivotal topics of the global energy vendor to be discussed over the following days include geopolitics of international energy cooperation, global coal phase-out, means and measures for a just and inclusive transition, green hydrogen as an economic opportunity and driver for international energy partnerships, efficiency and sustainability, the role of green finance in the energy transition, digital technologies. Join the dialogue and be an active part of the 8th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. We need to achieve not only the energy transition, but also a mental transition. It is time to go from ambition to action.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, hello, good morning. May I ask you to kindly take your seats so that we can begin with the 8th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. I'm Melinda Crane, and it is a very great honor to welcome you on behalf of the federal government of Germany and also on behalf of our civil society co-organizers BEE, BSW, Dana, and Clarion. Happy, most warm welcome also to our online audience. We wish we could have brought everybody together again live as we used to do in pre-pandemic times, but it's great to have you with us wherever you're joining us from, and we have in fact decided to move to this hybrid format in order to keep everybody healthy and safe. We do have a number of our esteemed speakers with us this morning. I'd like to use this opportunity to greet all of you. And of course, we will be complying with all health and hygiene rules. So welcome to everyone. Our title this year is From Ambition to Action. And ladies and gentlemen, that goal is more urgent than ever before. The latest report from the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change amounts to what its chair called a dire warning of the consequences of inaction. And the current geopolitical crisis underlines as never before how dependency on fossil fuels amounts to energy insecurity. The ambition is manifest. We saw that at Glasgow as countries and companies signed up to higher renewable energy targets. Now we have to move rapidly and decisively to turn those stronger goals into action for the sake of the climate and for the sake of geopolitical security. That means, of course, and we heard it just now in the film, rethinking established patterns and practices, whether in policymaking, planning, and licensing, in developing skills, in market design, and in keeping social and gender impacts in focus. Our sessions at BETD 2022 are dedicated to all of those topics and more, and our panels feature all of the major stakeholders in the global Energiewende. To move fast, we need now, more than ever, to share best practices and experiences, and that is what this meeting is all about. So there's a lot to look forward to. Let's get started. And we begin with a word of greeting from our hosts. And ladies and gentlemen, the ministers will speak German, so please do avail yourselves of the headsets that have been provided for translation if you're with us in the room. And if you're in our online audience, you have already, I think, learned how you can access translation on this live stream. Germany's new foreign minister warned soon after taking up her post already last fall that for reasons of security as well as climate protection, switching to renewable energy is now mandatory, as she put it. She recently described the country's 226 diplomatic missions as climate embassies. Formerly co-leader of Germany's Green Party, she is the first woman to hold this country's top diplomatic post. It is a great honor to turn over the stage to Germany's Federal Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Schönen guten Morgen.
Good
Sehr
morning,
geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, lieber
colleagues.
Robert, auch schön, dass
Robert,
wir wieder zusammen eine
well, it's nice
Veranstaltung
that
machen.
we are now
Sehr geehrte
having an event again.
Exzellenzen, meine Damen und
Excellencies,
Herren.
ladies and gentlemen.
Dürren im Sahel, verheerende
Droughts in the Sahel,
in
devastating
Amerika,
forest fires
Hitze und
in
ansteigende Meeresspiegel
South
in
America,
Südasien,
rising sea levels in South Asia, and flood disasters in Germany. This is what characterized last year. And the Secretary General of the United Nations, who will give a speech in a few minutes, said, "Our planet is broken." This is how he described the climate crisis. This is the biggest challenge of the 21st century for all of us. Climate change mitigation and the energy transition are about the future of our planet, our families, and our children. But it's even more than that, and we're seeing this now. It is also about very specific security interests and geopolitical security in the 21st century. The brutal war on Ukraine, started by President Putin,
neben all diesem unglaublichen, furchtbaren Leid
has brought this home to us in all its severity. This brings a lot of suffering to the people, and it shows us that we have to become fully independent from Russian fossil fuel imports. We always knew this as Europeans, at the latest since 2014, and a strategy was launched to diversify our energy imports. But we didn't really take action then, and now we see the consequences of this in a very tragic way. But it is spilled milk. So this is why it's even more important that we now become fully independent from fossil fuel imports from Russia. And let me stress this once more, because there has been a big discussion for many people, also within the European Union, about a fossil fuel embargo. Many people call it this. Well, we have some issues with this term, because when we talk about an embargo, then we expect, like with other sanctions, that all countries join this action. But here among you, there are many countries which are also dependent on fossil fuel imports. So, and when we in Germany and in Europe seek to become independent from fossil fuels, then we cannot import our energy crisis to other countries. And this is also our global responsibility in this very difficult time. Nonetheless, let me be clear. Germany wants to fully become independent from Russian fossil fuels. Other people call it embargo. We can also call it a national gradual oil embargo, as the Minister of the Economy is currently preparing. And Robert Habeck said it over the past days. He made it very clear. Germany, in the last weeks, especially with regard to hard coal, we already halved our imports. And we also do this in other areas as well, and not only halve our imports, but fully get independent from Russian fossil fuel imports. But we also have to be honest here. And this is the major challenge here at an event like this when we talk about the energy transition. For the transitional period, since we have to do everything at the same time now, we have to work on the energy transition. We have to now get rid of fossil fuel imports. Now we need other fossil fuel imports. So in the short term, we will need gas and oil from other countries. This is also true. But in parallel, we will, like all other countries, in the medium and in the long term, prepare to make the transition to renewables and to boost energy efficiency. For 15 years we've been talking about it, and now we want to vehemently implement this. As the Federal Republic of Germany, as the new federal government, even prior to this terrible war, we put this down in our coalition agreement. And even though it sounds a bit technical, I can only recommend the following. Let's look at this together once more, because we made it very clear in the agreement that gas, no matter where it comes from, can only be a bridge, and every bridge has an end to it. And this is why we have to formulate this end and also put it down and shrine it in law. We did this as the international community with the climate agreement from Paris from 2015, and we agreed on the 1.5-degree goal, and with commitments from the industrial countries to phase out fossil fuels by the middle of the century. And in our coalition agreement, we made it very clear that we, the Germans, and as Europeans, we consider this our responsibility to also to already reach this goal by the middle of the 2040s. And this is why we put this down in our coalition agreement also prior to the war, that this requires not only incentives, but we need regulations for this to boost the expansion of renewables and solar and wind and so on, because it's not only a climate policy issue, but it is also the economic and industrial policy issue of our time. And investments in renewables are investments in security and our freedom. It is very clear we can only do this when we work together. Going it alone nationally will not work. And this is why our energy transition is also included in the European Green Deal. We want not only clean energies in Europe, but we also want to strengthen the strategic sovereignty of the European Union. Our goal was and continues to be the first continent in the world to become climate neutral. And with this, we want to have an energy sovereignty for the European Union and to ensure this together. And we can only achieve this if all 27 member states of the European Union work together, and also if we bring all the other European neighboring countries on board. And this is why a few days ago I was in Kosovo, and together with the Kosovo Minister of Energy, Atana Rizvanoli, who I would like to welcome here today, we were on a big mountain. It was really cold, there was snow, and in the middle of that, we inaugurated the country's largest wind farm. Atana, I'm so happy that you're here today, because this investment is the largest foreign investment in the history of your country. And this foreign investment brings better air, reliable electricity, and more security to your people. Many, many households are supply based, and it covers 10% of the Kosovo electricity demand. And at the same time, in the situation now that we have the Russian war of aggression, it helps Kosovo to become independent from fossil fuel imports. And now if we look at all the wind farms, and it's not always easy in Germany, well, I was very concerned and asked how long was the planning period, and then I was really relieved when I heard, oh, it was only 7 years. And that's pretty much the time that we need in Germany, because I thought that Kosovo will also be better in that field, better than us. But it's not good news for the planning period, but it makes our common challenge clear to us. We not only have to install more wind farms, but we have to become faster as regards planning law, as regards the construction on site, and also when it comes to the interplay between all stakeholders and those who have creative ideas and those who have to implement and can implement those ideas. And this is why I would like to encourage all of you, especially with regard to planning, to become faster, and also with regard to cooperation. What is this all about? Well, Moldova shows us the new president who recently only took office said it very clearly. We have to invest in energy efficiency, in renewables. We cannot completely be dependent on Russian imports. So we want to get connected to the European electricity network. And now we don't have, it's not 2 years, we don't have 2 years' time. It has to be done now. And this is why on the 5th of April we will have a support conference for Moldova with regard to refugees, but also with regard to the energy supply. And I know that many energy experts are here who install solar and wind power. And I would like to encourage all of you to join us and to look at how we can help Kosovo, not only with regard to its energy supply, but also with you to this very critical situation and with regard to its security. Because this war makes in a very dramatic way, clear in a very dramatic way that energy and security are closely intertwined. Climate policy is the most important geopolitical task of our time. The rise of renewables is not only a reality today and a necessity, it is also, and this is something that I, as the foreign minister, what is very important to me, the expansion of renewable energy will accelerate and shift the international balance of power. And this is why I would like to address 3 points that are important to me. Firstly, the importance of technology. Secondly, the risk of new dependencies. And now the positive news at the end, the opportunities for new cooperation. Now, on my first point, let me say, if you want energy security, you need the best technology. And I think we can be very honest here also in economic policy terms. We are dealing with the technology race of the 21st century, about green hydrogen, the best transport system, and the storage of electricity. And it's also about clean cars. We have great potential from Norway to the United Arab Emirates. But we don't have to fight against one another in this race, but together. We have to work together with researchers. We need ambitious research and international partnerships and a strong foreign policy and a strong industrial trade policy. And this is what we will do in the future. So not only with regard to our national interests, but also we will consider this as our joint international task. Now, what has already been done, what can only be a beginning, is the following example. Siemens Gamesa has installed 4 gigawatts of wind energy on the African continent. So this is equivalent to about 60% of total wind energy in Africa. So on the one hand, we can be proud of this. On the other hand, it only shows what we still need to do, because 2015 the international community, the industrial countries, not only pledged that they would achieve the 1.5 degree goal, but they also promised to help Africa in electrifying its country. And now here we have to become better. But it's also clear that countries will be strengthened, where we will expand renewables. But we have to make sure that our energy supply is clean, but that at the same time we help millions of people worldwide and to lift them out of energy poverty. And this brings me to my second point, the dependencies. Now, when we think about wind farms, electricity lines, we not only need minerals, we also need cooperation with countries which are not flawless democracies and where we have authoritarian tendencies. But this is why it is important that also, as with oil and gas and green hydrogen and renewables, we always make it clear we are not working against one another. It's not about contradicting values and interests. It all is intertwined and interconnected. Now, we are a country where the energy transition was born, and many years ago, and many people are here in this hall who invented the Renewables Act, but at the beginning we didn't look closely enough. We said, let's invest in renewable energy, and let's look at social issues and aspects later. But one thing is clear, renewables and social justice can only go hand in hand. If we install renewable energy plants, then we also need not only labor law, but also strong unions. And this is our credo that we have at international climate conferences. Well, I'm happy to see many young representatives from Fridays of Future, the slogan of a just transition. This is also the headline, the slogan of our European foreign policy. Clean energies cannot be achieved by dirty deals. So in spite of all dilemmas and problems, we always have to make sure that one thing belongs to another, and we cannot offset one thing with another. We need a values-led energy policy and foreign policy. And this brings me to my third point. There is no end to energy policy in history. The energy transition opens up new opportunities for international cooperation if we do things right, so we can overcome old contradictions between energy and in future clean energy and economic interests, between climate protection and more prosperity. At this moment, we are living in a time where we can only master this challenge together. And now in the times of the pandemic, and also the pandemic and energy issues don't stop at national borders. And as the Secretary General said, if our planet is broken, then we have to use all tools available to us together in order to heal the damage done as best as possible. And also together we have to build national, international prosperity. And for this reason, we have the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue and the new climate and energy foreign policy of the federal government. We have to use all our tools for more climate change mitigation and for sustainable development for all countries all over the world. This is what we want to do for the next energy conference at the end of the year in Egypt. And at the Federal Foreign Office, as we have worked together with the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and now we have a new State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Policy. So we appointed a new State Secretary, Jennifer Morgan. We're very happy about this, and she will help us to make these 226 embassies, make them climate embassies. It's important that this energy independence that we are working for, it's important that we don't do this fighting or against other countries, but together with other countries. We have many projects in Africa in the field of renewables, but we want to use hydrogen. This is where we are working on, and Minister Habeck will talk more about this. We have hydrogen offices in Nigeria and Angola, and more will follow in the next months and years. Because one thing is important to us: we want to work together, and we consider energy transition as security policy and an approach to sustainable development, and we want to work on this together. And this also means to invest money. This fast energy transition will come at a price. And this is why the industrial countries have to live up to their promises, which they made in 2015 to spend 100 billion US dollar for the poor countries, for the African countries. And this has to happen, and this applies to mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage. We can decide now what we do. We will not make the climate crisis undone, but we can do everything we can to repair and to limit the damage that has been done, and that we can start a sustainable development not only for a clean environment but also for the prosperity of our people. And together we can help other regions and people in the world to become less dependent and thus be more secure. This is what the German climate foreign policy stands for, and this conference. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking at a recent Special Energy Council in Brussels, our co-host and Germany's Vice Chancellor recently called the expansion of renewable energy, quote, a matter of national and European security. He has been working tirelessly to embody the title of this conference, From Ambition to Action, working to diversify and decarbonize energy mix here in Germany at what he has called Tesla speed. It is a great pleasure to hand over the stage to Germany's Vice Chancellor and Federal Minister of Economy and Climate Action, Robert Habeck.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Berlin. What an honor.
Vielen Dank.
At this conference, it's really a pleasure to see you all. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, danke, dass Sie alle hier sind.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to welcome you here in Berlin, and it's great that we can spend this day together. A conference of hope has now become a conference in the background of crisis and war. And these days, we see how dramatic the mistakes of the past have been. Of course, this not only concerns Germany and Europe, but also the entire world. And Annalena Baerbock has just talked about the foreign policy impacts of the crisis. And again, I'd like to underline, which sometimes tend to forget, foreign policy and energy and climate policy are closely intertwined, and we attach importance to this in our government. And we believe that our national efforts and the international consequences are to be a consistent policy, a consistent approach. This is the approach of this government, and it is the background of this conference, which has been co-organized by the two ministries. And thank you very much. Thanks to the staff and the many people who have been preparing this conference. And we as conference participants sometimes seem to forget how much work is behind such events. And you have to book the flights, the hotels, and also prepare the rooms and prepare the overall organization of the day. So thank you for making this possible.
Yes, it's your applause. Wir sehen die Fehler der Vergangenheit.
We see that mistakes were made in the past, Over the past few years and decades, Germany has led its energy policy in a direction of dependence. This is, first of all, Germany's problem, but we may generalize, I believe, and saying that energy policy is not only economic policy. And if we think about human history, it has never been so entirely. Energy policy is always a policy of interests, of power, and by extension, security interests. So this is very important, and it's hard to imagine that it was possible to forget this. It can only be explained by a political attitude which says that there's no such thing as a policy of interests. We are living in a world that is dominated by markets, that are entirely determined by markets, and there's no more role for politics. The fewer taxes there are, the less economic intervention there is, the better for the world. So this has been the the policy approach of the past 30 years that has shaped globalization. And these days, these weeks, have become a watershed in the way that we have seen that policy and politics is not best when there's no political intervention. We are now at a stage when politics has to reinvent itself and restate its goals. We must be clear that politics has a role to play and that policymakers may have to take important decisions. Reducing Germany's energy dependence on Russia is very important. The energy dependence is about 50% of on Russian coal and gas, and these decisions were not removed after Russia's annexation of Crimea, because afterwards we still went on with the Nord Stream 2 project. After Russia had intervened in Syria, after Georgia had been, after there had been military intervention in Georgia. So it was not a clever idea to become dependent on this country. We now see that there is great political, a war right here in Europe, a war that has never been seen for 70 years. And we now have to recognize that we did wrong in the past. This is the situation we're seeing now. And for these reasons, Germany and Europe are now becoming independent from Russian fossil energy, step by step. This is necessary for geopolitical reasons, as I've just said. But this will also have a consequence. The consequence is both direct and indirect. The direct effect is that prices have risen and that energy demand has surged. Speculation on the markets has also been driving prices, also in the countries you are coming from. There's high inflation. It is high above expectations, about 8% right now. And consumers and companies, countries are suffering under this situation. Germany and Europe are wealthy, and our economies, despite the hardships and the difficulties involved in this, and despite all the concerns around inflation, as an economy, Germany can overcome this challenge, and the European economy can so too. But this may be addressed in the bilateral talks today. It is not very hard to see that foregoing Russian energy is also important. But there will also be a gas and oil shortage on the world market, first of all. So it is not very easy to replace Russian energy imports. But the idea is not to replace them, because it is precisely a sanction against this war. If there's not enough oil and gas on the world market, there's also a shortage in your countries. So despite all the difficulties and the burdens we have to bear, we see that it is not as easy for other countries with a stable economy to bear this burden. So we must pay attention and see to it that our economic transition does not become a burden for other countries. So we must not push this burden over to other countries. It is very important to discuss this together. The indirect effects go far beyond this, go far beyond high prices, which threaten your economies. But we also see that certain products may not be produced in sufficient quantities. Fertilizers, for example, need a lot of gas. If there's a gas shortage, we may also see a loss in the amount of fertilizers we need to secure global food security. And combined with losses of wheat from Ukraine or from Russia, this can lead to famines in certain countries, and famines are very often the cause of social unrest and political unrest. This conference takes place at a point in time when we have to understand as world community that a politically stable world is now on the brink of a turning point, and it is being threatened. So therefore, it is so important that this conference takes place and that we coordinate our measures and strategies, that we support each other. And now, this is where the situation of the war in Ukraine and the situation we are witnessing, its consequences in terms of energy policy, and the momentum of this conference, which is to be a signal of hope, all of this is to be seen in the light of the consequences of the war which we have to address. And the answer is the expansion of renewable energy and energy efficiency. We must boost energy efficiency and save energy wherever possible. We must use and apply technology in a way that saves energy. But we must also upscale renewable energy, also in the short term and above all in the long term. This is our key strategy. In this way, and this is not very easy to say because the background is very tragic as we sit here today, as we have lunch later today and see this conference. People are dying. People are being displaced, and this is a very tragic conflict. So we mustn't be cynical if we talk about this, but the pressure for action can be seen very clearly. And we can also take many important and right decisions in these times, addressing the structural crisis of our times, the very rapid global warming, and addressing humanitarian crises are now something we can do very faster if we address this geopolitical conflict. And this is what I believe should be the subject of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, globalization is understood to be a place where markets are interacting, but this is coming under pressure. And we see that the world's political order is changing. Sometimes globalization is seen in terms of the markets, but there's also another aspect of globalization, addressing problems together. There are trade conflicts, there are new regional interests. Certain countries connect economic activity to local activity. Germany and Europe are creating resilient strategies, infrastructure, semiconductor production, hydrogen production, and the idea is to bring these technologies back to Europe, even if it's more expensive than in other parts of the world. So there is a tendency of deglobalization, but a globalization that believes that the lowest standard is always the best economic choice is wrong. But what is important is that we cooperate, that we agree at political level what sustainability is all about, that we agree on the important values to be protected. And at these times, we see that climate neutrality and the expansion of a green economy are closely intertwined with peace and security policy. And we may also say that fossil energies tend to create economic monopolies and also political monopolies. Monopolies have to be defended. So fossil energies create authoritarian tendencies. Renewable energies, however, are theoretically, at least, designed to create energy supply that is more socially just, and the sun doesn't belong to anyone. So if we are clever, we will create the right energy policy that will ensure prosperity and boost prosperity while protecting peace in the world. This is what this conference is all about. Thanks for coming to Berlin. I'm looking forward to the talks and our discussions. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank an Minister Habeck, an Außenministerin.
Thank you.
Many thanks to
Minister Habeck, Minister
very important messages and impulses for our discussions, and also for underlining the importance of what we are doing here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. And ladies and gentlemen, that same sense of urgency that has just been conveyed by both ministers was palpable as the United Nations Secretary General expressed his reaction to the UN climate scientists report that I mentioned earlier. He called it a quote, damning indictment of failed climate leadership, and appealed to all of us, to governments, to corporations, and to citizens to do everything they can to close the temperature gap and keep the 1.5 degree limit alive. Let us now hear Secretary General Antonio Guterres' message to this conference.
Minister Baerbock, dear friends, I commend the German government for hosting the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Your leadership is essential. We need to fix the broken global energy mix. To limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, the world requires a 45% reduction in emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality by mid-century. And we are far off track. Last year, global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions grew by 6% when they should be falling. In fact, with current national commitments, emissions are projected to increase by almost 14% this decade. Our planet has already warmed by as much as 1.2 degrees, and we see the increasingly devastating consequences everywhere. So, how do you keep 1.5 alive? By accelerating the phase-out of coal and all fossil fuels and rapidly increasing the use of renewable energy. The major economies must do much more to lead the way. And this includes helping emerging economies to simultaneously implement a rapid, just and sustainable energy transition. And it means using all our innovation to create the right mechanisms, including financial instruments, that will promote the transformation we so urgently need. We must discourage and end private sector financing for coal. coal emissions have surged to record highs. Lenders need to recognize that coal and fossil fuels are futile investments that will lead to billions of dollars in stranded assets. It is also time to end fossil fuel subsidies and stop the expansion of oil and gas exploration. The current crisis shows that we must accelerate, not slow, the renewable energy transition. This is the only true path to energy security, and I count on you to lead the way. Thank you.
We are very grateful indeed that the Secretary General provided that message to us and let us try to act on it here at BETD 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you know from your own experience, transformation, whether in the energy sector or elsewhere, is demanding and risky. It requires creativity and a willingness to move boldly. Our keynote speaker says that kind of innovation is only possible through massive collaborative effort. She's professor for economics and innovation and public value at University College of London, and she also is founding director of UCL's Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. As one of the world's most influential economists, she's winner of numerous international prizes, and she's also the author of highly acclaimed works, including Mission Economy, a moonshot guide to changing capitalism, apropos the massive transformation that we are seeing in thinking about globalization and markets. Here to share her vision of how we move from ambition to action. Please give a very warm welcome to Mariana Mazzucato.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for the amazing inspirational speeches we just heard. If you understand any English, take off the earphones, because I speak way too fast and the poor interpreters are going to have a hard time. So make their life easier. So we seem to keep going from crisis to crisis to crisis. Financial crisis, climate crisis, health crisis, geopolitical crisis. What I want to argue is that to do what this conference is talking about, which is to go from ambition to action, we need to stop being reactive. We actually need a proactive way to solve our problems. Even the way that policy, and I'm an economist that looks at government policy, is designed is by definition reactive, because it's all about fixing market failures. And I think a really good first starting point to do what this conference is talking about, from ambition to action, is actually to ask ourselves, what is a new framing? What is a new design to actually take that seriously? And how do we, using the sexy word out there, walk the talk of stakeholder value, right? We need to actually produce, distribute differently. What does that mean? To do it in the way that Minister Baerbock was saying, which is through a value-driven approach. What does it mean to take seriously concepts of the common good? The common good is a very, very strong word. Pope Francis actually talks about it all the time. In economics, we think about public goods, but if you look in the textbooks about public goods, it's just kind of correcting for something that the private sector is not doing. There's no real common good approach as an objective. So instead of just correcting and fixing market failures and constantly picking up the mess, literally, of crisis after crisis, I think this conference really needs to be a call to action for change. And of course, that would have been just as strong of a call had this, had Putin's war also not happened. We were already on a very, very bad path. And, the financial crisis, many countries are still trying to get out of it. The climate crisis, we know, as Greta Thunberg always reminds us, we just keep blah, blah, blahing. In 2019, just a couple of years ago, Europe actually subsidized fossil fuel companies with 56 billion in subsidies. 2020 of the COVID-19 recovery funds gone to energy companies globally in the G20 countries. Something like 52% of that went to fossil fuel projects. That is hardly doing what the IPCC has told us to do, which is get moving quickly, because we have about 8 years left until we have an irreversible climate emergency. And this is, of course, why, again, Greta often says, when your house is on fire, what do? Do you sit there and debate? Should I stay? Should I go? What should I bring with me? You get out fast, and we are not moving at pace. But to move at pace, we also have to take care, slowly, to think about why we have done things so wrongly and what we need to change within our business governance, so corporate governance structures, but also policy governance, the governance of the state, which is actually very inertial often, not agile, not flexible, and constantly in that fixing mode. And, to actually have a green transition, a proper green revolution, we need to ask ourselves literally what it means for producing differently, for innovating differently. Innovation isn't always good. It depends how we govern that innovation process. We see this, of course, today with the big tech problem in terms of issues around privacy and so on. It's not enough to fund digital technology or even the internet if we don't think about how to govern it for the common good. And I think what's really inspiring, Minister Habeck, if I can say, is the title of your ministry, right? It's Economic Affairs and Climate. And that is so important. These are not trade-offs. If we actually innovate, invest, and collaborate differently towards climate action, or to be honest, towards all of the Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them, we just had the UN Secretary General speak, there's 169 targets beneath them. They all require innovation, technological, organizational, social innovation. If we do that through a collaborative approach, if we do that even using the full capacity of our industrial strategies, our innovation policies, our procurement budgets, right? Something like 40% of every government's budget is just on buying stuff, procuring green services, green products, and really using all the levers that governments have, grants, loans, procurement, bailouts, to fuel bottom-up experimentation towards these social, environmental goals that can create economic growth. But only if we have that investment lens, and that's why it's really important, again, to go from ambition to action through an investment pathway, collaboratively through public, private, and third sector, civil society organizations working together in a different way. But you know what? We're not doing this. So let me just quickly remind you why this call for action is important. First of all, finance. The financial sector continues to mainly finance itself. Something like 80% of the finance that was created after the financial crisis went back to finance, insurance, and real estate. It didn't actually land on the real economy. It wasn't actually, the money creation did not happen side by side with real kind of fiscal stimulus packages that created new opportunities in the in the real economy for that money to land somewhere real, let alone the green direction of that green economy. And in fact, the latest findings using the Greenness of Stimulus Index, the GSI, shows that only 28% of G20 investment, so 4.8 trillion of the total 17.2 trillion stimulus announced during the COVID-19 pandemic, so announced in July 2021, only 28% of that is going into green sectors, with only 1.8 trillion, so only 10.6% having any sort of net positive impact on the environment in green sectors. This is called wasting a crisis. The trillions that are coming out of the woodwork after we were told just 3 or 4 years ago there was no money, the trillions need to be actually directed towards improving our economy, towards making it more sustainable and inclusive. In theory, that's what build back better, build forwards better should mean. We're not doing that. Second, business, corporate governance, it matters. And there's different ways to do it. In fact, in Germany, you have, like much of Northern Europe, been implementing, not in a perfect way, but this concept of stakeholder value, right? You actually have trade union representatives on the boards, for example, of your companies. But globally, what we have is a huge extraction machine going on. Something like $4 trillion, that's 12 zeros, just to remind us all, have been used just to buy back shares by the large corporate 500 companies, to buy back shares, to boost share prices, stock options, and executive pay. That's a lack of reinvestment back into the economy. And of course, that also hurts, for example, people who work in companies, labor, right? The labor share of global income, right? GDP can be broken down in different ways, including the share of all the different parts. The labor share is at the lowest it's been in modern capitalist history. That lack of reinvestment back into the economy, in human capital, in training, in research and development, in this large chunk that is being extracted for what we might call financialized purposes, we need to talk about that. And there's other ways that extraction occurs as well. Intellectual property rights, something that I would love to speak more with my German colleagues. Intellectual property rights, patents, are fine as long as they're not abused. But often we have patents, IPR, that's true upstream, so we're actually privatizing the tools for research, and we need lots of research for the green transition, but also for our healthcare systems. Too upstream, too wide, often used just for strategic reasons, and too strong, hard to license. How do we actually govern an innovation system or intellectual property rights for the common good? Well, that means limiting that extractive power. And Minister Habeck, you said the sun, it's a common good. Well, so is water. We managed to do a lot of problems with water. I'm going to be co-chairing with Ngozi from the World Trade Organization and two other people, including Johan Rockstrom, the new Water Commission, Beyond Water. Water is a common good. Well, we've managed to turn it into a private good, and we are hardly sharing it globally. So the sun, let's be careful. It's not just because we have a renewable energy strategy that it will be good enough. We've also managed to privatize genes. So anyway, so the other huge problem besides finance business is governments. I already quickly mentioned before. We have this really boring framing for what government should be. Right? I mean, if it's just fixing market failures, it will always be too little, too late. It will often not even have the capacity, the dynamic capabilities within public organizations in order to govern really difficult challenges, whether they be financial crises, climate crises, health crises, geopolitical crises. This massive outsourcing of government capacity, for example, to consulting companies, whether it's McKinsey, PwC, it's not necessarily the consulting company's fault. It's the question, why do we not understand public sector organizations also as value co-creating? Why are they just fixing? And if they are co-creating, if they have to govern these really difficult processes, what are the skills that are required inside? What's the subject area expertise that's required inside? And what's the knowledge about how to work with the private sector? What are the right terms of reference and good deals? So I just want to end with kind of a call for proper action around these issues. And I recently wrote a book called The Mission Economy, a moonshot guide to changing capitalism, where I lay out something that I think is quite useful for a conference like this, which is a moonshot approach. So 51 years ago, we went to the moon. It was hard. In fact, Kennedy said, we're going to do this because it's hard, not because it's easy. And think of all the policy speak today. It's about facilitating, making things easier, taking on the uncertainty, taking on the difficulty, admitting that you actually require risk-taking, experimentation, sandboxing, testing policies. That is a very important first step. The second thing is the moon landing was not just public sector. It was guided by public institutions, NASA especially, but it required huge amounts of efforts by many, many different sectors: nutrition, electronics, materials, the software sector. And also that collaboration, which created so many spillovers, baby formula, home insulation, camera phones, the software industry basically was a spillover. didn't just happen. They didn't just say, oh, let's go play together, let's collaborate. It was designed into the system. The first thing they did was actually change how procurement was done, away from a cost-plus technique towards fixed price, like a challenge, targets, but then very open on the how. They also, within NASA, this is so interesting, the guy who was running procurement, Ernest Brackett, said, oh, and we within our public organization need to be smart. We won't know who to work with if we don't have those capabilities. And he warned back then, if we don't do that, if we become dumb within our public institution, we will get captured by brochuremanship. Interesting, they didn't have PowerPoints back then, they had brochures. And they also designed into the contracts inclusion. They said no excess profits. This is actually going to require true investment, innovation, and risk-taking by all the different actors, so let's not make this into a gambling casino. So many of these points, I think, are incredibly important for what we're trying to do here. Redesigning policy with really bold targets, starting with the Sustainable Development Goals, but turning them into really concrete missions, a plastic-free ocean, carbon-neutral cities, getting every single sector involved instead of having these static lists of sectors in a kind of top sector industrial strategy approach. Redesigning all the instruments, procurement, bailouts, grants, loans, to really foster that bottom-up experimentation. And on that, by the way, some countries are leading. I found it really interesting that in Germany, the loan that was provided to the steel sector by the KfW was conditional, so it's the public bank here, conditional on steel lowering its material content, which it did through repurpose, reuse, recycle technology. And it today is one of the greenest, along with Sweden's, steel sectors in the world. Not because they went to Davos to talk about purpose, but because they had to get 1 penny. Same thing with the French recovery funds, not perfect in any way, but Renault and Air France, to get any money from the government during the COVID recovery period, had to commit to lowering their carbon emissions. Now, doing that in such a way that remains open on the how is really important to really kind of stimulate that bottom-up innovation. But simply handing out money, subsidies, guarantees, or bailouts without that kind of conditionality is, again, a waste of a crisis. We need to really be redesigning the policies, but also reviving a true social contract in such a way that we have symbiotic, mutualistic public-private partnerships, and less of the kind of parasitic type that unfortunately we've seen. So let me just finish on that, and thank you again for your wonderful speeches, for the invitation, but we really need to think of this as a way to redesign our capitalist system. There's different ways to do it. Everything that we currently are experiencing, which is problematic, including vaccine apartheid, where something like 80% of the vaccines are being hoarded by 10% of countries, there's nothing inevitable in that. That is an outcome of decisions we are making and also the relational situations that we have between public and private. We can reinvent it. We must reinvent it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mazzucato, for that reminder that the transformation so many people here are working toward, the transformation that we so badly need, must go far beyond not simply the energy sector or even climate policy, but in fact to encompass our very thinking about the way that we structure economic activity and govern our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, that determination and risk-taking that Professor Mazzucato just mentioned is driven, amongst other things, quite simply by courage. And courage is a quality shared by the two young guests from whom we hear next. Both are tireless advocates for climate action, mobilizing others to ensure that their generation's voice is heard. We begin with Helena Gualinga. She grew up in the indigenous community of Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon, known for its struggle against the oil industry. A co-founder of the global coalition Polluters Out, she currently works with the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network. She speaks to us remotely. Welcome, Helena.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Helena Walinga. I'm speaking to you right now from my home community, Sarayaku, in the middle of the Ecuadorian Amazon. My community is a people that has been struggling against the oil companies for since before I was even born. And it's a fight that my generation and my peers have decided to follow and to follow in my elders' footsteps. For me, this fight for against the industries that have come to our communities is not something that is only my fight. It's something that has been done for generations and generations. And in fact, my community took the Ecuadorian state to an international court for violating our human rights when they tried to enter our community violently. And by doing so, actually set a legal precedent, not only in Ecuador, but in many other countries in South America, which has led to many victories for the Amazon in recent years. I come from a place where we have beautiful waterfalls, clean rivers. We live off the land, but this, unfortunately, is not the reality for the entire Amazon. There is a lot of oil and mining and logging companies trying to come into our territories and take away all the beauty that we have and the harmonious life that we lead in the Amazon. One of these threats is also the building of roads, roads coming into our territories to build oil stations, and this brings the other industries as the logging industry with them as well. This has led to extreme pollution in our territories. In the last 2 years, we've seen two of the most devastating oil spills in the Ecuadorian Amazon, the worst ones after the Texaco Chevron case 20 years ago. And all of this has been made and done to us in the name of development. So I often ask myself, what does the word development actually mean? And who is this development for? Because it definitely has not been for indigenous communities in the Amazon and frontline defenders. And on top of all of this, we have climate change coming into our territories in forms of droughts, in forms of huge floods. So my community has been through one of the worst floods in our history in the last 2 years also, leaving my community completely without crops and half of my community losing our homes. So yes, why do we just not transition to renewable energy? Because that would be so much better for the environment and for indigenous communities. So let me tell you about a case with one of my dear friends that they're going through right now. My friend lives in a beautiful place called Piatua, and it's a biodiversity hotspot, they call it. It's right where the Andes meet the Amazon. And right now they're trying to build a hydroelectric power station there. And the indigenous people in this area is completely against it and have been saying so for years and years. And every time, no one has really listened to them. There has been no consent from the community for this company to enter or for the government to even give out the concession. It's the right for this company to be there. The consent from the indigenous people from there was actually not existent. And why is this relevant? Because even though there has been an increase in environmental responsibility when it comes to energy companies, there is still a lack of of social accountability and human rights. And there are many studies that actually say that free, prior, and informed consent, which means that Indigenous people actually have the right to decide over our own territories and to actually be consulted and informed of what is going to happen on our territories, and that we actually have a say in what will happen, does not exist when it comes to energy companies, and also in companies that are sustainable or that are green companies. And to me, this is a clear example of what energy greenwashing looks like, because that means that you take environmental responsibility, but you do not take into account the human rights violations that may occur in these projects, in these processes. But that doesn't mean that renewable energy is not good, but it does mean that there is a lack of responsibility by this industry when it comes to human rights. South America is one of the most dangerous places for Indigenous people, for land defenders, and for environmental activists. We can see that in our day-by-day of our peers being threatened, disappeared, murdered, etc. And there is definitely people both in companies, in governments, people with names behind this. So if there is going to be a project that is going through, it needs to make sure that human rights are respected, that is a priority. So that's why I'm directing myself to you, because you have the power to change this. You have the power to change all the things that go on here in the Amazon in South America, where unfortunately my people, my family, my friends are being persecuted and silenced because of our work against these industries. We need to make sure that human rights are a priority always, that there are policies implemented both in the work that you're doing when it comes to Indigenous people, and this is something that this is something that should worry all of us, because these are people's lives, and people that live by these lands and only want our future to be secure and to be protected. So I'm really happy to be here, and I thank you for this space.
Thank you very, very much, Helena Gwalinga, for speaking to us and sharing that very powerful message. Ladies and gentlemen, we hear now from Hilda Nakabuye. She is founder of Fridays for Future Uganda, and her path to protest and action began in 2017 when she realized that it was drought that was limiting her grandmother's ability to grow food. Welcome, Hilda Nakabuye.
Thank you. Good morning, guten Morgen. My name is Hilda Flavia Nakabuye. I am the founder of Uganda's Fridays for Future movement. Uganda is found in Africa, a continent that emits less than 4% of the global carbon emissions, and yet it's the most affected. Uganda is the 12th most vulnerable country in the world to climate change, and the 49th least prepared country to combat its effects. My country is yet to host the world's longest heated oil pipeline built by French company Total. It will be 1,445 kilometers long from Hoima in Uganda to the port of Tanga in Tanzania, passing through critical biodiversity areas. It will put major national parks, wetlands, rivers, and lakes, critical biodiversity, and not to mention livelihoods of millions at risk. It has displaced about 100,000 people, 400 villages, including mine, leaving us homeless and impoverished amidst these unprecedented times of COVID. A third of this East African crude oil pipeline will be built in Lake Victoria Basin, the second biggest freshwater body on the world, and a source of millions, and a source of food to millions of people. This water body is the biggest inland lake in Africa, and up to 40 million lives depend on this, which increases the risk for further devastating human impacts in case of an oil spill. It will emit 34.3 million metric tons of carbon a year, which greatly undermines our efforts to reduce global emissions and stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is dangerous and unacceptable. Developed countries like France and Germany have banned fossil fuels for many years, but the appetite for oil and coal is still high. I have come here today to remind you that the greed exhibited by your leaders and the global North corporations is a danger to the lives of people in Africa. It is a danger to our wildlife and a threat to future generations. The global North is too greedy to think about the children in Africa who go hungry as a result of climate change-induced famine. The global North is too greedy to think about the children in Africa who go hungry due to human-induced famine. The global North's love for money from fossil fuels is growing every day that passes by. This love is a cause of death to indigenous people. It is harming birds, wild animals, and humans that bear the brunt of the climate crisis. Please stop contributing to the climate crisis. You are putting an end to innocent lives. Why Germany? Why France? Why Europe? Why the climate injustices against Africans, Asians, Latinos, and the rest of the global South? Why don't you give us a chance to live? From colonialism, slave trade, apartheid, to climate change, is this another form of injustice we have to endure? You don't care because you can afford to adapt to climate change, and yet we can't? France is aware Uganda is among the most vulnerable countries to climate change and one of the countries least prepared to combat its effects. But its oil giant, Total, is determined to worsen the situation. German company RWE is aware villages are being displaced but does not care. Lufthansa must stay. Coal must stop. We should stop expansion of oil, gas, and coal if we want to stay alive. Developed countries are switching from fossil fuels to renewable energy, yet forcing poor countries to open new oil wells and build pipelines. The East African crude oil pipeline is a clear evidence that Europe is not about to stop burning fossil fuels. Europe developed by burning fossil fuels, but that is not the path we want to take. Uganda and the rest of Africa wants to develop, but not at the expense of nature and human lives. Development should not come at the cost or at the expense of nature. Fossil fuels must be kept in the ground. I know that the German Export Credit Agency could provide finances for the East African crude oil pipeline. And I'm here to tell you that this is a terrible idea. We need investment in renewable energy. Africa receives sunlight throughout the year. This is a gift. Let's unwrap it. And I call on Deutsche Bank, Germany's biggest bank, to stop supporting Total Energies and RWE that are displacing people and villages, putting profits above people. This is not the way to go. 100 billion in military? Why not invest in renewable energy? The future is sustainable and clean. Let's keep it that way and let's work towards it. This is a time in history where humanity shifts to a clear level of understanding. No sugarcoating, no greenwashing. Saying the truth as it is. The ball is in your hands, Germany, Europe, to choose what side of history you will be remembered on. And at the end of this, I hope that we do not drown in our own pride. It's time to turn words and promises into action. Thank you. Thank you.
A powerful message there from Hilda Nakabuye to end this opening ceremony of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2022. Let's act on that message here and after we end the BETD 2022. With that, the opening ceremony comes to an end and we go straight over to the Europasaal, where my esteemed colleague Jennifer is about to speak with the head of Germany's Renewable Energy Foundation. Jennifer, over to you.
Thanks so much, Melinda. That's right, I have a very special guest here. We'll be back in just a moment with our next studio session. So I'm so happy to welcome here Dr. Simone Peter. As Melinda just said, she is the president of the German Renewable Energy Federation. Dr. Peter, thanks so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thank you very much to be here, and a warm welcome to all the participants in the Weltsaal and on the screens.
I wanted to ask you, get started with our questions. What implications does the war in Ukraine have for the energy transition? Is it going to delay the global transformation towards renewable energies? And I want to ask you about how it will be in Europe and, of course, how it will be here in Germany.
Yeah, the war in Ukraine dramatically demonstrates the high risk and high costs of dependency on fossil fuels, and again, the danger of nuclear energy, as in Chernobyl and other places. And the war has, beside the horrible consequences this war includes, a very direct impact on the security and affordability on the energy supply. And in order to reduce and overcome this dependency and imports from Russia, the German government already has discussed and also agreed on new energy partnerships with other countries, but especially a massive acceleration on renewable energies in Germany and in Europe at all. Renewable energy offers a possibility to be an independent, domestic, a resilient, a climate-friendly and affordable energy supply, both regionally and globally. And renewable energies are peace energies. They are peace energies and freedom energies, and they guarantee a reliable energy supply independent from international crisis. And they prevent new crises if we mobilize all kinds of renewable energies, from solar, wind to biomass to geothermal and hydropower. And now, for the sake of future generations and the Paris Agreement climate goals, the future must base on renewables, and we have to start today, globally and nationally and regionally.
Absolutely. Global, regionally, nationally, we have to do it. But in order to get us there, what kind of policies, what kind of frameworks do we need so that we can accelerate the energy transition on a global scale? How can the European Union or how can Germany accelerate this transformation? What do we need to do here at home and in support of other countries?
Yeah, first of all, we have to unleash the affordable, fluctuating renewables like wind and solar. In Germany alone, we need over 700 gigawatts until 2045. And along with this massive expanding of the fluctuating sources, we need flexible units in addition. This means biogas, this means hydropower, this means storage, this means power to X like green Wasserstoff, so water power for consumer and generation side. And the new electricity market needs to fully based on the new system setting role of renewable energies. In Germany, we have around 50% of renewable energies in the grid. And so the grid and the whole system has to be changed, and we need an adjustment of this framework. And the German Renewable Energy Federation just published a new study titled New Secure Electricity Market Design for the Integration of Fluctuating Renewable Energies, and it shows that the electricity sector is domestic, more decentralized, and fully renewable based. This is possible, and it's possible together with citizens, with the communities. We can organize a new energy transition, but we need other regulatory frameworks, and we have to go on with the renewable energies. One important point is we don't need bridge technologies like fossil gas anymore. We have to invest in the renewable energies, and we have to phase out of fossil and nuclear energy as soon as possible. The future is 100% renewable energy.
That's right, the future is 100% renewable energy. We have about a minute left, but this is an important question. We always save the best for the last. What role does gender equality play in this transformation? Do you see a specific role for women in advancing the energy transformation here in Germany and abroad?
It's a very, very important point. In order to achieve the global energy system transformation, all talents and all forms must be included to drive innovation, and the gender diversity still is widely missing. If we want the energy transition to progress and the future-oriented approach is needed, then we need the gender equality and gender justice. We have so many impressive women and girls in the world. They show that women have a voice, that women can and must play a central role for this energy transition to, for the acceptance and active transport for renewable energies, and of course for climate protection and for the preservation of our wonderful planet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simone Peter. Strong women, you're one of them. It's been such a pleasure to have you here in this session. Thanks again, Dr. Simone Peter, President of the German Renewable Energy Federation. We now have time to check in with our digital ambassador. I'll invite you to exit the stage, and I'll invite Rebecca here to join me, our dialogue ambassador, and she's going to let us know what's going on online.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there has been going on a lot, actually. We have seen a lot of pictures from our extinguished guests from all around the world. And I thought I would like to give you a short impression on how that looked like, because they entered the Federal Foreign Office and stopped by our literal green sofa here. And you can see it in our first tweet. For example, we welcomed the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources from Kazakhstan. So you could see the photo of his green sofa. We also had foreign ministers from Bahrain or Ethiopia, but we also welcomed the activists from all around the world. We had Fridays for Future activists, such as from Uganda or also from Germany. This morning, was opened by quite a strong speech by our minister, Foreign Minister Baerbock, and she announced that Germany needs to be completely independent from Russian fossil energy. And this is what this tweet is saying as well. It says, Germany's Foreign Minister Baerbock opened the day with her speech, and she said Germany needs to be completely independent from Russian fossil energy. So this statement got a lot of tweets and a lot of posts, actually, so quite a lot of attention. And then we also heard the speech from our Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Habeck. And he says that moving to climate neutrality and clean energy is intertwined with security and peace. So here again, talking about the interlinkages of topics. And then his quote that was also later being quoted by the other keynote speaker, "You cannot steal the wind, the sun belongs to no one." That was also a tweet with a lot of likes, actually. So this was more or less the wrap-up of this morning. And dear listeners, dear audience, I really invite you to keep being interactive with us. Show us what you think, what is your comment, what is your highlight of this conference. And then, please use our hashtag BTD22 so we can find your post easily. And then you can also tag our handle, greensofa_BTD. And I really look forward to your reactions. And this is where I would like to hand over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I have to say it's such a pleasure to be able to interact with everyone who is joining us online. It's one of the features that makes this BETD so special. We have, I think, around 450 people with us here live today, and many thousands who are joining us online. I want to make sure we give a minute to remind people where they can find us if they're just joining us.
Yes, of course. If you just joined us, you can find us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. These are the channels that we regularly check, and then also maybe present your post here in the studio.
All right, we'll try to do that as we come up. I think right now we're going to keep the momentum going and head back over to the Weltsaal.
The global drive to transition to zero-emission energy is at the heart of tackling climate change. To achieve the turnaround towards carbon neutrality, countries need to take much more ambitious action in this decade. One of the key fields of action is the transition of the energy sector from fossil to renewable fuels, while also becoming drastically more energy efficient. The solutions exist. It is now our responsibility to implement them and ensure the successful global energy transition. Now is the time to turn words into action.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We continue now with our first ministerial panel on how we rise to the challenge that all of our opening speakers have described, how we turn words into action and shape a way forward that will get us where we need to go quickly. And ladies and gentlemen, here in the Weltsaal, if I may ask you to please take your seats, I'd be very grateful, because we can then continue, and perhaps we can start closing the doors to the room so that we have somewhat more quiet in the room. As we have heard, the remainder of this decade is absolutely crucial. The most recent UNE emissions gap report reveals that commitments to reach net zero by 2050 will limit global warming to just over 2 degrees only if countries act on them now by scaling up their nationally determined contributions, their action plans for 2030. The energy transition is absolutely key to doing that, and nowhere more so than amongst the heavyweight economies that are assembled here in this room and also on this stage. Not only their enormous share of global primary energy consumption, but also their massive combined financial resources mean that their efforts will decide whether we succeed or fail in closing the temperature gap. So how do we effectively accelerate the shift to clean energy? How do we phase coal out faster? And how do we take citizens along, ensuring a just and equitable transition? Those are some of the topics on this panel, and we have an outstanding group of speakers to address them. It is a great pleasure to welcome them. I will keep the introductions brief in the interest of time, and I'm going to ask all of you, dear excellencies, to please do the same in your answers, to try to keep your remarks to the allotted time of 2 minutes. And now, it's a pleasure to welcome His Excellency Arifin Tasrif. He is Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. Seated next to him, His Excellency Abubakar Di Aliu. He is Minister of Power for Nigeria. Next to him is seated Her Excellency Dr. Leila Ben Ali, Minister of the Energy Transition and Sustainable Development for the Kingdom of Morocco. And next to her is seated His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Mohina. He is Deputy Minister and Head of Strategic Planning and International Cooperation for Egypt. And finally, we're very pleased to have with us Dr. Christian Bruch. He's President and Chief Executive Officer of Siemens Energy. And with us virtually is Her Excellency Kadri Simpson. She is Commissioner for Energy at the European Commission. Dear ladies and gentlemen, both those of you with us here in the Weltsaal and also our online audience, we are also eager to hear from you with your questions and short comments. Our Twitter hashtag, as you know, is BETD2022. You can join our interactive discussions there by commenting or posing questions. And if you're a registered guest at the conference, you can use our digital tool for which you received a login at the time of registering to send us questions and also to vote on our audience polls. And I'd like to start with a really quick poll, and then we'll look at the results a little bit later. Here's our poll question: how to enable change and increase the momentum for urgent energy transition action. And here are our choices: support more ambitious NDCs, amplify the role of nuclear energy, promote a flexible power system fit for future challenges, and or help countries adopt the best policies to accelerate investments in the clean energy sector. And of course, we've heard all of those mentioned so far this morning. And we're going to take another look at the results a little bit later on. I'd like to now begin by asking all of our panel participants to tell us quite concretely how your country or your company is prioritizing transformation of the energy sector over the next 8 years to 2030, and how you're rising to the challenge named in our title of transforming ambition into action. And I'll begin, if I may, with Minister Ben Ali. Morocco, of course, is recognized as one of the pioneers of the African Energiewende, and you have significantly transformed your energy industry in recent years. So tell us what you see as the main challenges for going from ambition to action.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'll try to be brief, as you required, but I would like to first thank the federal government of Germany for inviting us to this wonderful and first in-presence meeting. I will not spend too much time to talk about Morocco's commitments. I mean, we've been committed to the climate change issue, I think, more than 15 years ago, and this was a really voluntarist political choice made by His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, at the time, to put Morocco on the path of sustainable development. And that's the reason why today you have indeed the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development that I'm having the privilege of sharing and leading. I think when we talk about what is happening today, and I think during these difficult times and the war that we have in Ukraine today, and in this trying to get post-COVID recovery on stage, I think the acceleration of energy transition is really a must, and Morocco as a country has been experiencing that at our level. So we are definitely committed more than ever, and I need to remind you of our NDCs, because that's in June 2021, Morocco has submitted this updated NDC with a new ambition of 45.5% of greenhouse gas emissions reduction by 2030. And my team here would like to remind ourselves, would like to remind me always that we are one of the few countries that submitted an NDC that is compatible with the global objective of reduction of global temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I think keyword number one is transparency of our NDC. We have indeed initiated some substantive work in the past. I will not want to spend a lot of time on the past. I really want to focus on the future. Morocco has had the privilege of being the president of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi, Kenya, 4 weeks ago. That sets even higher expectations in our journey for an energy transition for sustainable development. We are in the process of developing, of course, our low-carbon development strategy for 2030 and 2050. But again, we want to put words into action when we do that. And that's definitely in line with our new development model, something that we put together over the last couple of years simply because we wanted to get away from the middle income trap. So our sustainable development strategy is definitely in line with our new development model. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I would finish with a couple of words stating that indeed today there are some numbers that are important to us. 52% of installed capacity based on renewables before 2030, that's our target. Indeed, we have 50 renewable energy projects now up and running, 4 gigawatts installed. We have more than 60 projects in the pipeline. As I said at COP26, that is not enough. And that is not enough for 2 reasons. First, Morocco, as you know, has a stable political framework. But we don't only have that. We also have, as you know, quite competitive renewable potential. But that's not enough indeed. I think we are working on that more stable yet evolving regulatory framework and contractual framework. And we have, for renewable energy and hydrogen, a one-stop shop that is here. Our director at the ministry, Mr. Ahmed, when you want to meet a Moroccan minister for investments, I think it's better to meet our one-stop shop when it comes to renewable investments. So he's there. You don't need to meet me, you need to meet him. But as Minister Babek mentioned, I think we have also something invaluable from a policymaker's perspective. We also made mistakes. We also made the first movers' mistakes when it comes to investments, particularly in renewable energy. And we are learning from those mistakes. So I think that's lesson number one. And I would echo this conference theme, less words, more action. I would love it if one day, if from Berlin, we stop using the word green hydrogen and we start to use the word $2 hydrogen, because I think that will bring in together the financial community, the investors, the policymakers, and so on. And last message, at COP26, we agreed, Morocco adhered to most of the political declaration initiatives, including the powering past coal. But I said at the time, but powering past coal also means access to sustainable sources of gas, access to the international LNG market. At the time, we used Ukraine as a benchmark because Ukraine reversed some pipelines with its neighbors. I never thought at the time that history will be faster, that history will prove us right. And so I just say, let's focus on an integrated approach, an inclusive approach, and let's be faster than history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take with me your remark about $2 coal, $2 hydrogen when we go to our hydrogen panel later on today. Thank you so much. Minister Tasrif, as the current G20 president, Indonesia is, of course, also a beacon for other emerging economies. So please tell us about your beacon strategy to achieve a higher renewable energy share by 2025.
Thank you. Well, since we signed the Paris Agreement and then we ratified into our law that we continue to prepare our roadmap how to reduce the CO2 emission in our country. As you know, Indonesia is producing, we are blessed that we have big resources of oil, gas, even the coal, that we help our friend countries to supply them with the energy. But right now, we realize that the future, we need the clean energy to have a better climate in our life. So in order to accelerate the things, by 2025, we try to reach at least 25% of our energy mix. Recently, we just have 11.7%. We have 72 gigawatt power plant capacity, which is, we have 38 gigawatt of coal-based power plant. So we have an intention within the next 5 years, we are going to shut down at least 5.5 gigawatt of this coal power plant, and then we try to substitute it with the renewable energy. We did several activities on it, so as it is mentioned in the subject, that from ambition to action, we do several programs. For instance, that we are tropical countries. We want to accelerate the power, solar power PV. We plan to develop 7.8, almost 8 gigawatt within the next 10 years. So at the other side, we also have the program to intensify the use of electric vehicles. Last couple of weeks, we just launched the first production of the electric vehicles. And then also we have a program to convert our motorcycle. Motorcycle is very popular in Indonesia. So we think we have a plan to convert it within the next 10 years, about 120 millions, which is the consumption of the fuel itself equivalent to 1.5 million barrel oil per day. So we can save a lot of fuel, and then that's why renewable clean energy is very important in our country. So this activity only will create such a lot of economic activity in our country. So when we're talking about how much required to convert this kind of motorcycle, we think about 60 to 80 billion US dollar will be required to convert it. And there are another program also now we are being prepared.
Thank you very much. And we're going to come back to the topic you mentioned at the outset, coal. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But let me go now to Minister Aliyu. And climate change is happening now in Nigeria. How does that impact the way that you are shaping the energy transition plan to define a pathway to net zero, while you also lift millions of people out of poverty and drive economic growth?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me today. Accelerating the energy transition may mean differently to the approach. May be different from country to country. But generally, it may mean phasing out the carbon generation in the general supply of electricity. In my country, Nigeria, the way we are approaching it is we have a serious challenge with our national grid. The national grid can only be able to meet up with less than 60% of demand of electricity in Nigeria. So the left-out demands are being resorted to using fossil fuel generation with personal small generators, firewood, and things like that, which also contribute to the carbon emission. So our approach is to, first of all, strengthen our grid to be able to carry a lot of operational capacity so that most of the population will come back to the grid. Now, alongside, we are also developing renewable energies to ramp up on the grid. So we can only do that if the grid is strong to carry that. So we have projects going on in the renewable energy, like 700 megawatts solar and the water hydro electricity, which is over 90% completion now. We have a 40 megawatts hydro, which is already completed. We have another one, which is 40 megawatts, among other ones like the solar isolated mini-grids spread across the country. But all this can come to the grid only when the grid is strong enough to carry all the mixes. So we have a policy which is our vision of 30-30-30, signed by the government. And that means by 2030, we should be able to upgrade the operational capacity to 30 megawatts. And 30% of that must come from renewable. And our president also made a declaration at COP26 that by 2060, we should be net zero by 2060. And we have developed our own pathway, which we are working towards that. Our transition fuel up to 2030 is going to be gas, which we are working towards policy to make investors do more of the gas than the other fossil. So this is our way we approach the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me pick up with you, Deputy Minister Mokhina, on the point about grid stability, because in fact, Egypt also has rapidly rising demand for power. So I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about how you plan to achieve a 42% renewable share by 2035, which is your goal, and at the same time ensure a flexible power system.
Thank you so much. And first, I would like to tell you I apologize for His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Shaker, the Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy. I participated today on behalf of him because he would like to participate, but unfortunately, due to some sudden circumstances, he couldn't arrive and he couldn't leave Cairo. And if you please, let me shift to Arabic language because it's my language. May you use the headphone, please? Exactly. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will need your headsets if you are not an Arabic speaker. We'll just give them 30 seconds to get those headsets on. And by the way, I have my translation right here in my ear, so I am listening to every word you say.
في الحقيقة موضوع الانرجي ترانزيشن أصبح النهاردة حتمي وضروري وخاصة بعد باريس اجريمنت اللي مصر وقعت عليها وراتيفايد في 2015.
Yeah, we also entered into commitments in 2015, and since Egypt has launched a very ambitious climate change program, we wanted to put together a strategy for climate change mitigation for an inclusive change towards renewables. 42%, this is our goal by 2035. It's a very ambitious goal, and this also requires ambitious measures that we need to implement. Of course, we have changed many of our rules, and we have revised our laws and created new laws in order to create the necessary regulatory framework. And so, for instance, we have given more rights to investors with regard to land use, because investors can now also invest from abroad into renewables. We also made agreements for the purchase of energies over a time period of 25 years, so long-term agreements. And luckily, in 2021 and for 2022, we were able to achieve our midterm goal. So we have reached a share of 22% of renewables in these 2 years. As regards the modernizing of our energy system in Egypt, we were able to achieve more than 50%. In the 50%, we were able to replace the use of coal and fossil fuels by renewables. But we could only achieve this based on the political support from the government in Egypt. So we were able to launch the largest solar project in the Middle East and Northern Africa. We're talking about 20 megawatts, and 32 private sector investors are involved. So, and it also has a very interesting cost structure for the investors. So there was a lot of involvement from the private sector within Egypt and from abroad. It has been a very attractive project. 2 cents for a kilowatt hour of solar energy and a very good price for wind energy could be achieved. So this reflects the great opportunities for renewables in Egypt. Our plan for 2035 also reflects this, and now we have to look at the challenges that we have already overcome in the past and the ones that we still need to face. Now, even though we have a very promising project for the storage of energy, as we have launched such a program, we are currently trying to foster other technologies for energy storage in order to be able to even expand our targets. We are looking at green hydrogen. When we expand and further develop this new technology, then this is a great opportunity for the shift towards renewables. And we can build electrical interconnections with other countries. We also need technical standards that have to be agreed on. And also the system operators in the neighboring countries, for instance, in Jordan, and we have to work together with the Arab network, Libya, and in the south with Sudan and Saudi Arabia. So we are also connected to the grid via Cyprus and Greece. So we will also provide input there, and we will also feed in renewables there.
Very much. And in fact, I want to try to come back to the topic of international cooperation at the close of our panel, if we have the time. Let me go now to Commissioner Simpson, if I may. And I'm not sure if you were able to hear much of our opening ceremony, Commissioner, but in fact, we heard both from the German Foreign Minister and the Minister for Economy and Climate that not only Germany, but also Europe as a whole must drastically accelerate the clean energy transition, also with the aim of boosting energy security and independence here in Europe. So how are you at EU level making that happen? What time frame do you think is actually feasible for this enormous shift, and where do you see the biggest challenges? And all of that briefly, if you would.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to join virtually to this panel from Brussels. Unfortunately, I didn't join you for the opening speeches, but I had a chance to meet Minister Habeck yesterday at the margins of G7 extraordinary meeting of energy ministers, so we are aligned. And of course, the global energy landscape has changed drastically in recent weeks. But for us, while it may change our tactics, our strategy in the EU remains the same. We have an objective to become climate neutral, reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and this goal has been enshrined in EU law, and Russia's war against Ukraine has only confirmed that our strategy is sound. The green transition is actually the only way to ensure secure, affordable and sustainable energy all at the same time. So our response has been to move even faster in this direction, so reducing our dependency on fossil fuels and on Russian fossil fuels in particular. And in the short perspective, we will diversify our supply routes, but lasting solution is to accelerate the deployment of renewables and also to produce more renewable hydrogen, and of course to improve our energy efficiency. So we will save where we can. And at global level, I believe that we can be more ambitious when we work together on common goals. The Paris Agreement is the best example. It is keeping us on track to the 1.5 degrees. It is pushing all of us to have more ambition, and relying on our international cooperation partners is vital. It is vital also for our Green Deal, and this is why we are strong supporters of multilateral cooperation in the area of energy through IRENA and the International Energy Agency and the Clean Energy Ministerial or Mission Innovation. So all these entities that catalyze international cooperation on energy. And in addition, we are committed to support emerging and developing countries to achieve the global energy transition. And to reach our global energy and climate goals, we cannot, of course, work alone. So we must reinforce our alliances, and we must create new ones. And for the European Union, Africa is a clear geographical priority for accelerating access to sustainable energy in the next decade. And Africa is also an important partner for us to make the green transition happen in the EU. I believe there is a win-win situation in the EU-Africa relationship in the field of energy. So this continent has enormous potential in the production of renewable hydrogen, and EU is interested about these kind of partnerships. And in the coming months, we will be working on building new hydrogen partnerships with our partner countries. And I hope that this cooperation will also help Africa to provide its citizens with secure and affordable access to energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I'm still hoping, as I said, to come back to and dig a bit deeper on the question of cooperation. Dr. Buch, we've heard a very palpable sense of urgency here this morning on the energy transition. Would you say that same sense of urgency is being felt by industry? And how do you see the risks in this accelerated timetable for reducing dependence, particularly on natural gas?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me on the panel. First of all, the first answer would be absolutely yes. I think we shouldn't underestimate the speed and the pressure which is in the industry. Also simply, if you see where the investments are going to. The key is then how do you turn it into action, right? I mean, the one thing is about raising ambitions, but for me, I miss at the moment really concrete actions over the next years, right? And really changing things. We committed as a company ourselves to be carbon neutral by 2030 in Scope 1 and Scope 2. We are working, being 100% fed by renewable energy next year. So we are trying to implement these things because only a sustainable company will be investable going forward. So the pressure is absolutely high in the industry. And this alignment between industry and policymakers is really, really crucial. However, we are also a company which is confronted afterwards to implement things. And we are obviously a company which is cutting across all types of energies, from renewables like wind power, Siemens Gamesa was mentioned before, to gas power, or building the infrastructure like the electrical grid in between. And at the moment, what we see is there is today in the industry and in the politics no price for sustainability. I mean, our energy infrastructure has been built on the cheapest power price. right? And if we want to change it, we need to have a discussion in the society that we are willing to accept that. It's not an economic or not a company issue, it's a societal issue. We also do not have a technology problem of driving energy transformation. We have a society discussion. And we also have to be clear that also from our company perspective, we need to redirect investments into the areas where we need it. It was mentioned before, I think, that the amount of money you require for energy carbon neutral world is around $50 trillion, 70% in developing countries. So if we don't change these mechanisms, it will not work. And this is, I think, the same for politics and companies, but the heat is absolutely on. I can today convince no investor to invest in my company if I don't have a clear plan on how do I drive energy transformation as an energy company.
Thank you very much. You outlined some crucial priorities. Let's take a look at what the audience said earlier in answer to our poll about how to enable change and increase momentum. Could we get a look at those results, please? Those who are... So let's take a look. The first answer that I'm seeing here, how help countries adopt the best policies to accelerate investment. 61% see that as the absolute key driver, accelerating investment and the policies to do so. Second largest share would be 31% saying promote a flexible power system, which several of you mentioned. Then a very small share saying amplify the role of nuclear energy, interestingly enough, 6% on that. And supporting more ambitious NDCs, only 2%. I'm hoping that Dr. Machina is taking note of that because, of course, his country will be chairing the next COP, and I'm sure you would have maybe hoped and expected to see a larger share, but we're going to come back to that in just a moment. We have now about 15 minutes left, I'm sorry to say, for the rest of the topics that I would like to try to discuss. So I'm going to ask all of you to be really very brief, if you would. And I want to start with the question of coal, because, of course, reducing coal has been a key objective also at the COP26, trying to boost countries' speed in shifting toward the end of coal. And I'd like to go, if I may, to Commissioner Simpson, again, with a request for a brief answer. The current geopolitical crisis, Commissioner, is it a setback? Could we actually see not a phase out, but in fact a phase in of coal as countries move to try to get off of Russian natural gas?
Well, no, I think that our solution is to fasten our transition. And of course, we know that this transition will affect disproportionately some countries and some regions and some sectors. But well, we have to tackle these negative consequences, and these need to be addressed. We are ready to do so. And well, our plan, this REPowerEU plan, it actually is built to the previous proposals. So we have a comprehensive approach in place. We are supporting regions that rely on fossil fuels by just transition mechanism. So we will protect our most vulnerable consumers, but then we will support renewables. We will provide alternatives that are homegrown. And of course, just transition is a key also globally. And the current situation on energy markets created by Russia's aggression has made one thing clear, that the energy transition is important, not only to combat climate change, but also to safeguard access to energy and keep it affordable. So to accelerate the shift away from fossil fuel to clean energy is necessary. And this is what we are doing here in Europe, and where we are willing to support our partners globally.
Minister Tazrif, your country is one of the biggest coal exporters in the world. At the COP26, you in fact signed up to the Global Coal to Clean Power Transition Statement that would commit you to phase out unabated coal power in the 2040s. What are the biggest challenges that you face, briefly, if you would?
Yeah, I think we are Yeah, as you mentioned, that we are one of the biggest coal producers, and our usage in our country is only 25% from what is our produce annually. So 75% we help other countries to support their energy requirement. Well, there should be a strong commitment from all the countries to reduce their coal consumption, even to eliminate their coal use. So every country, they have their own program, they have their own roadmap. So I think there should be a common goal. So in our country itself, if we have to retire our coal power plant following the contractual basis, it has to be, it will be finished by 2056. But right now there is an initiative from several financial institutions that to accelerate the coal retirement. So we are discussing with several financial institutions to reduce it. The other problem that we are facing with is about the workers who are working in the mining sectors. So we have to prepare such kind of program in order to how to make them survive after they lost the job. So this is a big challenge. But as I mentioned to you, we are in the target to reach the net zero emission by 2060. And then we are also, thanks that we're blessed with a big source of renewable in our country.
And thank you so much for mentioning the challenge of finding jobs for displaced workers. I'd like to come back to the social side of the energy transition in a moment, but let me first go to Dr. Bruch to ask you about another big challenge associated with getting off not only coal, but also other fossil fuel resources, namely stranded assets, legacy assets, valuable existing power plants, infrastructure that were designed for fossil fuels and coal. Do they simply have to be written off, or to what degree can we truly repurpose something like coal-associated assets?
No, I think that you can do a lot, and I think we should be smart of using existing infrastructure to have a sensible way forward. I mean, obviously, we particularly at the moment, coal is one thing, the other thing is gas, obviously, and how do we make sure that we can have a smart coal to gas and then gas to renewable transition. And you can convert gas turbines to hydrogen injection, ammonia and green ammonia injection, and gradually, obviously, use it afterwards to stabilize a grid, which has a higher intake of renewable power and still have low or no emissions than in the backup operation when needed. So there are smart ways to do it. I think we should make sure that we steer the money invested into energy transformation really with the focus to decrease the maximum CO2 amount. And I believe this will drive us to use existing infrastructure to refurbish it, to modify it, also to take other gases like hydrogen going forward, and having afterwards a setup by use also of some of the old assets. So it's possible in a different design, and it's also obviously something which will require a close discussion between all parties collaborating in the market.
Thank you very much. And again, that is a remark that I will take with me into our hydrogen panel, because the topic of the degree to which we can repurpose infrastructure for hydrogen is, of course, currently a big debate. Let me now shift us to the social question, again, because of having an eye on the clock. And it was mentioned by both ministers earlier this morning, both Minister Baerbock and Minister Habeck, that in the aftermath of the pandemic and as a result of the crisis in Ukraine, people everywhere are feeling the pain of rising energy prices, an inflationary spiral that is in fact also exacerbating global hunger. So it is obviously more crucial than ever that the energy transition really delivers benefits rather than additional burdens. So I'd like to ask several of you to just talk a little bit about what your country or institution is doing to work toward this aim. And if I may, I'm going to start with Vice Minister Mochina, also to pick up on Egypt's role in coming in, being designated president of COP27, because we saw a fairly small share of the audience saying that more ambitious NDC would be a crucial driver, but we saw a very large share of the audience saying we need accelerated investments. And of course, the investments that are crucial for many countries are also investments in adaptation, not simply in mitigation. And I know that this is a key focus for Egypt. So can you talk about that a little bit and link it also to the social side?
شكرا جزيلا. يعني الحقيقة مصر السنة دي إن شاء الله سوف تنظم كوب 27 والعنوان الرئيسي والتارجت الرئيسي لمصر هذا العام في الكوب 27 هو البناء على ما تم تحقيقه في جلاسكو في كوب 26. بالفعل تم الانتهاء من كافة المفاوضات والوصول إلى النصوص التفاوضية في باريس أجريمنت، لكن الهدف الرئيسي في كوب 27 إن شاء الله سوف يكون التحول من مرحلة التفاوض إلى مرحلة الإمبلمنتيشن ومرحلة التنفيذ والدخول.
Deputy Minister, I'm not getting a translation. Are others in the room getting a translation? No? Okay.
No.
I'm going to come back to you.
Yes.
Maybe our translator...
I will speak in English.
Oh, you'll speak in English?
Yes,
okay,
no problem.
Good.
No problem.
Thank you. Flexibility is everything in the energy...
I'm sorry, the interpreter apologizes. So now there will be an interpretation into English.
Egypt will organize this year, by the end of this year, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And the main title and the main target of COP27 will be the moving from negotiation to the implementation. So we need to put all targets and all objectives of Glasgow and all COPs and previous COPs to be implemented in the near future. And also, all of you know that Egypt will organize this COP on behalf of African continent. African continent is more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So we need to be balanced between mitigation and adaptation. So, if we look at the ambitions of the raising of renewable energy or implementing the clean energy in the African continent, or especially in Egypt, we need the more support from developed countries. One of them may be financing. As I mentioned before, Egypt decided to exclude and eliminate coal power plants from our strategy by 2035. Can you predict that the amount of coal power plant is around 23 gigawatt from coal? If we replace this amount of coal power plant to be replaced by renewable energy, we need around 46 gigawatt from renewable energy, depending on the capacity factor of the renewable energy. The amount of financing needed for that, around $50 billion to invest in this amount of renewable energy by 2035. So we need more cooperation between North and South to support African continent and African countries for two pillars and two paths. One of them, the adaptation with the climate change, and also to support the African continent and African countries to implement and to construct more and more from renewable energy capacities. We need, for that financing, we need capacity building, because if we add more and more from renewable energy, the stability of grid will be challenged. So we need capacity building, we need technology transfer, we need electrical interconnection with Europe grid, and so on. So the challenge is is big, but with collaboration, with cooperation, we can face these challenges in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for your flexibility. The translator apologized. She was away from the microphone, I think. So let me now ask, we have about 5 minutes left, as I hear, so let me ask Minister Ben Ali and then Minister Aliyu also to talk, if you would, about what your country is doing to take people along on this energy transition. And again, we heard our young speakers at the end of the closing ceremony talking about the crucial impact also for young people. So talk about that a little bit, if you would, please. I go first? Sure.
Okay. I'll go
Minister
first.
Ben Ali, please.
Sure. No, I think thank you very much for this question. I think it's a people-centric question is essential. And we heard it at the COP in Glasgow, and we are hearing it today in Berlin. And I think that's something that Siemens was saying when they talk about societal challenge. We need to put a price tag on all this. It's unbearable, but we need to put a price tag. So when I say that if you want us to flood the market with $2 hydrogen and equivalent of ammonia, we can do that. I mean, our one-stop shop here can definitely give you the certificates of origin for tradable green certificates for green hydrogen, access to information on investment opportunities, etc., stable regulatory framework, etc., etc. We are already connected to Europe. Morocco already has a couple of electricity lines to Spain. We are working on a third one. We are also working on an interconnection with Portugal, potentially with the UK, and we also have a pipeline, a gas pipeline between Morocco and Spain. So we are already there in terms of connectivity. What it means now is that we need to put a price on all this, on the negative externalities and a cost on those negative externalities, and hopefully some incentives on the positive externalities for those who are able to accompany us in this energy transition. We like to do it discreetly, we like to do it efficiently, but again, I'm hearing really putting a call for let's stop using colors, and our friend Francesco La Camera, I see it here, if we can start to put some numbers, it will help the financial community speak the same language as the policymakers, and it will enable us to push through those projects for the benefits of the people within Europe and within the countries that are at the outskirts of Europe who are playing a leading role in this energy transition. So we really want to utilize the underutilized or non-utilized infrastructure that we already have, that was built in the 20th century to cater for 19th century fuels. I agree with you. But that comes with a cost as well, and we have to internalize those costs. Mm-hmm. And I'll finish with the final word on leapfrogging. We're always asked to leapfrog to green hydrogen and green ammonia. Definitely, what we are trying to do is to rebuild our infrastructure, be it electricity systems, gas infrastructure, to enable them to be future-proofed for hydrogen and ammonia for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Aliyu, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Yes, you have asked what we are doing in our individual countries. Yeah, we have all been doing our own bits, but the approach should be well coordinated like this. And what are we doing collectively? Countries have their own challenges, peculiar to where they are. So with the coordinated global action based on Paris Accord and COP26, it's urgent now to do the renewable way more than ever before. However, we must not forget the fact that countries differ in the emission of the carbon in the atmosphere. The richer countries emit more of the carbon, and they have enjoyed the benefit of that for over 2 centuries. So, for instance, my country, emission is just very infinitesimal, very small compared to the other countries' per capita emission. So I think the rich countries should look at the smaller countries in terms of support to make them leapfrog, as let me use her word, out of the present situation. Because most of these countries have a lot of challenges, insecurity, hunger, and so many things like this. So it is only when you are out of this situation that you give more attention to other things like that. More so, the fossil fuel that we are trying to outface is the source of income of some of these countries.
Of course.
And that's the source of energy. For instance, my country, 80% of our generation comes from that. Yeah. Only 20% comes from renewable, which we have a vision now to increase to 30% renewable by 2030. And the pathway that we have developed towards the 2060 net zero will require over $400 million. Where will this come from if we don't get support from multilaterals from other countries? So this is the way I want us to approach this. The richer countries should look upon the smaller countries in terms of finances and support, loans based on concessionary terms, and things like that.
Minister,
to be able to carry everybody along.
Thank you so much. I think that is a very important note to end on. We did, in fact, hear from the German foreign minister earlier saying there can be no national path in the Energiewende, in the energy transition. It can only be accomplished internationally, globally, with cooperation. And certainly, I know that will be a topic in Sharm el-Sheikh also later on this year. So many, many thanks to all of you for being part of this panel. Thank you so much, Commissioner Simpson, for being with us from Brussels. We very much appreciate your joining us remotely. And thank you for your very strong messages that we will take with us into our further discussions here at BETD 2022. And let's give them a warm round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we go over now to the Europazaal studio, where Jennifer has an opportunity to speak with the founder of the Off-Grid Water Alliance. And we're going to meet back here very shortly to continue with our green sofa discussion with the heads of the IEA and IRENA. So stay with us for that.
Hi, Melinda, thank you so much. Yes, we're going to be back here in just a second with my very special guest for our next studio session. Okay. I'm very pleased to introduce to you Dr. Hamid Beheshti, the founder of the Off-Grid Water Alliance. Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure being with you.
It is such a pleasure to have you today with us.
Thanks.
I know that we are going to get ready for a lot more coming for you, our digital audience and our live audience, so I want to get right into some questions for you. Sure. Now, you've spent the last 20 years of your career working on solar and water projects across the globe. You've now founded the Off-Grid Water Alliance, which is a new initiative meant to bring a voice to the sector at the global stage. There are already several water and energy alliances and councils around the world. Why do we need a new one?
The reason to have a new one is there are other alliances, there are other organizations all over the world. There are water organizations, and then from the water organization, you have energy organizations, energy events, conferences. Not all of them are focusing on the issue of the combination of water and energy at the same time, and focusing on remote part of the planet, on off-grid communities. We wanted to have an alliance focusing on these two together, where SDG 6 and SDG 7 meet. So where water meets electricity, water means renewables in the remotest part of the planet from one side, and in off-grid community in general from the other side.
Thank you so much. Now, I wanted to ask you, what does off-grid mean in practice? Are we just talking about rural villages?
Not necessary, not at all. Off-grid means a place where electricity lines are there, but there is no electricity in it. You can't imagine. There are plenty of different parts of the world that electricity lines are there, not necessary electricity in. Or there is no electricity line, there is no grid. Again, that place is off-grid. Or there is the electricity grid. People would not afford paying for electricity. Again, that means off-grid. When you do not have access to that electricity, you cannot have the access to it. Again, you are off-grid. The last, but the most, let's say, famous form of off-grid is absolute remote part of the planet where there is no grid, where people do not afford even having a diesel engine or whatever for their electricity supply. This is the definition. In this definition, many of the poor urban communities, many of the satellite cities around capitals in developing countries, they are all called off-grid communities, not necessarily villages.
That's an important point to make.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's a big misunderstanding. When we talk about off-grid, people think, okay, you are in rural, you are in villages, we are in urban. That's not true.
It's, as we heard in that last panel, it is going to take all of us.
Sure.
So I got another question for you. Where's the alliance going to be heading amid the global security challenges that we're facing right now? We have to take, of course, Ukraine as an example.
Sure.
Where can we put water into the energy transition dialogue? And I'll ask you to keep your mic a little bit closer.
Sure. With all these challenges, the unfortunate growing challenges of security around the world, we see wherever the security is challenged, the issue of electricity, the issue of water is also growing. This is what we see in the role of the Off-Grid Water Alliance to bring its services to the places, to the war zones, or to the places, whatever challenges that is growing there. Either is a security issue like a war now in Ukraine, or any other drought cases that now we have in East Africa. In the energy transition dialogue, what the Alliance tries to highlight and bring a voice to the entire sector, for the entire sector to the world is, look, energy transition is not just an urban entity, is not just an urban notion. Energy transition should cover the entire world. We are talking about the entire planet. So we should not just talk about the urban communities where we let the developing countries, we let the off-grid communities do not pave the same exact path that we have paved in the past decades or centuries. We can bring other opportunities to them, developing themselves in a more sustainable way. So Off-Grid Water Alliance can play a strategic role in terms of energy transition to help off-grid communities develop more sustainably and develop the way that, again, they have their own voice, they have their own school, they have their own title in the development, and they would not be ignored. In many of our energy transition dialogues, we see that less of access, less of a stage we are bringing to those that are traditionally voiceless.
That's true, and I'm happy that you bring up the idea of access. We're going to be looking in some of our panels later today and tomorrow at access. We're also going to be looking at the role that water is going to play for us. We still have about another 30 seconds. I'd like to ask you for a final comment, Dr. Hamid Beheshti.
Pleasure. The final comment I can bring to the entire stage here in energy transition is, again, the same issue, that be careful, energy transition should not just be for urban communities. Off-grid communities, rural communities, poor urban communities, they should be all part of this game. And we hope Off-Grid Water Alliance, where SDG 6 and SDG 7 is meeting, brings the voice of the sector of those with solution for those communities. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Hamid Beheshti, for joining me today. I know that you make your home here in Berlin as well.
Indeed.
And it's such a pleasure to have you joining us live here today.
My pleasure.
We still have just a minute or two, so I'm going to take the opportunity to welcome our dialogue ambassador to the stage, and she's going to check in quickly and let us know what's happening online after our first panel session. Rebecca?
Sure. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to be back. Thank you so much. You know, our opening session, there was so much, it was so rich in really interesting statements, and our social media community really celebrated those aspects. And I would just like to bring in a tweet that is pointing out to some of those statements. This one actually is about the BTD is as strong a message as it gets for a new economic direction with feminism, social and environmental justice, and respect of planetary boundaries at its core, and mission-oriented innovation as its driving force. So this tweet really is relating to all of those nice speeches that we have heard today from our Minister Baerbock or Habeck or also Mazzucato. So this is more or less the sum up, but later maybe I can give you more interesting insights.
That sounds fantastic. We're definitely looking forward to that. For now, it is time for a very special Green Sofa event over in the Weltsaal, and we'll head now to the Weltsaal.
Welcome back, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen here in the Weltsaal, may I ask you to please take your places because we want to continue straight away with our next discussion. Thank you very much. So the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue stands not only for intensive discussion here. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your places, please? Hello, dear members of the audience here in front, if you would kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. The Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, dear ladies and gentlemen, stands not only for the discussions that we have here amongst ourselves, but also for a focus on networking with other organizations and also other summits that are dedicated to supporting the energy transition. And to that end, we send out our green sofa into the world, both literally, especially earlier, pre-pandemic, it was a literal object that was here on the stage, but we also send it out virtually in the sense of being a platform for exchange. And in this session, we're on the sofa in spirit, as it were. The green, at least, is reflected here behind us. We are using the virtual green sofa to bring two of our traditional partners into dialogue with each other. It's our traditional dialogue between the heads of the International Energy Agency and the International Renewable Energy Agency, who after a very long hiatus are now with us again personally live in the Weltsaal, which I find utterly delightful given the fact that I have seen both of you rather often on screens in the last few years. So welcome Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the IEA, and Francesco La Camera, who is Director General of IRENA. And this is a compact time slot, dear gentlemen, so I am going to ask you to please keep your answers brief within the allotted time that we had discussed in advance of 2 minutes, if you would. I know it's a big ask, but I'm very grateful for your patience. And given all that we have been hearing this morning about the links between the current geopolitical tensions and the energy transition, I'd like to begin with the short-term perspective. Often we've done this the other way around, but I think today I'd really like to start short term and ask you to begin with Fatih Birol. We are witnessing very significant market volatility, high prices that both of the ministers underlined. We're also extremely uncertain about the future of oil and gas trade with Russia, which is one of the world's top exporters. So how great is the risk that we are facing to energy security, in your view? And are these developments a boost or a potential obstacle for the energy transition?
Thank you very much. First of all, you mentioned we are seeing each other first time since several months, maybe. It is the first time that I am coming to Berlin after a while, and I wanted to make a remark here to start with, which it is very unusual. It is for me. I am truly and deeply impressed with the new German government, how quickly, in a radical way, they responded to Russian aggression in terms of trade, in terms of foreign policy, in terms of defense policy, in terms of energy policy. It is remarkable. I am somebody who follows the Germany since years, and the German energy policy, the foreign policy, Bundesliga, all of them. And I can tell you that I am truly impressed. I wanted to just register this in a clear way. It is a really chapeau to new German government. Second, coming to your question, we are going to see the first global energy crisis. Very simple, because Russia is #1 exporter of oil in the world, #1 natural gas exporter of the world. The actions that the countries around the world will take against Russia, the sanctions, plus possible some supply disruptions, mean energy security will be a critical issue in the next months, if not years to come. And our answer to Russia, in my view, should be bold, should be nimble, but cool-headed. We have to come up with policy responses, both on the production side to replace the Russian oil and gas, but also on the demand side by finding ways to reduce the need for oil and gas. On the supply side, finding different producers. On the demand side, renewable energies, energy efficiency, and we have for oil a big challenge through summer, because in summer oil demand goes up, the driving season. In terms of natural gas, especially in Europe, we have a big challenge next winter. So for oil, the challenge is this summer. For natural gas in Europe, next winter. I finish my 2 minutes, I stop here.
Thank you very much. And I want to pick up essentially on a similar question with Irina and Francesco La Camera. The recent price volatility that we're seeing, these soaring prices for fossil fuels, are obviously a reminder that renewables have an inherent advantage for consumers. But do you think, at least in the short term, that we will really see a major acceleration in uptake of renewables coming out of this current geopolitical crisis?
This is something that we have to see. But
Francesco?
I usually put something around.
Exactly.
I say this is something that we have to see how we will move. Because situation is still uncertainty. But when we are talking about this crisis, because naturally it's natural that we concentrate on what's happening now with the Ukrainian crisis. But I wish to put this in the general context of the fact that we have supposed to start the living from oil already 2 years ago, that we have to pick gas by 2025, that we have to decrease emission by half in 2030. So I understand that there is a lot of attention on this short period, how we respond to this. But we have to be conscious that this is a moment, this is the moment that show once more how the centralized system based on fossil fuel was not able to provide for us a reliable energy system. So this is there, and we have the chance or the luxury to deal with the short term and the medium long term. We have to deal with this together. On this, I like to give you an example. I was 3 days ago in Bangladesh. They flew by helicopters to see a solar plant, and I asked it how long it takes. You say 8 months for a 35 megawatt, not a very big one, but 35 megawatt. You can give energy for a big city. So what is the short term? No? Right, yeah. So we have to start. We understand that the Germany has no change program on nuclear to reactivate because they could be ready in 2024. So they say it's not feasible. So we have not to talk about new infrastructure. There is no room economically, environmentally. There is no room. So when we respond to the short term, we have to think already to the medium long term. Mm-hmm. So honestly, we have to have a clear discussion, that's for sure. But we came this year with our World Energy Outlook, say very clear. Last year, say the window's closing for the 1.5. Today, we say if we don't act now in a very, with the speed scale needed, please stop talking about 1.5. It will be not anymore there. Yeah, right. And I'm afraid that also the 2 degrees will be not there, because one thing are the commitment, one thing are the trends that we are observing. And this we have to make very clear in our report. So closing is a question of the political capacity to put willingness into the reality.
And let me pick up on that point, Fatih Birol, in regard to coal, because the IEA recently warned that at a time when governments should be phasing out coal, demand is actually rising, and now more so than ever, of course, because of the Ukrainian crisis. So the previous panel reminded us that the challenges of phasing out coal are especially great for emerging and developing countries. How can we make sure we make progress globally on this key issue?
So you are right. What we do at the IEA, every year we look at the global emissions. Do they increase? Do they get lower, higher? And last month, when we looked at the emissions, because in Glasgow we heard very strong statements from the countries, but our numbers show that in the year 2021, last year, global emissions, all the emissions in the world, reached a historical high. We have never seen such a big number of emission increase. And the main reason was the surge of coal used in electricity generation. Now, my main worry, if I combine this with the current crisis we are in, my main worry is, especially as a result of high energy prices, Asia may start new, I underline, new coal investments, infrastructure, which could lock in the use of coal decades to come. So this is extremely important. And there is a role here for the Europe also to think what kind of policies Europe will take, including Germany, because we should not forget that the 1 ton of emissions going to atmosphere from Jakarta or from Detroit or from Hamburg or from Stockholm, it has the same effect on everybody. Emissions don't have a passport. So therefore, coal is a major issue. And here, this year, the IEA is similar to what we did last year, the net zero roadmap for 2050 for the entire world. This year, we are making how to bring the coal emissions to zero by 2050 without sacrificing the economic growth and energy security in the emerging countries.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you, Francesco La Camera, to talk a little bit about hard-to-abate sectors like industry, transport, buildings, all of which contribute a lot to global greenhouse emissions. Green hydrogen is often referred to as the fuel of choice for industry, but as Irina has pointed out, in fact, it has a long way to go before becoming competitive and affordable.
That's for sure.
Microphone?
It's for sure that we have to pay a priority attention to the end-of-use sector, and where hydrogen, as has been said also in the intervention by the minister, will play a very important role. But when we talk about the end-user sectors, they are not all equal. in the sense that some are less harder to abate sectors. So probably in buildings, in these sectors, we are already advancing. And when we talk about where hydrogen could play really the difference, we as ARENA, we don't say that hydrogen is not going to be competitive. It's going to be competitive in a very short time. But we have to think about green hydrogen as we have been able talking about renewables 10 years ago. So what is lacking is not the green hydrogen price as such, but the fact that there is not still a demand that makes possible to go the scale that is needed. And also this is very daunting, honestly thinking. So we have today, I think, less than 0.5 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity. What we see about what's happening will bring us to 18 gigawatts by 2025. But we have to give 360 gigawatts by 2030 if you want to be in line with the electrification through green hydrogen or hydrogen in two of these sectors. So we have to understand what are the right policies for doing this. So we have to be able naturally to work on the supply side. By my point of view, it could be much more important work on the demand side. So all the industries that may use hydrogen has to be encouraged, to be supported to make the change. If this will happen, so if the demand will be growing, so I think that the affirmation of green hydrogen will become at a scale soon.
We are going to have a hydrogen panel later on today, but permit me to just briefly get a take from both of you on a really critical aspect of the shift, not only to hydrogen, but also to other renewable clean energy sources. And it's this, and it's interestingly enough, the lead topic for this week's Economist, namely the geopolitics of supply of the crucial minerals, rare earths, and other materials that are in fact needed for PV equipment, wind equipment. How can we, Fatih Birol, ensure the supply of these commodities that are crucial for the energy transition, many of which are also geographically concentrated and not necessarily in countries with great governance systems?
So, I mean, today, when it comes to energy security, it is Russia and natural gas. Tomorrow, it is lithium, another country, if we do not change the current situation. I read The Economist as well. They have made a nice, very nice charts and everything, very clearly expressed the problem based on our work at the IEA. If I can summarize, the top 3 critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, and rare earth materials, their production, these 3, 75% of the global production is concentrated in 3 countries. I mean, 3 countries are producing 75% of all these 3 critical materials. Tomorrow, whoever this country is, it may be a good intention, bad intention, to rely the entire electric cars, windmills, solar panels to a very few number of countries in a concentrated manner is a risk. So it is the reason we have to find ways to address this issue, ranging from other countries to produce those critical minerals to bringing some safety nets. Last week, there was the International Energy Agency ministerial meeting chaired by the US Secretary of Energy, Mrs. Granholm. 40 ministers around the world were in Paris, and they have decided to ask the IEA to build a safety network on the critical minerals and coordinate among the countries to be ready for the rainy days.
Thank you very much. And let me get Francesco Lacamera's take on the same question, including not only the geopolitics of renewables as such, but also the geopolitics of green hydrogen, because in fact, Irina recently put out a study on that subject that points out that in fact, this could potentially go either way. It could be a system stabilizer, but it could also be destabilizing unless certain conditions are met.
So, first of all, in the mineral rare earths, the rare earths are not rare geologically. So Fatih is right in saying that for the time being, the production is concentrated in a few number of countries, but it's possible work on mining in more countries, so to diversify the offer. So this is a first point. The second is that we have to work to ensure that we will work on the market not like predator, but try also to let the benefits of the mining stay in the country they are producing these minerals or now rare earth. This could be support their country also to provide for a stable offer of these elements. The third point is that the innovation is already there, and we see that the dependency from this mineral rare earth is decreasing day after day. And we think also that moving on the batteries and the possibility of recycling or the potential of circular economy is there. So we don't see that we have to pay the due attention, but I don't see this as a barrier for the energy transition and for the affirmation of renewables. Concerning green hydrogen, I wish to be very brief because I want to stay in my time. We have made clear that the green hydrogen has the potential to bring many actors into the market. This means that we can move slowly to a system that may look like more to a competitive system, so that we will, diminish the rent nowadays on the market, and will ensure that more independency in the energy system. So we will have, I think that the German minister said that how it's possible to go from a decentralized to a centralized system, bringing more democracy into the management of the energy system.
Thank you very much. I'm getting word from our organizers that time is flying by and that we have just a couple of minutes left on the clock. So let me ask both of you to speak very briefly to a crucial point that both of your organizations have emphasized in a great deal of analysis that you've done, namely how we unlock adequate resources, adequate financial flows for a truly inclusive energy transition that is also at the speed that we need. Your key messages, Fatih Birol?
So, first of all, I would like, two things maybe. First, we are seeing every day in television, in the social media, a humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. This is incredible. And this is not a Russia-Ukraine crisis, this is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I want to put the name of it. This is number one. But this humanitarian crisis is causing an energy crisis, we all know. And we should not forget the third crisis, which is the climate crisis. So as a result of that, what I am saying is the governments that are taking now measures in order to address this energy crisis should not create additional barriers to reach our climate goals. And here, when it comes to resources, financing, investments, I think we should pay a special attention to how we are going to mobilize investments, clean energy investment, renewable efficiency, electric cars and others in the emerging world where the bulk of the emissions will come from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That certainly underlines the message we heard in our last panel. Francesco La Camera, same question to you. You said we shouldn't be distinguishing between short-term and longer-term. We need to be moving now. So your key message on financial resources.
I think, Melinda, that you will start to love me in the sense that to say, read this. This is the answer that of Arena to link the short-term to the medium long-term response. Thank you very much.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Will we find this online? Because it's great to see that thing known as paper, but I suppose that it's online. So Irina's website tells you everything you need to know about the answer to that question. To both of you, many, many warm thanks for being with us for this very interesting, far-reaching dialogue. I wish we'd had more time, but you've really managed to compress a lot of messages into a short space of dialogue. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, one thing is very clear from all that we've heard here this morning. The energy transition has profound implications for peace and security. And that's true not only short-term due to the geopolitical tensions we're currently witnessing, but also longer-term, given climate change's impact on hunger, displacement, conflict. That is the topic in our next plenary discussion here in the Weltsaal in just 15 minutes. And in between, we're going to go back over to the Europazaal, where Jennifer has another special guest with her. And then we'll conduct a parallel session in the Europazaal that looks at the drivers of a just energy transition. So over to Jennifer.
That's right. Thanks so much, Melinda. Welcome back to our studio session. As you mentioned, we are going to have parallel plenary sessions coming up, but in our next studio session, in just a moment, a very special guest. I am joined now by Damilola Ogunbiyi. She is the CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy of Sustainable Energy for All, and the co-chair of UN Energy. Ms. Damilola Ogunbiyi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Leave my microphone on?
Yes, it'd be great if you can leave your microphone on, and we are ready to hear your keynote.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks. Quite often, the focus of our conversations around the energy transition is on changing the energy matrix and transforming our energy systems to move away from being fossil fuel dependent. While this is important and needs to be done, we must also consider another dimension that is equally important, and that is addressing energy poverty. The energy transition story is also an energy access story. For billions of people today, people who lack access to clean, safe, and reliable electricity, and for those who have no access to clean cooking, unless we provide them with, I'm so sorry, I have this background noise, but I'll continue. While we must cut emissions drastically, we must also deliver on Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is achieving affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all by 2030. Yet we're not even close. Today, we still have 759 million people who have no access to electricity and 2.6 billion people without access to clean cooking. In Africa alone, which is where I come from, the numbers are also staggering. You have about 570 million people have no access to electricity and close to 1 billion without access to clean cooking. We're also far off track when we talk about investments. So when we keep on talking about we want investments in clean, renewable energy, what we found is that we are lacking those investments, both in renewables and also clean cooking. For an example, clean cooking commitments in 2013 were roughly about $133 million, which is far short of the $4.5 billion needed. These figures are significant, because basic energy access is significant. It's not even talking about the different higher tiers that we really need for economic growth. We must achieve this, and we have to make sure we have a just and equitable energy transition that truly leaves no one behind. We can't talk about energy transition and leave 1 billion people behind. We need a comprehensive approach backed by adequate and affordable financing to take us closer to a net zero future. Here's one example. At COP26, my country, Nigeria, announced its commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2060. The announcement was spurred by a data-driven energy transition plan that showed the pathway of how Nigeria can achieve net zero and also achieve its energy poverty targets and industrialization targets by 2060. But the plan is estimated to cost about $1.9 trillion. This is between now and 2060, of which 410 billion is above business as usual spending. It's really the electrification of the entire economy. We feel that this is really important. While we talk about energy transition, we have to take the developing countries along. We need to show them how they can address their needs using a low carbon pathway. And we all need to get behind that as a global audience to fund it. So that is what I'm here to say today. We must have much bolder ambition to accelerate finance and implementation on ground to make sure that we achieve our net zero targets while not leaving anybody behind. Thank you.
So very much Damilolo Ogunbiyi with those important words. We're going to look at that figure of 1 billion people still without access to energy later on today, and of course tomorrow as well on day 2 of the 2022 BETD. Right now, I'd like to take a moment to bring Rebecca Freitag back on stage, our dialogue ambassador, and she's going to let us know how the public has reacted to what we've been hearing the last couple of sessions. Rebecca?
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Yes, and we have heard a lot, and there are a lot of voices on different statements. Let me start with one keynote that we have heard this morning. The keynote comes from Mariana Mazzucato, and she is a professor at the University College in London. And you know, this tweet really sums up quite well everything, or a lot of important statements. For example, to get from ambition to action, we have to stop being reactive. But also, we have to distribute differently, and we need different approaches to govern common goods, innovation, and property rights. You know that you can find us under the handle Green Sofa, and Green Sofa, it's not only a symbol, but it's literally here in the Federal Foreign Office, and it's actually the point where people, our extinguished guests, come in and stop to take a photo. This is what you can see here on this tweet. You see our ministers, German ministers, Baerbock and Habeck. But we have people from all over the world. So here you can also see a delegation from the Dominican Republic. And here's just another tweet from a lot of tweets where you can see the Ethiopian Minister of Water and Energy. Talking about people from all over the world, we have heard also today a really touching speech by Helena Gualinga. She is a human rights activist from Ecuador. And Anna tweeted on that, saying that today at BTD 2022, some of the critical issues are being raised. And then she continues saying, development and human rights need to go hand in hand, and we need multi-stakeholder approaches to ensure the most vulnerable have a voice in a just transition. Yeah, and talking about those voices, I would like to bring up another tweet that comes from Samuel. He is a journalist from Nigeria that focuses especially on climate change and energy transition. And he says, the global north is responsible for climate crisis in Africa. from colonialism to apartheid to neo-colonialism. Now it's a climate crisis in Africa. Europe has the technology and funding to promote renewable energy, but what is the fate of Africa? So really interesting to hear this broad range of different voices on Twitter. And now let's switch back to another really interesting tweet that comes from the speakers who have been on stage. This one is from Fatih Birol. He is the executive director of the International Energy Agency. And he says, we are going to see the first global energy crisis due to war in Ukraine. And he continues in saying, our answer to Russia should be bold, should be clear, but cool-headed. We need to replace Russian oil, gas, but also cut the energy demand. And you really see that, the recent events in Russia really also marks the debate here on stage, but then also on Twitter. And here we have another tweet that comes from the EU Commissioner for Energy. She's called Kadri Simson. And she says, the global energy landscape has changed drastically in recent weeks. But while it may change our tactics, our strategy remains the same. We have an objective to become climate neutral by 2050. So these are all the voices that, that we hear on the stage and that are being retweeted and are being applauded to. But here is also a critical question that comes from one of our listeners. And at this point, I really also want to encourage you to keep also posting questions that you have that you may want to address. This tweet is about green hydrogen, and it asks, how can we ensure that, as far as possible, only green hydrogen is used and that its production is not at the expense of people in the global south? Also with regard to the endangerment of marine life through desalination plants. So this is so far our summary of what has been happening on social media. Again, you can find us on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or on Instagram. Also, please share your photos if you're on site or if you just watch the live stream. We are really curious to get to know more of your own perspectives, but also maybe questions you have or comments you have. Please do so by using the hashtag. Please do so by using the hashtag BTD22, and you can tag our handle greensofa_BTD. And with this summary, I would like to invite back Jennifer to, maybe talk a little bit our next panel.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That's right. I also want to say it is so important to all of us here at the BTD. If you're also here and you're looking at us and you're listening to these amazing sessions that we have planned for you, tweet it. We would love to know if you're someone who's been on stage or if you're here as a spectator. We would love to hear what you have to say. Use that hashtag BETD22, and Rebecca will be able to bring you up onto our tweet wall as well. I don't know if you can hear any of the noise here. We are getting ready for our first panel here in the Europasaal. That also means that this is now the session for those of you who are our registered users. I'll talk to you for just a moment. If you registered for the 2022 BETD, you now have the chance to choose the Europasaal or the Europe Hall stream, and that will bring you back into the Europasaal. Well, I'll be joined in just a moment by a panel of 6 very distinguished guests. If you are watching live on YouTube or if you are here on site, the main stream will go with the panel that Melinda will be holding over in the Weltsaal. Now, this is our first parallel session, but it's our first parallel session of 7 parallel sessions that will be running over the next 2 days. So if there's a topic that you want to see that you can't see today, or if there's something in the Europasaal that you're not a registered user and you can't see, you can find all of this on YouTube later this week. So now, ladies and gentlemen, The choice is yours. If you stick with the live stream, you'll join Melinda as her panel takes a look at the impact of the Energiewende and climate on peace and security. Or if you're a registered attendee, you can join me here in the Europazaal for a panel discussion on drivers for a just and social energy transition.
The war against Ukraine has spotlighted the geopolitics of fossil fuel dependence. The energy transition towards renewables and green hydrogen offers an opportunity to reduce dependence on unreliable or volatile suppliers. It simultaneously creates new interdependencies and power relations. In this panel, we want to look at the two sets of risks, those posed by climate change itself and those sparked by the shifting geopolitics of energy.
And welcome back, everybody. Great to have you with us for this session on the impact of the Energiewende on peace and security. And as we just heard in our short film there, indeed, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has spotlighted the urgency of overcoming dependence on fossil fuels as never before. So in the next hour, we want to take a deeper dive on the shifting geopolitics of energy, asking whether the Energiewende stabilizes global energy systems and reduces geopolitical risks, or whether it could create new interdependencies, and we just touched on that in our Green Sofa debate with the heads of IEA and IRENA, or whether it will create new interdependencies that could wind up outweighing the benefits of cutting back on fossil fuels. Those are a couple of the questions that we'll address with an outstanding panel. We are waiting for one member of the panel, but I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our other panelists and then also do a brief audience poll, hopefully buying a little bit of time for our fourth panelist to get here. So it's a pleasure to welcome Professor Roberto Cingolani. He is Italy's Minister of Ecologic Transition, and he previously served as Scientific Director of the Italian Institute of Technology, an internationally esteemed research center, and was also Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of the Italian aerospace company Leonardo. Great to have you with us, Minister. And we are also very pleased to welcome with us, joining us remotely, Adam Guibourgé-Chetvertinsky. I hope I more or less correctly pronounced that, dear Undersecretary of State. He is Undersecretary in the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Poland, and he was the former chief negotiator of the Polish presidency of COP24 in Katowice, after which he headed the Environmental Department at the Permanent Representative of the Republic of Poland to the EU. And it's also a great pleasure to welcome a woman who was mentioned with great enthusiasm in our opening ceremony, Jennifer Morgan. She was recently appointed State Secretary and Special Envoy for International Climate Action at Germany's Federal Foreign Office. She is a former member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and she will be familiar to many of you also as the former Executive Director of Greenpeace International. It's great to see you again, Jennifer, and wonderful to have you on this panel. As I said, we're waiting for a fourth panelist. I will introduce him when he arrives. And ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to do while we're waiting for his arrival is a very brief survey of the audience. Again, this is one that you can take part in either at hashtag BETD2022 or by using our digital tool. You see the question hopefully right now on your screen. It is this: from a security perspective, how would you judge the Energiewende? It will make the world safer, it will make the world less safe, or the effects will cancel each other out. And I'm going to give you a little time to vote. At the moment, it's 100% going in one direction, but we'll see if that could change. And Yeah, you're staying at 100%, but we're going to take another look at that in just a moment. Maybe, though, what I'll do is I will get the take from those who are with us now on how you see exactly that question, whether you think that the current crisis will accelerate the shift out of fossil fuels and into green energy, and that will make the global energy system more stable, or that we're going to be replacing one set of vulnerabilities with another one. Minister Cingolani.
It's okay. Thank you. Well, the present crisis, to my opinion, will accelerate the transformation. First of all, I would have answered the question, will make the world cleaner, not safer. I don't think safety will depend primarily on energy. It will depend on the attitude and behavior of humans. So it will be cleaner, the world. The situation we are facing now is, of course, forcing all countries to accelerate towards renewable energies. I mean, for instance, in Italy, we're trying to keep the roadmap to minus 55% decarbonization exactly as it was before the war, in that we will replace the gas that is currently imported by Russia in exactly the same amount, or possibly slightly less, because in the meantime, we're accelerating renewable installations, we are accelerating the energy saving program. So let's say in a few years, hoping the war will finish as soon as possible, in a few years, we will have more renewable electricity, slightly less gas. But I think the real challenge is not 2030. The roadmap up to there is clear. The real challenge is after 2030. And I think we need a completely different energy landscape for the second and third decade. Right now, I don't think energy-intensive countries such as Germany or Italy can make it only with renewable and having a little amount of gas for programmability. So this requires some deep thought.
Thank you very much. And State Secretary Morgan, can I get your take on the same question, if you would?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the energy transformation, the Energiewende, in the middle of this horrible war, I think it will come together and has to come together to create more stability, but it will be disruptive. I mean, we are seeing how disruptive dependency on, right now, Russian fossil fuels is, and we're seeing how disruptive the dependency on all fossil fuels is through climate impacts that are happening around the world that are making us much less safe. So I think, and there are a myriad of examples there that are front and center. So I think the key, though, is right now, in the short term, to be accelerating that transition, as both ministers spoke about this morning, into renewables and energy efficiency, to be looking at, for Germany, how to fill that gap, but to fill the gap in a way that, from Russian oil and gas, that doesn't just mean that it gets filled at the same amount from other suppliers. In other words, we must take that step to really remove our dependency on all fossil fuels as soon as possible. Does that mean that there will be other security or stability issues that come forward? Yes. Do we have to tackle that? Do we have to address that and figure out how to do that? We can do that, and we're doing a lot of work here at the Foreign Ministry to do that. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. And in fact, we'll come back to that a little bit later. But let me now welcome our fourth member of the panel. It's a great pleasure to welcome Yaroslav Demchenkov. Wonderful that you can be with us. And he is Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Energy. He is Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Energy and Environmental Protection, as well as Deputy Minister of Energy for European Integration, in a career that has included high-level positions with the UN Development Program and the World Bank. He has long experience with international projects in energy, green economy, and infrastructure. And, sir, I'd like to, I will ask the Polish Undersecretary of State if you would kindly defer at the moment from answering that question we just posed, and we're going to go straight to the Deputy Minister from Ukraine to basically get your assessment of the current security balance as it links to energy.
Thank you so much. I do really appreciate to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. Our country is already in the second month of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. And after 5 weeks of our war against, this war against originally Ukrainians, against humanity, freedom and democracy, I want to stress that Putin has a specific plan to destroy Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and Putin avoid shelling around our gas transportation system to Europe, so that he has a plan after taking control over Ukraine to use our energy system to continue bargaining and trading with Europe and keep it hooked on the needle of energy dependence. It is an attack on the unity and future of Europe and its nations. Panic on Europe's energy market is playing a vital role of Russia, because this panic fits right into Putin's very cynic and aggressive strategy. The current panic is grounded in a myth that Europe has no future without Russian energy sources. Russia continues to use politicians and lobbyists on its payroll to create a fear within the European community that the green transition is dead end, and that now you should increase the level of fossil fuel and especially Russian gas. Europe should meet this challenge with dignity and resolve. We should ensure our energy security and not divide from planet green course. And the war and the current energy crisis should be a turning point for Europe in ending Russia's energy blackmail and achieving global decarbonization goals. I am confident that this topic very important for all of us, and I am confident that this sad and tragic event in our country should change the current energy security balance with the main direction. Firstly, destroyed completely the Russian myth that Europe could not survive without Russian energy. Second, stop financial flows to Russia. Russians get more profit selling fossil fuel. We should stop this. We should review plans for the use of gas as a transitional fuel, taking diversification and energy security into account. And last but not the least, invest in balancing capacity, including storages, to enable more use of renewables. Commercialization of other latest great technology is energy. In the long run, they will guarantee energy independence and efficiency contribution to the goal, effectively contribution to the goal of our Paris Agreement.
Thank you very much. May I just ask you a very brief follow-up question, and that would be whether, as a result of the war, you have a different perspective now on nuclear energy?
Yeah, just recently we had a meeting, PTEC event, and we discussed this issue of nuclear energy. You know, in this case, we see that Russia occupied and captured the biggest in Europe nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. And we see that Russia really demonstrate, it's difficult to say it, unfriendly, very aggressive activities, and this is act of nuclear terrorism. And we see that Russia has shown completely disregard to the key pillars that ensure the development of nuclear energy, namely safety, security, and safeguards. So that's why our society, Europe, the United States and all countries should demonstrate Russia very active positions. And first of all, we believe that it is necessary to limit the ability of Russia to implement new projects for the construction of nuclear facilities outside Russia, especially here in Europe. In spring 2020, Rosatom provided evidence of actual contracts for the complete or partial construction of just 25 reactors, and this is a huge amount of funds, a total volume around 100 billion US dollars. So we should stop this. We should provide sanctions on the whole Rosatom group. We should limit the ability of Russia provide their influence, Russians to provide their influence on UN agencies such as International Atomic Agency, and these agencies should be more active and tell the people a really threat regarding Russia, this situation on nuclear facilities in our. And the last, dirty bomb. This is not a myth. It could be. Really, this is a really big threat for all Europe, for Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. And we should. Because of this, we should stop Putin immediately, because each hour cost for our country a fortune, not just only because destroy of infrastructure, but each hour Putin is killing our civilians, our people, children. You see a lot of refugees in your country. More refugees could be here if we not stop Putin, not just only from Ukraine. He tried to destroy our revenues, storages for diesel fuel. Because of his plan also stop agriculture activities, stop pumping in this period of time, but this is very important. If we will not do this, we will have a lot of refugees, not just only from Ukraine. We will have a lot of refugees from Africa, other countries, because they will not have enough food. This is criminal war, this is terrorist, and this is really active activities against humanity, against civilization, against our green transition and our future world. And really, we are close to the third World War. We should stop him immediately.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned refugees. Let's go now to the European Union member state that has taken in the most refugees so far, namely Poland. Undersecretary of State Grzegorz Czetwertyński is with us. Sir, your response also, the current security balance as it relates to energy.
Well, first of all, it's I think very delicate to now take the floor after Yaroslav, who just gave us a very pregnant testimony of the dramatic events that are taking place currently in Ukraine, and it may seem a bit detached from reality to be talking about very long-term objectives when you have a nation that is being bombed daily, that is fighting for our freedom and our democracy. And you mentioned the number of refugees that Poland is taking. I mean, we are doing this, and we are doing other things to support Ukraine, and we will do everything we can to continue to support Ukraine. But I think it is really not much in comparison with what could happen if we don't take the decisive steps we need to take now to stop Putin, as just Yaroslav has said it. And answering to your previous questions on nuclear, I think we shouldn't mix the risk. I mean, the risk is coming from the war. The risk is coming from Putin attacking Ukraine. And it's not only a problem of this civilian infrastructure. It's a problem of many different civilian infrastructure. Minister Dymchakov mentioned that also in his intervention. And the use of civilian targets in a war is just criminal. And it's not something that we should accept, and we should actually condemn it as the international community. not only these infrastructures that were mentioned. I don't want to make the list of all the risk infrastructures that we have, civilian infrastructure, but definitely using these civilian objectives for war purposes is not something acceptable. Now, coming to your question about energy security, I think in this energy transition period, we are indeed in a more difficult times, because in a sense we are combining the risks associated with the old energy system we're trying to get rid of, the volatility of the prices in on the fossil fuels, the geopolitical risks associated with that, and very well materialized now with the war, and with all the risks associated with the new system at the same time, the stability of the energy system, and the connection with the weather, for instance, for renewables. So we are combining all the risks together. So in this sense, the current transition is definitely a more difficult challenge. But the long-term objective of becoming climate neutral by 2050 for the EU and getting rid, therefore, of fossil fuels is absolutely aligned with our new found will to get rid of Russian fossil fuels as soon as possible. So I think in the long term, these objectives are perfectly well aligned. The challenge is really in the short term, how do we find a new path that allows us to get to the same final objective of becoming climate neutral as the EU by 2050 without relying on imports from Russian fossil fuels. And that is the big challenge that we are facing now.
And let's drill deeper now on precisely that challenge, on the timing and transition risks that all of you have mentioned in part. And I'd like to go back, if I may, to Deputy Minister Demchenkov. Your president has called for Germany to end imports of Russian fossil fuels now. As we know, Minister Habeck has been working tirelessly to bring them down. He's already got natural gas down from a 55% share of Germany's overall natural gas imports to 40%. That's in 5 weeks, so that's quite astonishing. But how can we accomplish such a major shift short term?
We are advocating the smart approach that should not harm the European energy security, but at the same time can be harmful for Russian energy policy and significant limits their possibility to manipulate the markets, first of all. And for instance, Europe can easily refuse from Russian LNG. That will not have a great impact on their EU economy because it is only 9% of consumption, but it will give a powerful signal to Russians and to markets and will have a significant sociology effect for society. And that's, this task may not sound feasible, but it is. Concluding the transit contract with Rosatom, for example, forcing Russia to complete with the third energy package or stopping Nord Stream 2 didn't sound real either. But we see that in the end, none of us believe also that the war against a sovereign European country in the 21st century was real, but did we? And we can't understand the arguments you may hear, including reluctance or fear on an So we see a lot of messages everywhere that it is quite difficult for us not to use Russian energy, not to use. But we see a lot of opportunities. For example, our country can propose storages, gas storages. We could have a lot of cooperation in this field. Sometimes some types of fuel are easily replaceable now, and we should take this into account. And we see that some European business even now stop using Russians fossil fuels such as coal, oil, LNG, and other. And this is good message for governments to do the same. And we are waiting from our European partners that they will stop use Russian fossil fuels. And this is very important message. And I would like just only to use this opportunity to pay more attention on the future. We should pay more attention on green hydrogen and green technology and use them as soon as possible, and also implement energy efficiently. This is also very important approach because we could reduce the consumption of gas and oil, and definitely this could give a significant message to markets, relocated their approach and to have different approaches.
Thank you very much. And let me go to Germany and then to Italy to talk a little bit about diversification, because in fact, your two countries are more dependent on Russian gas than many other EU member states. As I mentioned, you're both working toward diversification short term. What are your main priorities, and what trade-offs can and must you make? And I'm referring in part to the debate that we saw as Minister Habeck went to Qatar and UAE, and questions were raised about whether we're just shifting one potentially politically problematic source of supply for another.
Well, I think first of all, our top priority is to stop the war and find ways as quickly as possible in an emergency way to have peace. And to do that in every single way that we can. I'll come to the energy question, but also obviously to support you and your incredible country, people, in what you're going through. And to help all of the Ukrainians who come here. I agree with my colleague from Poland. It's a small thing for us to do, knowing what you are going through right now. Obviously, this is an incredibly challenging situation, and I think Germany and Minister Habeck and Minister Baerbock are working tirelessly to end our dependency on Russian fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas as quickly as possible. And I recognize that that is not necessarily fast enough, but I can assure you that we're trying to do everything that we can to both make that happen, and I'll come to the question of trade-offs and choices in this incredibly morally just significant moment, but also then to, in this moment, to scale up what we can and how fast we can in the energy efficiency, in the reducing our dependency, right, as a whole, and scaling up the renewable energy. And I think both Germany and certainly the European Union and other countries are looking. I had some conversations with colleagues today with other member states who are just moving as fast as they possibly can, and I call on all of us to do that in that context. I think the choices that we have, and Minister Habeck's tireless work to find those other sources, I think links in also with a point that you were making, which is, okay, we need to remove that dependency on Russian oil and gas as fast as possible, but we also have to ensure that we're not locking in long-term fossil fuel infrastructure from other countries that will then make the 1.5-degree climate goal completely impossible to meet. And this is, I think, will show ourselves in the coming months how resolve, it's like a moment of truth, I think, for all of us. So therefore, the conversations that Minister Habeck has about how to make things green hydrogen ready, and also to make sure that contracts are not these very long contracts, but I'm not aware of all the details of these contracts, but his statements were quite clear. Also with the United States, that the new agreement there with the European Union should not be increasing emissions further. We know that fracking obviously is not a climate appropriate technology, but how to do that in a way that drives us down. And then finally, I just think to say that no matter what we have to do in this period of time to reduce and to end, rather, that dependency, is also to see that we keep our goals in place in Germany and in the European Union to phase out coal and fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Minister Cingolani, same question basically to you, your priorities and also the trade-offs in this connection.
Of course, we share a similar situation with Germany. We are very intensive manufacturing countries, and we import a lot of gas from Russia, about 40%. It's 29 billion cubic meter every year. So we are rushing in getting independent. We have 5 gas pipelines connecting the country. 3 are along the southern and eastern routes, and so we're going to differentiate very soon. We're increasing the number of regasificators. 2 are coming. So the target is to be very fast in replacing those 29 billion cubic meters. But I want to make clear a point. I mean, this is just replacing that amount of gas and eventually reducing that amount of gas. But there are other strategies that in parallel should be deployed. First of all, a mature approach to energy saving. I just want to remind to the audience here that every 10 kilowatt hour we save in energy, we save 1 cubic meter of gas. So just make the calculations very easy. We are investing a lot in circularity. It's a very effective way to produce energy. I mean, Italy has a long-standing tradition in transformational chemistry. We produce approximately 30 million tons of waste every year, and a large part of that can be transformed into energy or compost, reducing nitrogen fertilizers. These are all contributions towards the reduction of the need of gas on one hand, towards the reduction of the dependence of another country on import on the other hand, and also show the way towards a sustainable energy transition. Having said this, I would like to add something. I mean, no one here has mentioned the real problem, which is market speculation. And now the war, of course, is very emotional, and we are all extremely sorry for what's happening. And this is really terrible in the year 2022. But in this moment, in our pipeline, European pipeline, the amount of gas that is flowing is exactly identical to the one that was flowing 1 year ago at this time. Okay, we're not missing gas. The quantity is the same. So can anybody explain me why 1 year ago we were paying 25 cents per cubic meter and today we're paying 1.5 euro per cubic meter? If I have to store my gas in my storage, I need 15 billions now. 1 year ago it was 2 billions. So, of course, there is a free market. I understand. But the market cannot be free on the shoulder of citizens and companies. Mm-hmm. Now, there were people who were beating on the fact that the gas would have been reducing in price according to the forward. They were promising a sale of large amounts of gas at a given price. And then there was an unexpected event that we call the war. And now they're struggling finding the gas that they don't produce. So this is something we guys, all of us, we have to change. And this has nothing to do with the war, because the war is terrible. But also market speculation is terrible. And I would like to hear something about that.
Yeah, a major discussion, of course, in Brussels at the moment about how possibly to address that. Let me go back to the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Grzegorz-Czetwertyński. And Poland said over this past weekend that it will be the first EU member country to completely forego Russian oil, coal, and gas. Surveys of your population, Mr. Secretary of State, show that a majority of Poles absolutely would support a full EU-wide embargo on Russian fossil fuels. Some other EU member states, including Germany so far, Hungary, say that is not possible. They rule out such action, citing the risk of recession. What's your response to that?
Well, I think it was said already and earlier by Jaroslav, but even though it may seem to be something difficult to do currently, I think the difficulty is nothing in comparison with avoiding a war. I believe that maybe being closer to the war in Poland. Seeing on our streets the numbers of refugees and the drama of these situations, and talking to them, maybe we feel that really this war is really a real threat, and maybe you don't realize that well when you're further away. But I do believe that that if we want to avoid this Third World War, as mentioned by Jaroslav, we really need to be doing more, and the cost of these further action is nothing in comparison with what we can avoid. I think the current situation has also clearly shown that relying on one technology and one supplier for our transition has been a very huge risk, and unfortunately that risk has materialized now. And we should really think, when we rethink our strategy, how to diversify our supplies, how to diversify also the technologies that we use to produce energy, in order not to be so dependent on a single technology and a single supplier.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a deeper dive on this and also on the question of energy savings. All of you have mentioned that point. The IEA says that turning down the thermostat just 1 degree centigrade would cut consumption by 10 billion cubic meters of natural gas over a year. That's a month's worth of Russian imports. We're talking about here EU-wide. Speed limits, partial restrictions on car use of the type that we saw in the 1970s after the oil shocks. Other measures would boost all of that, leading The Economist this week to conclude, I'm quoting, that Europe is asking too little of citizens. Would you agree with that, Deputy Minister Demchenko?
Yeah, just only a few remarks regarding previous speakers' messages. Colleagues, crisis and opportunity are the two faces of the same coin. And while for now we see more of a crisis side, still we believe that this hope I share with all Ukrainians, the opportunity is right around the corner. The opportunity to build back safer, greener and more resilient society and economies based on the principle of energy efficiency, climate neutrality. With the Green Deal, the European Union has committed to a complete overhaul energy policy in the way of life. That's why when we are talking about future and current situation, we're first of all thinking about how we could save more energy, how we could destroy this dependence. Because for Russia, this is very significant amount of budget. 33% of their budget came from selling all export of Russia's oil and gas. And this is very important for us, thinking about future, limit our cooperation with Russian energy companies. And regarding this issue, Ukraine is paying a high price for its independence and future. And this is not just only for our independence and future, but also for European countries. And as Adam has mentioned, we see understanding of all countries of this situation. That's why our contribution should be very significant and very, as you have mentioned, we should do this immediately because we don't have time for waiting.
Jennifer? Asking more of citizens. I don't know about you. I'm old enough to remember Jimmy Carter sitting there in a thick sweater telling everybody to turn their thermostats down.
Yeah, I think that maybe two parts of this. I think that clearly there is still massive opportunities, whether it be through the circular economy, whether it be through energy savings, and I think we're seeing that from a government perspective in the package that's moving forward from Germany and the EU of how to accelerate that and double down on those energy savings so that they can happen as quickly as possible for all the reasons that we know. I think that indeed, I think if people want to know how they can help reduce Putin's power and influence, then indeed thinking about what each person across Europe can be doing to reduce that demand that comes with a very high price. And there I think that I know and have many conversations with people about how they each are making that choice. And I think, you know, we live in Europe in a situation where one can take those measures and do so in a way that certainly in comparison to what is happening in Ukraine is just a small way forward, a small way of showing that solidarity. So I would call on people to think about that, to move forward, to know that you reduce Putin's power when you take your own action, and that every bit of that matters.
Thank you very much. And Minister Cingolani, same question to you. And of course, this doesn't mean should we pass on those speculative inflated prices directly to citizens. That's not the point.
Sure.
But what citizens and those who are concerned can actually do in the area of energy efficiency right now.
Yeah, I believe there's a twofold approach. One is the states should help energy saving, for instance, by reducing or improving energy management in the residential housings or traffic limitations. Citizens, and also supporting programs for public awareness. I mean, this is something people, we cannot impose by law energy saving, or at least we can partially impose by law the energy saving. This is a problem of dissemination, education, public awareness. We need to invest in the young people. And saving is not only reducing the thermostatic control of the house, or the heating of the house, or reducing the speed of the cars. Saving is also properly managing food. We are wasting a huge amount of food. I mean, I read in a UN report that with the food we waste in the so-called rich countries, we could feed 3 times as much the vulnerable countries having no food. I mean, we should think about that. Are we ready to operate on the end-of-life pipeline of all our goods to save materials, to recycle? Are we ready to produce cars that are speed and acceleration limited? I mean, I've been living in Germany for many years, and I'm Italian, so I like to drive. Why we build cars, even with the internal combustion engine, that are limited in speed at 250 kilometers per hour, when the speed limits are univocally set everywhere at 120, 130? Come on. We should start thinking. It's even a problem of marketing sometimes. So this is a cultural revolution. We cannot impose this revolution simply by a law. We have to invest in the new generations, I think.
Thank you very much. Let me come back to you, Deputy Minister Demchenkov, if I may, and ask you about, in a way, the obverse side of what we're discussing. You've made it very clear that Putin is seeking to keep everybody hooked on natural gas. He's also doing everything he can to make sure that that gas can keep on flowing. There has been some concern expressed, certainly here in Germany, but also beyond it, about what would happen if, in fact, Russian fossil fuels were to be cut off from one day to the next by the demand side, not by the Russians themselves. Whether that could, in fact, lead a more isolated President Putin, facing extreme economic decline in his country, to become more aggressive rather than less.
It is difficult to predict and think about his actions because he demonstrates that he's a real criminal war, and this is quite difficult to provide any forecast, to do any forecast and planning regarding possible actions from Russia. But we can do everything to stop Russia and to be ready live without Russian energy. And first of all, our country should give up on their decarbonization goals. And I believe that we should work together to achieve energy independence. And this is very important for us at this stage, because, as you have mentioned, we understand that our countries were very dependent on Russia, gas and other fossil fuels. And we should immediately conduct integration of our energy market. Freedom market is really a good option and important option, but we should demonstrate solidarity when we implement European rules. For example, third energy package. We, a half year ago, told that Nord Stream 2, this is a Russian's energy weapon, and this project should be conducted according with third energy package. And we told everybody that when Putin stopped this project, Nord Stream 2, he will start invention, and he did it. Unfortunately, our countries were not ready for this. And not to have such problems in future, we should think about diversifications of our energy sources and reduce dependence on the predatory Russian energy resources. Last month demonstrate Europe's ability to unite in concreting aggression of Russia, and we hope at the same we will true in the energy sector. And during months of this full-scale war, for example, our energy system showed its resilience. It is quite difficult because at the first day before the war, we disconnected from Russia and Belarus electricity grid, and during 2 weeks operated in island mode, just only using our sources, our balancing system. And also this is important that during bombing and destruction of critical energy infrastructure, we also demonstrate resilience. Frequency of our energy grids 50 gigahertz, and this is incredible. This is really demonstrate how our energy is stable. And of course, this is very big challenge for us and threat, this nuclear terrorism, and we should find a proper solution and stop these activities, demilitarize our nuclear facilities and deoccupy these nuclear facilities. And yeah, this is that international society should understand that this is not a game, this is not a movie, this is real life, this is real war, this is real death, and our actions against of this should be also real. And this is not just only for business, this is for governments. Governments should do immediately, and we really thank your government from Germany and Poland and Italy that you provide real support, and we hope in future we will have even more, because this is our joint war, and we should do this joint effort, I think.
Jennifer, if I can just come back to something you said a moment ago. You talked about this moment of moral clarity that we face. And it strikes me that when we talk about sanctions, whether it would be a potential embargo on Russian fossil fuel imports or the sanctions that have already been put into place that are clearly the toughest that certainly the EU has ever imposed, whether we do that not only to get a particular behavior in the short term, which of course often doesn't happen right away, but also simply to reinforce our own moral standards, our norms. And if that's the case, are all of the arguments that are made about why we shouldn't do an embargo, because it could cause more harm to us than to Russia, or maybe it would push Putin in a different direction, do they become less relevant when we look at it that way?
I think the moral choices that are having to be made today are just incredibly difficult. I think the commitment to go as fast as possible in weighing those different choices, which, how do you weigh those things? I mean, you know, are happening in real time, thinking about the reality of what's happening on the ground in the Ukraine, the reality of here, the dynamics of the power games that are going on as well. And I think within that, you know, people are doing the best that they can to try and find that compass in a way forward. And to do things as quickly as possible to end that dependence, but also to recognize those other choices that are there. So, and as I said, I know that's not a satisfactory answer. I think it's an example of how in the world today, the moral choices that are made, particularly in a values-based foreign policy, which we are working hard here to move forward, are incredibly challenging. And the moral choices of wartime, the moral choices of what we're all doing to phase out fossil fuels as a whole we haven't talked too much also about just the ravage of the climate emergency that is happening around the world. We have to do all of this at the same time. We have to do all of it at the same time. And that is just a tremendous, momentous
Absolutely.
challenge.
I was recently present at the United Nations FCCC for discussions, internal discussions, at which they said after the pandemic, we thought we would be returning to climate change absolutely in the spotlight. And in fact, what we're seeing is that once again, one crisis sort of shoves to the side, or at least there's potential for these two crises, obviously, to be mutually productively reinforcing. Nonetheless, it's a lot of crisis to be handled. I wanted to ask whether we should briefly move on to what was supposed to be another central focus of this panel. For evident reasons, we have not given it much time. But essentially, the geopolitics of where we're going. We've been talking a lot about the geopolitics of where we are, but maybe just a brief perspective from each of you on the shift to clean energy and the geopolitical risks that could be entailed there, because of course a lot of the crucial inputs for wind, solar, green hydrogen are also concentrated in particular geographical regions that are not necessarily a great deal more politically reliable or well-governed than fossil fuel producers. So how do you see that trade-off? Is that something that concerns you, and what can we learn going forward?
Yeah, I admit I'm very concerned because there are a couple of important problems that we should somehow face. On one hand, there is about 3 billion people in the planet. By the way, most of those living in countries where there is a lot of sun, who have no good access to energy, sometimes no access to water, and you know there is a gray scale. But I don't think we can conceive a global ecological transition or a global energy transformation just by neglecting those 3 billion people. And this is what is happening now. So I think global inequalities should be treated exactly at the same level or even with some priority as the climate emergency. The second thing is that we were ambitiously accelerating on a 1.5 degrees, just in the COP26. This happened a few months ago. China was accepting the challenge, and this means that over the next few years, the need of China of liquid gas will increase from the actual 300 and something billions to maybe twice that much, about 600 billion cubic meters, because they're going to replace their coal-based primary energy production. So this is commendable on one hand. On the other hand, it's going to unbalance completely the liquid gas market. So we want, of course, China to give the contribution, and we're all happy with that, but then we need to produce an incredible amount of liquid gas. So this will make things more complicated. So the main geopolitical scenario is that we have to take care of a large part of the planet population that is really in the need of energy, water, agriculture, food. On the other hand, we have a massive change in the energy landscape of the advanced countries, and we have to face those things. And once again, I don't think we can do this only with renewable energy. So maybe we should seriously consider for the next 3-4 decades, what are we going to do? And I can say here, and I said in public already, I think we should accelerate in research and development in nuclear fusion. Mm-hmm. I said clearly fusion. I didn't say fission. I said fusion. I might even consider for a transitory period that small modular reactors could be used in specific energy-intensive districts, like in the ice-breaking ships. But this is just a small portion of the need. For the future, we have to think to something stable, long-living, safe, programmable, global energy source. And I think nature give the lesson, and stars are obviously the best way to produce energy. So humanity should make an effort in this direction and should make the effort now. So now, this is the time to invest for that. Otherwise, in 20 years, we'll be here discussing more and more the same problems, and possibly with a worse environmental situation.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Under Secretary of State Grzegorz Czetwertyński for a perspective on the same issue, the shifting geopolitics of energy and the risks that we may see in the future.
I mentioned that in my first comments, actually, that we are seeing indeed new risks associated with the new technologies that we're using. I think one element that we've seen in the past already, if we think, for instance, of the evolutions we've seen in terms of technologies that we use to produce batteries, we have seen that the metals we need for these batteries have evolved in the past. And I'm pretty sure that the technologies will also evolve in the future. So that reliance on specific materials is evolving as we will develop new technologies, and as we also will develop ways of recycling. And there, Jennifer mentioned the importance of the circular economy in our transition. It is indeed something that is important. But I do believe as well that your question is very right. I mean, in the sense that if our strategy with developing, for instance, hydrogen risks creating a new dependency, then we should probably think twice of how do we implement it. Because we need a strategy, we need a technology that will reinforce our autonomy, our independence as Europe, and we need to invest in the European economy to provide the technologies that we need for the future. If our strategy is just providing new revenue streams for some kleptocrats around the world, then we should probably rethink what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. In fact, The Economist, in the same article I mentioned earlier, talks about a shift from petro-states to electro-states and their autocrats. Let me ask all of you, we have very little time left on our clock, but just the briefest of final words from each of you. And as I was preparing this panel, I found myself wondering the following, and I'm going to pass it on to you as a question. Is energy independence an illusion, even if we do accelerate the energy transition? Is it illusory to think we can be independent when it comes to energy? Vice Minister Demchenkov?
Believe me, 5 weeks Ukraine has been fighting an uphill battle against the Russian army, and we still believe, and even more believe, that energy independence is the main option for our future. And for 5 weeks, with your support of your countries, Ukraine is holding Putin back and making him weaker. And energy sector, especially oil and gas and nuclear energy, are pressure point for the corrupt economy and Putin's regime that has spread for far beyond Russia. And the price of delay and hedging about the step, this is price of our energy independence and the price of our energy security in whole region. And that's why we should think about future. We should build our future based on climate neutral technologies. We should think also find real place of nuclear generation in this future, because this is a significant amount of energy production. And we believe that we have good future, and we will build it together, and green future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Morgan.
I mean, I don't know what else to say besides what you just said. I think that an illusion is to think that we can continue the way that we are going. An illusion is to think that a dependency on Russian fossil fuels or other fossil fuels is going to bring us any kind of stability and peace from climate disruption, from war, from energy disruption. So I think we have no choice. We have to move forward. This is the way that we have to go, with determination, with compassion, with ambition. We have to be smart. We have to be strategic, and move forward with that front and center.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think in a very interconnected world, being completely autonomous is impossible. But of course, you can have a reasonable independence. There is a big difference between being dependent on a country or being partially dependent on a country. I think we should have a reasonable trade-off. What we're doing now is quite reasonable.
Thank you very much. Undersecretary of State Gwiboje Chertovinski. Sorry.
Yes, well, I do agree that it's definitely an illusion to think that there is something without risks. There are always some risks. If the current situation has to teach us something about the way we are planning our transformation, then we should really think about the importance of diversification of supplies, but also diversification with technologies that we use to produce energy. Because as Minister Cingolani just said, if we are not too much reliant on one single solution, then there is this possibility that the risks will not be overthrowing us on this path.
Thank you very much. And it's always been a central premise of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue that the Energiewende is not a national undertaking, it's a global one. That's certainly something that we heard from Foreign Minister Baerbock this morning. And in that sense, that cooperation is clearly, and this is what I'm hearing from all of you, one key way to reduce risk. So with that, let me just return briefly to our Slido poll to take a quick look at the audience's answer. So in the end, 84% say that the energy transition will make the world safer. 12% say the effects will cancel each other out, that we'll see new risks that essentially balance out the gains. And 4%, just 4% say that the energy transition will make the world less safe. So I'd say that's quite an overwhelming majority. Thank you, dear audience, for voting, and warm thanks to all of our panelists for being with us here today, with a special thanks to Yaroslav Demchenkov for making the trip to join us in person. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we now will shortly go to a break for lunch after these very intensive sessions that we've had all morning. But first, let me hand over to Jennifer, who has a special guest with her, and we will return in 1 3/4 hours for a keynote here from an industry leader who is helping take on the challenge of making one of Europe's most energy-hungry industries clean and green. Thanks.
And welcome back to the Europasaal. Yes, we had a fascinating panel here in the Europasaal. We got to catch the last of the panel discussion over in the Weltsaal. And now, as you can see standing next to me here in our studio session in just a moment. And welcome to the Europasaal for this very special studio session. Here at my side is Christian Kern. He's the managing partner of the Blue Minds company and, as you may already know, a former chancellor of Austria. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
I'll ask you to be sure to use your mic as you answer the following questions. It's a little helpful. So now, if we look back at some of the sessions that we had, we talked about peace and security. We talked about a just and social energy transition. What can we do to help make energy affordable, both for households and for industry?
I think what we need to realize is that this is really a massive crisis which we are facing here, and we are not at the end, we're just at the beginning. And the reason for it is because if you look at the energy markets, you have seen that prices were going up 6 times, 7 times, which is true for gas, which is true for power. If you translate that to the gasoline prices at the pump, people would pay 12 euros per liter. So you can imagine what this means for the households, for the common people, for their daily lives, for inflation, for rents, and so on. And you can also imagine what this means for industry and employment. And my biggest concern is that it will be devastating and that we are definitely not acting swift and quick enough.
Now, with the Blue Minds company, you've been investing in the German Interfloat Corporation, which is considered the European market leader for solar glass, and you've been doing it for around 2 years. An important concern of that was to systematically expand the regional presence in Europe. The essential future question of how key technologies can be brought back to Europe is more topical than ever. And is Europe on the right track here?
No, it isn't. There's a lot of work to do. So what we need to face, and that's perhaps one of the biggest challenges, is it doesn't make sense to trade one dependence from an autocratic government with dependencies with other autocratic governments. That's the reason why I don't like so much the idea of betting on LNG. And what we need is that the energy transition will be led by renewable powers. First and foremost, solar, because it's the easiest to deploy. You can put it on a rooftop, you can have it utility scale, and so on. And so we are one of the providers of the supply chain. But if you look here today, this means we can easily recognize that we are completely dependent on Asian supplies. Means that there is no cell producer, which is the heart of the PV panel, remaining in Europe. So that doesn't make sense. We have to change that. We have to invest in innovation, and we have to change in the supply chain. Americans are ahead of us. They have thin film producers like First Solar. But Mr. Biden has set up a very ambitious plan with the BBB program. They have interesting tax incentives, tax reliefs, and they have reasonable tariffs to avoid dumping from Asian producers. And this is definitely a role model. We can learn a lot, but this again needs to stop talking around, but to taking real action.
Taking real action is the theme of the day. In fact, it is the theme of the whole conference, from ambition to action. My heartfelt thanks to my guest, Christian Kern, but that's not all for this studio session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest that's able to join us right now. I'd now like to introduce Verik Schick from the Agency for Business and Economic Development. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
It's such a pleasure to have two guests on this final studio session of this morning. Now, as an energy expert for the Agency for Business and Economic Development, you advise companies about the private sector. Could you tell us a little bit more about this initiative?
Yes. So the Agency for Business and Economic Development acts on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. We are a central point of contact, and our mission is to advise companies from the private sector on investments in developing countries, developing and of course emerging countries. We provide confidential, cost-free and expert advice on promotional programs and financing solutions of the German Development Corporation. Briefly, why we do that? Because our belief is that companies create sustainable jobs. These jobs then add to state income by, for example, additional tax, export revenues even. And that additional income can then be used for infrastructure investments. We are talking about infrastructure here. So for example, that would be also a possibility. So all in all, that is an upward spiral for development. And that is why there's a strong overlap with the German Development Corporation. And that is why also the German Development Corporation exactly supports these kinds of initiatives. And in order to professionally execute that mission, experts from GIZ, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, and from KfW-DEG, which is the Deutsche Investitions- und Entwicklungsgesellschaft, have been seconded to the agency.
Now, I want to know a little bit what the Agency for Business and Economic Development might offer to private companies.
So actually what we do is we support them in seizing market opportunities. And we do that by providing information, by providing advisory services, and also by creating linkages, all focused on promotion programs and financing solutions. We treat requests confidentially. We treat them free of cost, and also through a company's perspective. And of course, we not only work in energy, but also in different other sectors.
Now, is there anything else that companies can expect when they contact you?
Yeah, we have a decent coffee.
Coffee's always good.
So, but besides coffee and also besides information, advisory services and creation or initiation of cooperation possibilities with the German Development Corporation, companies, for example, German companies can expect legal advice and expert advice on legal requirements and managerial requirements for German companies concerning the new law on due diligence and human rights. In German, you say Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz. And another service is, for example, a program called Bridging the Gap, where companies are supported and are prepared to successfully participate in tenders of international development banks, like, for example, the Asian Development Bank.
I wanted to ask before we go into our lunch break if you have any final thoughts, any final comments.
I really like that initiative. Thank you again. We are here with a physical booth. You can visit us opposite of the conference hall Weltsaal. We have also an online presence here on the BETD website. And of course, we have an excellent website, internet presence, which is www.wirtschaft-entwicklung.de, or just type in your search browser Agency Economic Development, and you should find us.
Great. Thank you so much to my guest, Verik Schick, and also to Christian Kern, who joined me for this final session before we wrap things up today. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a fantastic morning. We've had some fabulous sessions. We're going to have more sessions after our lunch break. Make sure you're using that hashtag BETD22. Check us out on Instagram. Make sure you're looking at Twitter. We'll have Rebecca Freitag back for the afternoon to check in with us again. I think that's all from my team here in the Europazaal this morning. I'll see you back here for the second half of the first day of the 2022 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
The rising great challenges lie ahead. Climate change, the rising energy demand, and the need for decarbonisation. Together, we are establishing a decentralised energy supply. With fuel cell technology as the new key driver, we move from natural gas to a hydrogen future. How do we build this technology? We cover the whole value stream, from fuel cell stack, hotbox, to the whole unit in a microgrid. Energy efficient into the future. The stationary fuel cell system by Bosch.
Our Earth is a wonder, and we are responsible for ensuring that it remains so. Harnessing the power of the sun is one building block on this path. Shape a world we want to live in with Goldbeck Solar, a future that pays off for you and your company. Our customers are sending a clear signal against global warming, and Goldbeck Solar is with you every step of the way. We are at your side during planning, construction, financing, maintenance, and operation. We help you to reduce your CO2 emissions. A clear energy strategy for today and the future. Meet this challenge with us as your partner. Bring economic growth, environmental and social protection into harmony for a future worth living. Olbeck Solar is the expert for solar energy. We have been building industrial solar parks and solar roofs for 20 years. Fast, turnkey, financially sound, quality from Germany. For the whole world, for our world.
Hydrogen will become a global commodity.
Honestly, I think we will scale up enormously the hydrogen economy in the future.
That is not only a boom, it's not only a trend. It's really a huge opportunity for the German and European industry.
It's unstoppable. And when we were here for the first time, I think 2 years ago at this exhibition, we were somehow exotic birds here, huh? So the hydrogen people in a corner. I am sure that over the next years, the whole hall here will be full of hydrogen exhibition.
Noch immer ist der Energiesektor derjenige Sektor, der die größte Menge an CO2 ausstößt in Deutschland. Und deshalb ist es so wichtig, dass wir rasch die konventionelle Stromerzeugung aus fossilen Energieträgern beenden und möglichst viel grünen Strom im Netz transportieren. 50 Hertz ist der Übertragungsnetzbetreiber für Ostdeutschland und Hamburg, also für einen großen Teil Deutschlands. Das heißt, wir transportieren Strom über große Strecken, insbesondere auch von den Offshore-Windparks in der Ostsee. Wir machen natürlich auch grenzüberschreitend Stromtransport in Richtung unserer Nachbarländer. Und unsere Vision ist es als Unternehmen, dass wir im Jahr 2032 es schaffen wollen, den Anteil an Grünstrom in unserem Netzgebiet auf 100% zu steigern.
Stromnetze bilden das Rückgrat der Energiewende. 50 Hertz kommt dabei eine ganz besondere Rolle zu. Als Übertragungsnetzbetreiber sind wir dafür verantwortlich, die Stromnetze zu bauen und zu betreiben. Mit unseren großen Stromtrassen verbinden wir die großen Erzeuger, zum Beispiel die Offshore-Windparks, mit den Verbrauchszentren der Republik.
Für einen Umbau der Gesellschaft hin zur Klimaneutralität ist die Energiewende eine ganz wichtige Grundvoraussetzung. Und hierbei spielen die Stromnetze eine ganz tragende Rolle. Wir müssen, wenn wir mehr erneuerbare Energien in die Stromnetze bringen wollen, müssen wir diese optimieren und bedarfsgerecht ausbauen. Das Projekt Kabeltunnel, ein ca. 7 Kilometer langer Tunnel, der unter der Hauptstadt quer durch gegraben wird, ist ein sehr gutes Beispiel, wo wir mit vielen Beteiligten an einem sehr komplexen technischen Problem arbeiten, nämlich die Versorgung unserer Stadt. Und dazu müssen wir in den Untergrund gehen.
Wir brauchen in den großen Städten wie Hamburg oder Berlin auch in Zukunft Strom von außen, denn man wird Berlin nicht alleine mit erneuerbarem Strom von Solaranlagen auf Dächern versorgen können. Das heißt, wir müssen Strom aus Skandinavien, aus der Ost- und Nordsee nach Süden transportieren. Wir müssen die Windanlagen an Land in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern zum Beispiel nutzen, um im Süden dann entsprechend Strom zur Verfügung zu haben. Das geht alles nur, wenn wir eine leistungsfähige Transportnetzinfrastruktur haben, und die stellt 50 Hertz zur Verfügung.
Klimaschutz und Dekarbonisierung sind sehr große Herausforderungen, die keiner alleine lösen kann. So kooperieren wir beispielsweise mit der Gesellschaft, mit der Politik, mit der Wissenschaft, aber auch mit anderen Industrien. Darüber hinaus erforschen wir mit den Verteilnetzbetreibern, wie sich zukünftig Millionen von Elektroautos auf den Straßen auch auf das Stromnetz auswirken werden. Denn gemeinsam brauchen wir zukunftsfeste Technologien, um diesen Herausforderungen Herr zu werden.
Für unser eigenes Haus, für unseren eigenen Kosmos wollen wir bis 2030 das, was wir an CO2-Emissionen reduzieren können, auf Null bringen. Also das umfasst eben beispielsweise die Fahrzeugflotte oder eben auch unsere eigenen Heizungsbezüge, die wir haben. Darüber hinaus sind wir halt stark auch von der Entwicklung des Marktes abhängig, und da haben wir nur einen indirekten Einfluss drauf. Aber wir wollen eben auch unsere Systemführung bis zum Jahr 2040 voll dekarbonisiert haben. Und dafür brauchen wir eben den Netzausbau. Also es ist halt eine korrespondierende Scheibe, weil wir in beiden Wegen unterwegs sein müssen.
Wenn wir die konventionellen Kraftwerke so schnell wie möglich aus dem System rausnehmen wollen, dann geht das natürlich nur, wenn wir andere Erzeugungskapazitäten haben. Also mehr Offshore-Windparks, mehr Windenergieanlagen an Land, mehr Solarparks, die Strom produzieren. Das geht deutlich zu langsam, da müssen wir schneller werden. Und das Zweite, wo wir schneller werden müssen, ist der Netzausbau. Denn wenn wir den Strom dezentraler erzeugen, wenn wir mehr Strom auf hoher See erzeugen, dann muss er natürlich dorthin transportiert werden, wo er benötigt wird. Und auch da sind wir heute zu langsam. Manchmal klappt sicherlich auch bei uns etwas nicht schnell genug, und deswegen brauchen wir eine gemeinsame Kraftanstrengung der Netzbetreiber mit der Politik und allen Unternehmen, die Produkte zuliefern, damit wir auch beim Netzausbau eine Beschleunigung hinbekommen.
great challenges lie ahead. Climate change, the rising energy demand, and the need for decarbonisation. Together, we are establishing a decentralised energy supply. With fuel cell technology as the new key driver, we move from natural gas to a hydrogen future. How do we build this technology? We cover the whole value stream, from fuel cell stack, hotbox, to the whole unit in a microgrid. Energy efficient into the future. The stationary fuel cell system by Bosch.
Our Earth is a wonder, and we are responsible for ensuring that it remains so. Harnessing the power of the sun is one building block on this path. Shape a world we want to live in with Goldbeck Solar, a future that pays off for you and your company. Our customers are sending a clear signal against global warming, and Goldbeck Solar is with you every step of the way. We are at your side during planning, construction, financing, maintenance, and operation. We help you to reduce your CO2 emissions. A clear energy strategy for today and the future. Meet this challenge with us as your partner. Bring economic growth, environmental and social protection into harmony for a future worth living. Goldbeck Solar is the expert for solar energy. We have been building industrial solar parks and solar roofs for 20 years. Fast, turnkey, financially sound, quality from Germany. For the whole world, for our world.
Hydrogen will become a global commodity.
Honestly, I think we will scale up enormously the hydrogen economy in the future.
That is not only a boom, it's not only a trend. It's really a huge opportunity for the German and European industry.
It's unstoppable. And when we were here for the first time, I think 2 years ago at this exhibition, we were somehow exotic birds here, huh? So the hydrogen people in a corner. I am sure that over the next years, the whole hall here will be full of hydrogen exhibition.
immer ist der Energiesektor derjenige Sektor, der die größte Menge an CO2 ausstößt in Deutschland. Und deshalb ist es so wichtig, dass wir rasch die konventionelle Stromerzeugung aus fossilen Energieträgern beenden und möglichst viel grünen Strom im Netz transportieren. 50 Hertz ist der Übertragungsnetzbetreiber für Ostdeutschland und Hamburg, also für einen großen Teil Deutschlands. Das heißt, wir transportieren Strom über große Strecken, insbesondere auch von den Offshore-Windparks in der Ostsee. Wir machen natürlich auch grenzüberschreitend Stromtransport in Richtung unserer Nachbarländer. Und unsere Vision ist es als Unternehmen, dass wir im Jahr 2032 es schaffen wollen, den Anteil an Grünstrom in unserem Netzgebiet auf 100% zu steigern.
Stromnetze bilden das Rückgrat der Energiewende. 50 Hertz kommt dabei eine ganz besondere Rolle zu. Als Übertragungsnetzbetreiber sind wir dafür verantwortlich, die Stromnetze zu bauen und zu betreiben. Mit unseren großen Stromtrassen verbinden wir die großen Erzeuger, zum Beispiel die Offshore-Windparks, mit den Verbrauchszentren der Republik.
Für einen Umbau der Gesellschaft hin zur Klimaneutralität ist die Energiewende eine ganz wichtige Grundvoraussetzung. Und hierbei spielen die Stromnetze eine ganz tragende Rolle. Wir müssen, wenn wir mehr erneuerbare Energien in die Stromnetze bringen wollen, müssen wir diese optimieren und bedarfsgerecht ausbauen. Das Projekt Kabeltunnel, ein ca. 7 Kilometer langer Tunnel, der unter der Hauptstadt quer durch gegraben wird, ist ein sehr gutes Beispiel, wo wir mit vielen Beteiligten an einem sehr komplexen technischen Problem arbeiten, nämlich die Versorgung unserer Stadt. Und dazu müssen wir in den Untergrund gehen.
Wir brauchen in den großen Städten wie Hamburg oder Berlin auch in Zukunft Strom von außen, denn man wird Berlin nicht alleine mit erneuerbarem Strom von Solaranlagen auf Dächern versorgen können. Das heißt, wir müssen Strom aus Skandinavien, aus der Ost- und Nordsee nach Süden transportieren. Wir müssen die Windanlagen an Land in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern zum Beispiel nutzen, um im Süden dann entsprechend Strom zur Verfügung zu haben. Das geht alles nur, wenn wir eine leistungsfähige Transportnetzinfrastruktur haben, und die stellt 50 Hertz zur Verfügung.
Klimaschutz und Dekarbonisierung sind sehr große Herausforderungen, die keiner alleine lösen kann. So kooperieren wir beispielsweise mit der Gesellschaft, mit der Politik, mit der Wissenschaft, aber auch mit anderen Industrien. Darüber hinaus erforschen wir mit den Verteilnetzbetreibern, wie sich zukünftig Millionen von Elektroautos auf den Straßen auch auf das Stromnetz auswirken werden. Denn gemeinsam brauchen wir zukunftsfeste Technologien, um diesen Herausforderungen Herr zu werden.
Für unser eigenes Haus, für unseren eigenen Kosmos wollen wir bis 2030 das, was wir an CO2-Emissionen reduzieren können, auf Null bringen. Also das umfasst eben beispielsweise die Fahrzeugflotte oder eben auch unsere eigenen Heizungsbezüge, die wir haben. Darüber hinaus sind wir halt stark auch von der Entwicklung des Marktes abhängig, und da haben wir nur einen indirekten Einfluss drauf. Aber wir wollen eben auch unsere Systemführung bis zum Jahr 2040 voll dekarbonisiert haben. Und dafür brauchen wir eben den Netzausbau. Also das ist halt eine korrespondierende Scheibe, weil wir in beiden Wegen unterwegs sein müssen.
Wenn wir die konventionellen Kraftwerke so schnell wie möglich aus dem System rausnehmen wollen, dann geht das natürlich nur, wenn wir andere Erzeugungskapazitäten haben. Also mehr Offshore-Windparks, mehr Windenergieanlagen an Land, mehr Solarparks, die Strom produzieren. Das geht deutlich zu langsam, da müssen wir schneller werden. Und das Zweite, wo wir schneller werden müssen, ist der Netzausbau. Denn wenn wir den Strom dezentraler erzeugen, wenn wir mehr Strom auf hoher See erzeugen, dann muss er natürlich dorthin transportiert werden, wo er benötigt wird. Und auch da sind wir heute zu langsam. Manchmal klappt sicherlich auch bei uns etwas nicht schnell genug, und deswegen brauchen wir eine gemeinsame Kraftanstrengung der Netzbetreiber mit der Politik und allen Unternehmen, die Produkte zuliefern, damit wir auch beim Netzausbau eine Beschleunigung hinbekommen.
Great challenges lie ahead. Climate change, the rising energy demand, and the need for decarbonisation. Together, we are establishing a decentralised energy supply. With fuel cell technology as the new key driver, we move from natural gas to a hydrogen future. How do we build this technology? We cover the whole value stream, from fuel cell stack, hotbox, to the whole unit in a microgrid. Energy efficient into the future. The stationary fuel cell system by Bosch.
Our Earth is a wonder, and we are responsible for ensuring that it remains so. Harnessing the power of the sun is one building block on this path. Shape a world we want to live in with Goldbeck Solar, a future that pays off for you and your company. Our customers are sending a clear signal against global warming, and Goldbeck Solar is with you every step of the way. We are at your side during planning, construction, financing, maintenance, and operation. We help you to reduce your CO2 emissions. A clear energy strategy for today and the future. Meet this challenge with us as your partner. Bring economic growth, environmental and social protection into harmony for a future worth living. Goldbeck Solar is the expert for solar energy. We have been building industrial solar parks and solar roofs for 20 years. Fast, turnkey, financially sound, quality from Germany. For the whole world, for our world.
Hydrogen will become a global commodity.
Honestly, I think we will scale up enormously the hydrogen economy in the future.
That is not only a boom, it's not only a trend. It's really a huge opportunity for the German and European industry.
It's unstoppable. And when we were here for the first time, I think 2 years ago at this exhibition, we were somehow exotic birds here, so the hydrogen people in a corner. I am sure that over the next years, the whole hall here will be full of hydrogen exhibition.
immer ist der Energiesektor derjenige Sektor, der die größte Menge an CO2 ausstößt in Deutschland. Und deshalb ist es so wichtig, dass wir rasch die konventionelle Stromerzeugung aus fossilen Energieträgern beenden und möglichst viel grünen Strom im Netz transportieren. 50 Hertz ist der Übertragungsnetzbetreiber für Ostdeutschland und Hamburg, also für einen großen Teil Deutschlands. Das heißt, wir transportieren Strom über große Strecken, insbesondere auch von den Offshore-Windparks in der Ostsee. Wir machen natürlich auch grenzüberschreitend Stromtransport in Richtung unserer Nachbarländer. Und unsere Vision ist es als Unternehmen, dass wir im Jahr 2032 es schaffen wollen, den Anteil an Grünstrom in unserem Netzgebiet auf 100% zu steigern.
Stromnetze bilden das Rückgrat der Energiewende. 50 Hertz kommt dabei eine ganz besondere Rolle zu. Als Übertragungsnetzbetreiber sind wir dafür verantwortlich, die Stromnetze zu bauen und zu betreiben. Mit unseren großen Stromtrassen verbinden wir die großen Erzeuger, zum Beispiel die Offshore-Windparks, mit den Verbrauchszentren der Republik.
Für einen Umbau der Gesellschaft hin zur Klimaneutralität ist die Energiewende eine ganz wichtige Grundvoraussetzung. Und hierbei spielen die Stromnetze eine ganz tragende Rolle. Wir müssen, wenn wir mehr erneuerbare Energien in die Stromnetze bringen wollen, müssen wir diese optimieren und bedarfsgerecht ausbauen. Das Projekt Kabeltunnel, ein ca. 7 Kilometer langer Tunnel, der unter der Hauptstadt quer durch gegraben wird, ist ein sehr gutes Beispiel, wo wir mit vielen Beteiligten an einem sehr komplexen technischen Problem arbeiten, nämlich die Versorgung unserer Stadt. Und dazu müssen wir in den Untergrund gehen.
Wir brauchen in den großen Städten wie Hamburg oder Berlin auch in Zukunft Strom von außen, denn man wird Berlin nicht alleine mit erneuerbarem Strom von Solaranlagen auf Dächern versorgen können. Das heißt, wir müssen Strom aus Skandinavien, aus der Ost- und Nordsee nach Süden transportieren. Wir müssen die Windanlagen an Land in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern zum Beispiel nutzen, um im Süden dann entsprechend Strom zur Verfügung zu haben. Das geht alles nur, wenn wir eine leistungsfähige Transportnetzinfrastruktur haben, und die stellt 50 Hertz zur Verfügung.
Klimaschutz und Dekarbonisierung sind sehr große Herausforderungen, die keiner alleine lösen kann. So kooperieren wir beispielsweise mit der Gesellschaft, mit der Politik, mit der Wissenschaft, aber auch mit anderen Industrien. Darüber hinaus erforschen wir mit den Verteilnetzbetreibern, wie sich zukünftig Millionen von Elektroautos auf den Straßen auch auf das Stromnetz auswirken werden. Denn gemeinsam brauchen wir zukunftsfeste Technologien, um diesen Herausforderungen Herr zu werden.
Für unser eigenes Haus, für unseren eigenen Kosmos wollen wir bis 2030 das, was wir an CO2-Emissionen reduzieren können, auf Null bringen. Also das umfasst eben beispielsweise die Fahrzeugflotte oder eben auch unsere eigenen Heizungsbezüge, die wir haben. Darüber hinaus sind wir halt stark auch von der Entwicklung des Marktes abhängig, und da haben wir nur einen indirekten Einfluss drauf. Aber wir wollen eben auch unsere Systemführung bis zum Jahr 2040 voll dekarbonisiert haben. Und dafür brauchen wir eben den Netzausbau. Also es ist halt eine korrespondierende Scheibe, weil wir in beiden Wegen unterwegs sein müssen.
Wenn wir die konventionellen Kraftwerke so schnell wie möglich aus dem System rausnehmen wollen, dann geht das natürlich nur, wenn wir andere Erzeugungskapazitäten haben. Also mehr Offshore-Windparks, mehr Windenergieanlagen an Land, mehr Solarparks, die Strom produzieren. Das geht deutlich zu langsam, da müssen wir schneller werden. Und das Zweite, wo wir schneller werden müssen, ist der Netzausbau. Denn wenn wir den Strom dezentraler erzeugen, wenn wir mehr Strom auf hoher See erzeugen, dann muss er natürlich dorthin transportiert werden, wo er benötigt wird. Und auch da sind wir heute zu langsam. Manchmal klappt sicherlich auch bei uns etwas nicht schnell genug, und deswegen brauchen wir eine gemeinsame Kraftanstrengung der Netzbetreiber mit der Politik und allen Unternehmen, die Produkte zuliefern, damit wir auch beim Netzausbau eine Beschleunigung hinbekommen.
great challenges lie ahead. Climate change, the rising energy demand, and the need for decarbonisation. Together, we are establishing a decentralised energy supply. With fuel cell technology as the new key driver, we move from natural gas to a hydrogen future. How do we build this technology? We cover the whole value stream, from fuel cell stack, hotbox, to the whole unit in a microgrid. Energy efficient into the future. The stationary fuel cell system by Bosch.
Our Earth is a wonder, and we are responsible for ensuring that it remains so. Harnessing the power of the sun is one building block on this path. Shape a world we want to live in with Goldbeck Solar, a future that pays off for you and your company. Our customers are sending a clear signal against global warming, and Goldbeck Solar is with you every step of the way. We are at your side during planning, construction, financing, maintenance, and operation. We help you to reduce your CO2 emissions. A clear energy strategy for today and the future. Meet this challenge with us as your partner. Bring economic growth, environmental and social protection into harmony for a future worth living. Goldbeck Solar is the expert for solar energy. We have been building industrial solar parks and solar roofs for 20 years. Fast, turnkey, financially sound, quality from Germany. For the whole world, for our world.
Hydrogen will become a global commodity.
Honestly, I think we will scale up enormously the hydrogen economy in the future.
That is not only a boom, it's not only a trend. It's really a huge opportunity for the German and European industry.
It's unstoppable. And when we were here for the first time, I think 2 years ago at this exhibition, we were somehow exotic birds here, huh? So the hydrogen people in a corner. I am sure that over the next years, the whole hall here will be full of hydrogen exhibition.
immer ist der Energiesektor derjenige Sektor, der die größte Menge an CO2 ausstößt in Deutschland. Und deshalb ist es so wichtig, dass wir rasch die konventionelle Stromerzeugung aus fossilen Energieträgern beenden und möglichst viel grünen Strom im Netz transportieren. 50 Hertz ist der Übertragungsnetzbetreiber für Ostdeutschland und Hamburg, also für einen großen Teil Deutschlands. Das heißt, wir transportieren Strom über große Strecken, insbesondere auch von den Offshore-Windparks in der Ostsee. Wir machen natürlich auch grenzüberschreitend Stromtransport in Richtung unserer Nachbarländer. Und unsere Vision ist es als Unternehmen, dass wir im Jahr 2032 es schaffen wollen, den Anteil an Grünstrom in unserem Netzgebiet auf 100% zu steigern.
Stromnetze bilden das Rückgrat der Energiewende. 50 Hertz kommt dabei eine ganz besondere Rolle zu. Als Übertragungsnetzbetreiber sind wir dafür verantwortlich, die Stromnetze zu bauen und zu betreiben. Mit unseren großen Stromtrassen verbinden wir die großen Erzeuger, zum Beispiel die Offshore-Windparks, mit den Verbrauchszentren der Republik.
Für einen Umbau der Gesellschaft hin zur Klimaneutralität ist die Energiewende eine ganz wichtige Grundvoraussetzung. Und hierbei spielen die Stromnetze eine ganz tragende Rolle. Wir müssen, wenn wir mehr erneuerbare Energien in die Stromnetze bringen wollen, müssen wir diese optimieren und bedarfsgerecht ausbauen. Das Projekt Kabeltunnel, ein ca. 7 Kilometer langer Tunnel, der unter der Hauptstadt quer durch gegraben wird, ist ein sehr gutes Beispiel, wo wir mit vielen Beteiligten an einem sehr komplexen technischen Problem arbeiten, nämlich die Versorgung unserer Stadt. Und dazu müssen wir in den Untergrund gehen.
Wir brauchen in den großen Städten wie Hamburg oder Berlin auch in Zukunft Strom von außen, denn man wird Berlin nicht alleine mit erneuerbarem Strom von Solaranlagen auf Dächern versorgen können. Das heißt, wir müssen Strom aus Skandinavien, aus der Ost- und Nordsee nach Süden transportieren. Wir müssen die Windanlagen an Land in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern zum Beispiel nutzen, um im Süden dann entsprechend Strom zur Verfügung zu haben. Das geht alles nur, wenn wir eine leistungsfähige Transportnetzinfrastruktur haben, und die stellt 50 Hertz zur Verfügung.
Klimaschutz und Dekarbonisierung sind sehr große Herausforderungen, die keiner alleine lösen kann. So kooperieren wir beispielsweise mit der Gesellschaft, mit der Politik, mit der Wissenschaft, aber auch mit anderen Industrien. Darüber hinaus erforschen wir mit den Verteilnetzbetreibern, wie sich zukünftig Millionen von Elektroautos auf den Straßen auch auf das Stromnetz auswirken werden. Denn gemeinsam brauchen wir zukunftsfeste Technologien, um diesen Herausforderungen Herr zu werden.
Für unser eigenes Haus, für unseren eigenen Kosmos wollen wir bis 2030 das, was wir an CO2-Emissionen reduzieren können, auf Null bringen. Also das umfasst eben beispielsweise die Fahrzeugflotte oder eben auch unsere eigenen Heizungsbezüge, die wir haben. Darüber hinaus sind wir halt stark auch von der Entwicklung des Marktes abhängig, und da haben wir nur einen indirekten Einfluss drauf. Aber wir wollen eben auch unsere Systemführung bis zum Jahr 2040 voll dekarbonisiert haben. Und dafür brauchen wir eben den Netzausbau. Also es ist halt eine korrespondierende Scheibe, weil wir in beiden Wegen unterwegs sein müssen.
Wenn wir die konventionellen Kraftwerke so schnell wie möglich aus dem System rausnehmen wollen, dann geht das natürlich nur, wenn wir andere Erzeugungskapazitäten haben. Also mehr Offshore-Windparks, mehr Windenergieanlagen an Land, mehr Solarparks, die Strom produzieren. Das geht deutlich zu langsam, da müssen wir schneller werden. Und das Zweite, wo wir schneller werden müssen, ist der Netzausbau. Denn wenn wir den Strom dezentraler erzeugen, wenn wir mehr Strom auf hoher See erzeugen, dann muss er natürlich dorthin transportiert werden, wo er benötigt wird. Und auch da sind wir heute zu langsam. Manchmal klappt sicherlich auch bei uns etwas nicht schnell genug, und deswegen brauchen wir eine gemeinsame Kraftanstrengung der Netzbetreiber mit der Politik und allen Unternehmen, die Produkte zuliefern, damit wir auch beim Netzausbau eine Beschleunigung hinbekommen.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day one afternoon of the 2022 BETD. In a moment, I'll be joined by a very special guest in our very first studio session of the afternoon. Welcome back to day one of the BETD. I am joined now by Joachim Goldbeck, the CEO of Goldbeck Solar. Now, as a pioneer in the solar industry, Joachim Goldbeck founded Goldbeck Solar and developed the company into the market leader for the PV industry, offering EPC and O&M services for professional, commercial to utility-scale PV power plants on a global level. He was re-elected to serve as president of the German Solar Association, BSW, for a fourth term in 2020. Since April 2019, he has been a member of the Sustainable Finance Council of the German government. Please join me in welcoming Joachim Goldbeck. Hello, Mr. Goldbeck. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the invitation. It's a great honor.
I want to get right into a couple of questions. Goldbeck Solar has been building large-scale solar plants and roofs for about 20 years, and you actively invest in innovations for the solar market. What drives you as an entrepreneur?
When I started solar, or my own company within Solar Branch, 20 years ago, I really wanted to get rid of fossil fuels and replace it by renewables, by solar energy. And I think now it becomes more and more obvious. The climate crisis is becoming visible on the one hand. The energy prices are soaring, except for renewables, which are low. And now the idea of autarky is becoming more and more important to be, so that nobody can take you hostage on the energy side. So I think all those three elements of a sustainable energy world are pushing towards solar, pushing towards our business model, and we provide turnkey solar solutions.
Can you tell me a little bit about what those solutions look like?
We look at a solar project, the whole value chain, from first starting project development, financing, then we build the solar plant as a so-called EPC. Later on, we do the O&M once it's built. We do the asset management and then sell the energy on the market. So the whole value chain.
So it sounds like a real sort of holistic chain as well. And do you also pay attention to what's going on outside of the system?
On various levels. I mean, a solar power plant is not purely producing energy, but it has to be fit into a system, an electricity system. It has to feed into the grid. It has to feed to a company which is using it. So we need to look at demand side management. We need to look at stabilizing the grid, using batteries, etc. And that's the technical side. Also, if you are talking about ground-mounted systems, we have the issue of biodiversity on our sites, of the combination of solar and agri-PV or agricultural use. That's another focus.
Do you have any other focuses, or are your solutions just for solar customers? How does that look?
Well, again, it's not only the solar customer, it's the grid, and it's the public domain as well, as we are embedded as a solar company into a political system. So as president of the Solar, we are also consulting, as well the German government, as governments abroad, so that renewable energy, especially solar, can be deployed anywhere in the world, and it has the best chances.
It does have the best chances. It's fantastic that the German solar industry is here with us at the 2022 BETD. I'd like to thank my guest, Joachim Goldbeck, CEO of Goldbeck Solar, for joining me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, we just have a few more minutes before we start with our Weltsaal session. So I would like to invite Rebecca Freitag, our dialogue ambassador, to come and talk a little bit about what you all had to talk about during our break. Rebecca?
Hi, nice to meet you. Well, yeah, there was a lot that I have to tell you. We're actually just coming back from the lunch break, and in that lunch break, we had some lovely sunshine here in Berlin, and we used that for a nice group photo with all the international ministers that we have here, including also Minister Baerbock and Minister Habeck. So they had a lovely lunch break. We all had it, and we also, in case you missed maybe the first part of this day, here is a lovely tweet that summarizes the highlights in pictures, actually. So we had the opening with our Minister Baerbock and Minister Habeck, but we also had really interesting words by Antonio Guterres from the UN and Mariana Mazzucato as a keynote speaker. Another also maybe highlight was that we had young speakers, young activists from all over the world today on stage. We had Hilda Nakabuye from Uganda. She founded Fridays for Future there. And in that post, she's saying, it's difficult in Uganda to talk about climate change because hunger is an immediate problem. Sizing the impact is complex because we face many effects. We call on Europe to work together for energy transition. And well, did you actually know that there was a new report being published by the International Renewable Energy Agency? And this is on the progress of the global energy transition. And it has been presented also here at the BTD. And one of our listeners today, well, he said it's quite delusioning data, actually. And he puts it into his own words, saying that this data, or the report actually, is saying that the direction is right, but much too slow. Transition is very rarely on schedule. And he also says, the glass is not even half full, and pouring in is only very hesitantly. And into the same direction actually is the quote by the Director General of the ARENA, Francesco La Camera. He was quoted in a tweet as well, saying, "We should not make a difference between short and long term. We need to start moving now." Well, another topic that we will dive deeper also during this conference, and maybe also a topic where you want to give your opinion more about, is finance. So we have somebody, he's Jochen, who is a climate impact investor, who tweeted already on the topic of finance. He first made reference to Guterres' words, who stresses the need for action, and then made reference to Robert Habeck's words, who realized that Europe's energy demand is driving up global prices. And then he concludes that we thus need an EU and G7 a carbon tax at full cost to society, and here he is suggesting 700 euros per ton CO2. That's also the number that the German Environmental Agency is proclaiming. And he also suggests a climate dividend at 400 euros a month and per person. So at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really curious to know also your opinion on the whole financial topic. Like, do you agree with that? Do you have other views or measures on how to finance energy transition? Really keep your comment maybe below that tweet or put up your own tweet, but never forget the hashtag BTD22. Well, what costs will come in order to finance the energy transition? This next tweet gives us at least one view on it. It quotes the CEO of Siemens Energy, Christian Bruch, and it says, around 50 trillion euros will be needed by 2050 to transition to net zero emissions. 70% of this money is needed in developing countries. technology isn't the problem. Energy transition requires investments. What is your stance on this? Again, I'm really curious on your opinion. And then on the first half of this day, we had a panel with the Ukrainian Minister of Energy, Demchenkov, and that really caused a lot of tweets and posts all around the issue of Ukraine and Russian and the role of energy. And here I picked a few to show you what this debate is all about on social media. So this one tweet says, Ukrainian Deputy Minister of Energy Demchenko makes the point that the panic in global energy markets is profiting Russian exports and its government. We need to prove that we can live in Europe without Russian energy. We need to cut global energy demand via carbon tax and dividend. And another tweet is saying that the Deputy Ukrainian Energy Minister Demchenko says it's a myth created by Putin that Europe cannot live without Russian energy supply. And then we have Wojciech, a Polish energy analyst, who also gives us his opinion in a post saying, because of Putin's attack on oil bases in Ukraine, the agriculture could be destroyed. There will be refugees, not only from Ukraine, but Africa, because of famine. And here we also have a voice coming from the Polish Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment that states, we should condemn criminal acts against nuclear infrastructure in Ukraine and all over the world. So geopolitics really plays a big role here in these days, obviously, and yeah, I'm also very curious on your stance in the regard of this perspective. Finally, I would like to introduce also a LinkedIn post, and also would really like to encourage you to also use our other social media channels, such as LinkedIn, such as Instagram. And in this LinkedIn post, you have to imagine there's a picture, an image of the panel that is happening on stage, and then Kadi Kamara, the senior manager in the German African Trade, is saying the following: this may look like an ordinary panel to you. To me, this looks like we are on the right path within our energy transition. Why? Because the Moroccan Minister of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development, Leila Benali, Nigerian Minister of Power, Abubakar Alai, and Egyptian Deputy Minister Dr. Ahmed Mouhia are the high-level participants at the BTD 22 discussing how to turn words into actions. To have some of the most important African economies participate and define this discussion makes me very happy. Africa's role in our global transition is undeniable. And then she's also referring to the Energy Transition Through Africa Lens conference that happens in June. So really check out also our other media, our other social media channels. At least we are checking them, and we are the ones bringing them to the studio, to the table. But for now, I would really like to hand back to Jennifer, who is the moderator in this studio.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. It's so great to hear what everyone who is virtually attending the BETD has to say. Also, the people who are here on site. If you're here on site, take a picture on the green sofa, post it, use that hashtag BETD. We'd love to get you up on this wall here today, and of course tomorrow as well. Now, in just about a minute, we're going to go to the Weltsaal, where we have an afternoon keynote speaker. For those of you who are joining us on YouTube, you'll go there automatically. In fact, everyone who's joining us today is going to go there automatically. A little bit later on, we'll have an opportunity to have more parallel sessions, and I'll say a word about that for our registered guests when the time comes. We have a full afternoon of incredible sessions. We're going to hear panels on energy in the digital age, green hydrogen powering the off-takers, hydrogen diplomacy, resetting global energy, hydrogen obviously a big topic this year, and energy access We have a full afternoon, and I am so happy that you're joining us here. Make sure you use that hashtag BETD22. And for now, I'm going to hand things over to Melinda Crane in the Weltsaal, who is going to introduce this afternoon's opening keynote speaker.
Welcome to the 8th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
And many, many thanks to my colleagues Jennifer and Rebecca over there in the Europasaal. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our online viewers. Welcome back also to all of you here in the Weltsaal. I hope everybody had a good break, and we are now just about to resume day one of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2022. But before we do, let me just briefly say how very grateful we are to all of our sponsors. I'm not going to read off all of the names, but if you take a look at the slide that you hopefully are seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that we have a large number of organizations, all of them working in the renewable energy space, all of them deeply committed to ensuring that the Energiewende, both here in Europe and internationally, is a success. And likewise, we are very, very grateful to all of our media partners who are helping get the message out from Berlin, from the BETD 2022 to the rest of the world. So now let us continue and picking up on a theme that we had this morning on the topic of decarbonizing industry and the challenges associated with that. And we want to begin by taking everybody on a deeper dive with a global business leader who is on a mission to get to net zero faster than many people would have thought possible. As you may know, producing and processing chemicals is one of the most energy-hungry businesses there is. With the EU now adopting ambitious targets for both decarbonization and circularity, and we heard quite a bit about circularity on our last panel before the lunch break, the chemicals sector faces a particularly tough challenge. Our keynote speaker is taking that challenge on. As Chief Technology Officer and member of the Board of Executive Directors at the chemicals company BASF, she's responsible for key divisions, including corporate environmental protection, health and safety, and advanced materials and systems research. We're very pleased to welcome, joining us remotely, Melanie Maas-Brunner. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to join this really excellent event today. I must admit, in these days, it's really hard to think about much else than the war in the Ukraine. And I think it's really also horrible to see the tremendous suffering of the Ukrainian people. Our thoughts, my thoughts, are with them. We at BASF, we do what we can to support through a multitude of humanitarian activities, but also by helping our colleagues in the Ukraine to uphold their activities as long as they can. At the same time, we are in a close alignment with the government, fully standing behind their decisions and implementing them. We are also looking at the potential mid- and long-term effects of the war. Here, the predominant question is, how do we continue on our path to climate neutrality? The war will not make the transformation towards climate neutrality easier. But for BASF, I can clearly say we stick to our targets. The transformation must not be slowed down by the tremendous challenges we are facing. We are committed to continue our path toward net zero. If anything, the groundwork has to be laid even faster. So I would like to share with you what we are doing and how we can speed up our transformation. Let me check how I can click the clicker here for the next slide. I hope it's working. It's not working. So please, someone click the next slide here. Our corporate purpose is we create chemistry for a sustainable future. And there's no question that a sustainable future is a climate neutral future. We know that we have a special responsibility in this because there will be no climate neutrality without chemistry. There would be no electromobility, no energy efficient housing, no wind turbines, and no solar panels without chemicals. As an industry, we deliver the products needed for a sustainable future. But at the same time, it's also our responsibility to produce them in a climate neutral way. And there's another important point. Climate protection needs a sound and stable economic foundation. That means only a competitive and strong industry can enable a sustainable and prosperous future. We can see that in many regions across the world, climate protection gains speed. However, we also see that different regions take different approaches. It is clear that energy policy and industrial policy are the basis for countries for position themselves in a new geo-economic age. Competitive sustainability and sustainable competitiveness will decide upon the sovereignty and power of nations. Competitive companies are the pillars for that. As a global company, we need to be successful in all countries where we produce, contributing to the transformation of these countries and maintaining and strengthening sustainable value chains. What we don't want is a different regional approach that leads to distortions like carbon leakage or trade barriers, because they create inefficiencies and waste resources that we need for transformation in all countries. At BASF, we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions for our production sites and our energy purchases by 25% by 2030, compared to the year 2018, while growing production volumes at the same time. And of course, our target 2050 is net zero emissions. We don't differentiate in our ambition between regions, and there's no common goal than the one common approach. But of course, we depend on respective policy frameworks, and we can make quicker progress in those regions and countries where policy frameworks are conducive to climate neutral investments. What are the measures? How we want to achieve net zero, and why is this challenge so huge? The answer is quite simple. Chemical processes require vast amounts of energy. Like our basic industries, like all other basic industries, such as steel, aluminum, and cement, we are at the beginning of basically all the value chain. So everything that we achieve in reducing CO2 footprint brings immediate benefit to our downstream customers. It is therefore our task and our responsibility to address this first step in the value chain. The good news is, technically, this is possible. Please, could you go to the next slide? We can change the fact that chemical production requires large amounts of heat and steam. We can't change this, obviously. We have done a lot in the past to making our processes and energy use more efficient. But now the low-hanging fruits have been picked over the last years. So to bring us now to the next level, we now need to take a decisive step. Replace fossil fuels with renewable electricity. In essence, this means using electricity from renewable resources for our power demand. Chemical production also needs a lot of steam, so far produced by gas-based power plants. Now we are in the process to pilot the use of electric heat pumps to generate CO2-free steam. Here in Germany, in Ludwigshafen, we want to redeploy waste heat from our chemical plants by using electric heat pumps on a scale never seen before. This requires technological development, and we are here partnering in a very good way with Siemens Energy. However, the full electrification of chemical production will only be possible with completely new production processes and technologies. Some of these are not available yet. In 2018, we have bundled the development of new production technologies in an own R&D program. One important building block is the production of CO2-free hydrogen, for which we follow two pathways. We are piloting a water electrolyzer, which is planned to go into operation end of 2024. And we are running a test plant for climate-friendly hydrogen via methane pyrolysis, a promising technology complementary to the water method. It only needs 1/5 of the green power compared to the water electrolysis. What is now important to keep in mind that a lot of these technologies still need development time before we can make use of them on an industrial level. And we will also use the lever bio-based and recycled feedstocks to reduce emissions by increasingly replacing fossil feedstocks. All these levers are supported by the operational excellence measures we are implementing to cut our CO2 emissions. Let me elaborate a bit more on one of our most important levers, electricity from renewable resources. On the next slide, please, you see transformation of chemical industry comes with a major increase in the demand for electricity from renewable sources. And we need this supply reliably in sufficient quantities at all times, day or night, and obviously also globally at competitive prices. That is why we are taking renewable energy supply into our own hands. We have launched several projects together with partners, advancing our own renewable energy assets as well as long-term power purchase agreements. I'm very excited about these projects because they are a demonstration of our push and dedication to take new paths. However, this is where the competition between regulatory systems comes into play. In Germany and Europe, we ask ourselves, will we be able to get these projects working with all the existing approval and planning processes? And will we get the green power to our industrial sites? If you look at Germany, right now a single approval procedure for a wind farm, and Annalena Baerbock mentioned it this morning, can take up to 7 years, or it might be even 10 years. Relevant grids to southern Germany are still only at an early planning stage. And if you look now at China in comparison, the Energy Bureau and Guangdong Province authorities implemented the Renewable Direct Power Purchase Mechanism in 2021, with 1.5 years after the need for industry to make use of PPAs become clear. This allows us access to 100% renewable energy supply for our new site in southern China. This means also for Europe and Germany, significant acceleration of planning and approval processes is an absolute must. For Europe, there's another challenge. Capacity expansion for generation and transportation, not only for renewable electricity, but also climate-friendly hydrogen, needs to be done across countries, not only in the scope of one dedicated country. This can be the game changer because it will unlock the full potential of different countries and regions and speed up our race against climate change. And it will strengthen the much needed competitiveness of Europe's industry. On the next slide, please, you see all those new technologies are not economical at this point. For this, the higher cost from the new technologies will have to be borne by end consumers. End consumers right now are increasingly asking for CO2 neutral products. So many of our direct customers need to reduce their own carbon footprint. And in addition to making things more transparent, we are now in the position to calculate the product carbon footprint of all our sales products. It's in total more than 45,000 of them. And with this, we are helping our customers to develop strategies to reduce their own carbon footprint of their products for their end consumers. We expect that demand for net zero and low PCF products will exceed supply in the medium term. This is why we want to be among the first companies to offer net zero products at scale. This will enable us to establish new business models. So now, my last slide. What do we need to do to be even quicker and more efficient with the transformation? We need new alliances and a new way of collaboration across industry, politics, and society, in Germany, across Europe, and globally. As much as we invest and as hard as we try as BASF, the transformation is a task that can only be accomplished in alliances. Especially businesses and governments need to work together much closer. What we need is a smart alliance of technology and regulation. We need a framework that strengthens a competitive industry and enables business opportunities. Because industry in all regions needs to work on a level playing field, which is not distorted by unfair advantages somewhere else. Only then can businesses deliver the required solutions at the lowest cost for the respective societies. Above all, this means a predictable climate and energy policy that encourages regional industrial transformation without hampering global trade. This is why we prefer improving conditions for new production methods, not establishing carbon border adjustment measures everywhere. We also need to speed up innovation by incentivizing large-scale investment in climate-friendly production technologies in a technology-open way. Funding programs and new instruments like the planned carbon contracts for difference are decisive for this. It will serve the above-mentioned competitiveness and will serve transformation globally. And we need regulation with the goal of drastically increasing the supply of renewable energy. To be concrete, a removal of existing burdens like policy-induced costs. And I'm now happy to see how determined the current German government is to proceed with abolishing the EEG levy. The importance of infrastructure I already mentioned. This is crucial for all our production sites worldwide. This includes renewable energy sources like electricity, it includes hydrogen, but also CO2, because we will also need to further work on carbon capture use and the storage of carbon CO2. So, with this, ladies and gentlemen, when I said the challenge is huge, I did not want to create the impression that it's not manageable. On the contrary, we have everything it takes. The technologies will progress, the key measures are known, the determination is there. So now we need to turn the ambition into action. And that's the theme of today's event. So BASF is committed to the transformation, and I'm optimistic that together we can succeed. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Yeah. That was the Chief Technology Officer at BASF Chemicals with quite an optimistic look at the potential for decarbonizing this very energy-hungry industry. Dr. Melanie Maasbrunner, great that you could be with us. Thank you so much for giving us that perspective. And let us now go over to Jennifer back in the Europazaal. She has a very special guest with her, namely Ireland's Minister for Environment and Climate. And then in 15 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen, it will once again be time to choose. Here in the Weltsaal, we're going to be taking a look at the crucial topic of digitalization in the context of the energy transition. And we have a very high-level panel to do that. And over in the Europazaal, Jennifer will moderate a parallel session on green hydrogen. So a lot to look forward to, tough choice to make. And over to you now, Jennifer.
That's right, Melinda. There is a lot to look forward to, including my next guest, joining me in just a moment for our second afternoon studio session. Hello and welcome back to the studio session. I am joined by Eamon Ryan, the Teachta Dalla of the Dáil Éireann, one of the houses of the Irish legislature. As Melinda just mentioned, he's been Minister of the Environment, Climate and Communications and Minister for Transport since June of 2020. He's also been head of the Green Party in Ireland since May of 2011. Welcome, Eamon Ryan.
Thank you very much indeed. Thrilled to be here.
What a pleasure it is to have you today. Now, Ireland took over presidency of the North Seas Energy Corporation this year, following Belgium in 2021 and Germany in 2020. I wonder, speaking in that capacity, if you can give us a broad perspective of the key role of offshore wind energy production in driving European climate goals.
Okay. North Seas Energy Corporation started about 10 years ago. And the seas is an important word. It's the North Sea, but going into the Celtic Sea, the Irish Sea, into the Atlantic. And it's recognizing that that's our largest renewable resource in this part of Europe. And if we can tap into that, that's one of the ways we can switch off our dependency on Russian coal, oil and gas. And the idea is, being there for some 10 years and so on, is to think of it as a supergrid, to design it from the top down, thinking how do we really design this in a way that's lowest cost, best for the environment and best for local communities. And I see it. This is the peace project of our time. This is the answer to the Putin government that we don't need that alternative. We have our own power here. We've already started. A lot of countries are already building offshore wind out in the seas. We've learned a lot. The price has come down a lot in the last 5 to 6 years. It's economic. The real key thing is getting the grid. So how you bring the power ashore, how you reduce the amount of times you have to come ashore, how you share and trade power in a clever way so that you can use the interconnection between countries as a way of picking up the wind power on the way. So this cooperation is now going to accelerate. Everything is in response to this crisis. What we're going to have to do is work collectively, how we design where we get the wind from, optimizing the environment, how we design the grid to move that around, and how we share it, and how we agree to trade it and share it. And lastly, I think probably the most urgent thing we need to do in this cooperation, and the same thing will be happening in the Baltic, the same thing will be happening in the Mediterranean, but we also have to look at how do we coordinate how we get shipping for this, how we get the turbines built. It is a wartime situation where we have to build at scale and at speed. And I think it's a collaboration on that now is what the North Sea's energy ministers are going to work on and do.
So how do we do that? How can we make this coordinated? How can we take advantage of offshore energy resources in a coordinated way?
Well, I think firstly, I think it is working with the industry. As I said, they've learned a lot in the last 5-10 years as to how to do it. But it's a precarious industry. For a lot of them, the margins are very tight, the cost of steel is very high, the planning and the permitting system is really uncertain. It takes often 10 years to get a project, if you're lucky, from start to finish. So one of the things we need to do is reduce some of those risks, reduce some of that cost. Working collaboratively so that actually we can say to those companies, we know you're going to need an order of this amount, huge amount of production. And can we manage that in the way, over the next decade, 2 decades, in an organized, steady stream way where some of the risks are taken out, where some of the costs come down? The second thing I think critically we need to do, it's also about hydrogen and about ammonia and how, not just how do we move electricity, but how do we convert some of that power to hydrogen or to green hydrogen or ammonia and ship that between different countries. So it's not just about the electricity power system, it's also about the fuel system, new hydrogen fuel system. And I've just come from a meeting with the German government in terms of can we sit down and agree how we would do this, as they're doing with various different countries. So it's that level of cooperation. And the third thing, the key thing on this, if this is a new supergrid, if we're really thinking about the energy system of the future, it has to be hyper efficient. And a lot of this depends on, it's like a dance. It's a dance between variable supply and variable demand. That's the industrial revolution of our time. It involves digital technologies as well as clean air technologies. Critical to it is public trust, because what we will need to do is develop systems where we're switching things on and off, depending on where the wind is or how strong it is at any one time. And even as the weather systems come across Europe, starting in the Atlantic, working its way over the UK, into the North Sea, over into the Baltic, that we ship demands and we balance and manage demand as we follow the weather system across the continent. Now, I know that sounds science fiction, that sounds really big and bold, but that's what's going to happen, because that is the better energy system, that's the secure energy system, that's this new balancing system which replaces the expensive, insecure and dirty fossil fuels.
It does sound big, it does sound bold, it is going to take a lot of public support, and my last question to you today would be, what might get in our way? What's going to be the biggest thing that stays between us and success?
I think that public support is the key issue. Like we all know, in countries across Europe, we haven't been able to build grid across our countries. It's not been easy getting permitting for any project. If we're to make the planning system quicker, which is one of the key obstacles, if we're to get some of the measures to really push and develop the industries here, we need public support. And that comes down to, we were chatting earlier on about telling stories. Mm-hmm. This is the key story we have to tell, that this belongs to us, we the people. This has an advantage in that we're relying on our local power supplies. We've seen the disadvantage on being dependent on somewhere else. This is our power. This has to be shared in a way that is part of a just transition. It has to be where we get community benefit and community involvement. And we also tell this story in a way that it's not just all about megawatts and grid systems, but it's speaking to the heart, that this is the peace project of our time. This is what gives our children and their children a secure, stable future, not just in terms of energy, but also in climate. This is one of the big projects that we can do to stop the world burning. And to tell that, not in a way we're pointing at people and telling them what to do or putting shame or guilt on them, but raising their hearts with a sense of hope and expectation that there's an alternative, that it's more socially progressive, it supports democratic systems, as Robert Habeck said earlier on today, and it gives us the energy that powers everything, heats our homes, drives our cars and our electric bikes, allows our industry flourish. It's that story we have to tell. It's a big story, but we shouldn't be afraid to go big, because that's what we're going to have to do to replace all those fossil fuels.
Thank you so much, Eamon Ryan. It's true, this is a big story, but it's the right story. It's a good story to be telling. Thank you so much for joining me here in our studio session. We have a few more minutes to go. So before we go into our first parallel session of the day, I'd like to invite Rebecca Freitag to join me for a very brief look at what's been happening online before we head into our first parallel sessions. Rebecca?
Sure. Hi, Jennifer. Hello. Yeah, I want to give you a brief overview of what's happening online again. And you know, this conference is a really beautiful place to have beautiful panels and discussions, but it's also a venue for bilateral diplomatic talks. And here we have one tweet that comes from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who is in a meeting with Bahrain, with the foreign minister of Bahrain, saying they were exchanging on their relations and cooperations within international organizations, and they briefed their colleagues on the regional situation, including reconstruction work in liberated territories. So here is also much going on, also happening a lot, not only on stage, but also in different rooms. And then we can already find new headlines in the news coming from quotes that has been spoken out this morning. For example, Antonio Guterres, he is quoted as a headline saying, "Renewable energy transition is the only true path to energy security." So this is one example of a newspaper quoting him. But also the foreign minister of Germany was quoted. She said, "We must be independent from Russia energy as quickly as possible." And the headline also says, Germany says, "Countries must free themselves from the grip of Russian imports so that they are longer susceptible to blackmail." So you can really see that the interlinkages between security and energy plays a big role, is being displayed in media and also on social media. And yes, I don't know what's your stance on it, but you can also share your own thoughts on it. We are very much looking forward to also share them here online in the live stream as well. And so far, I would also like to hand back to Jennifer now.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. It is a real pleasure to have all of your input online. Of course, this is a dialogue, the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, and it's important that you are a part of it in addition to the panels that we have and to the many esteemed guests who are joining us in person. All of you out there digitally, it's great to have your voices here as well. We'll check in with Rebecca later this afternoon. Right now, I want to give a few words for those of you who are our registered users. Coming up in just under 2 minutes, we're going to start the first of 2 afternoon sessions that take place parallel. You can join a session in the Weltsaal, which is where you'll go automatically if you're looking at us on YouTube. If you're a registered user, you'll have the opportunity to use the online tool to choose the Europa Hall, the Europa Saal or the Europe Hall stream, and then you can come back and join me for a panel. This will happen twice this afternoon, again, also tomorrow for day 2 of the 2022 BETD. When you are in the online tool, you can also chat with us, and you can also answer the questions that will appear on the screen for Slido. And we really want to hear what you have to say. It is your words, it is your thoughts, it is your impulses that we will take with us today as we move forward once the BETD 22 is over. So chat to us. Let us know, we'll get your questions if we have time for them in the panel sessions. I should say that we have had so many questions from our audience, and it has been absolutely fantastic. And we, of course, have to apologize to those of you that we weren't able to get all those questions put into the panel. However, we're going to do our best. We'll see what we can do. But right now, we're going to get ready to start these 2 plenary sessions. Now, if you stay here, you are going to automatically join Melinda Crane as she heads up a panel on energy in the digital age over in the Weltsaal. If you are a registered user and you switch to the Europasaal stream, you'll hear me in a discussion on green hydrogen, powering the off-takers.
Digitalization is a key enabler for the clean energy transition. The transition to clean energy is picking up pace due to the growing pressure from the international community, declining costs, and new innovative digital technologies. From AI to blockchain to virtual power plants and aggregated community energy models, which digital solutions will be most crucial to create more resilient, more efficient, and more cost-effective energy solutions?
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our online audience. Welcome back to all of those joining us in person here in the Weltsaal. If you were listening to Jennifer's discussion just now with the Irish Environment Minister, then you will have heard him talking about the dance that's at the center of the Energy Transition Challenge, namely a dance between renewable energy supply and demand, between intermittent, variable renewable energy sources and variable demand. And integrating those is a perennial topic here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue because it is so challenging. And of course, one of the reasons for that is that we are integrating renewable sources into an electricity grid that was built decades ago to handle fossil fuels. So that challenge has now become even more critical as countries and societies are winding down bridging technologies like coal and gas, now more than ever, as we've been hearing throughout the day. Maximizing renewables and minimizing emissions while simultaneously maintaining system stability is absolutely dependent upon accurate forecasts of power generation, of net load, and that, of course, is where digitalization comes in. And digitalization, as you just heard, is our topic here. Grid operators, developers, and consumers are harnessing the predictive capabilities of AI, of algorithms to both forecast supply and demand and to manage assets and operations, supported by other digital technologies ranging from sensors and blockchain to the Internet of Things. In this panel, leaders from government and industry are going to tell us which technologies they consider most promising and what frameworks are needed to manage both risks and unlock benefits. And we've got an outstanding array of speakers with us. I'll keep the introductions brief in the interest of time. Andrea Meza joins us online. You see her here if you're with us in the Weltsaal on the screen. She is Minister of Environment and Energy for Costa Rica. Welcome. Great to have you with us. And it's a pleasure to welcome Jan Lipavsky. He is Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. Thank you for joining us. We are also very pleased to welcome Dr. Alparslan Bayraktar. He is Deputy Minister of Energy and Natural Resources for Turkey. Wonderful that you can be here, sir. And seated here in the middle is Sandra Trittin. She is co-founder and CSO of the decentralized energy management startup Tico Energy Solutions. So glad you can be with us. And finally, I'm very pleased to welcome Anna Tribovic. She is co-founder and COO of the energy exchange software company Grid Singularity, which supports peer-to-peer energy communities. And she's also co-founder and vice chair of the blockchain organization Energy Web Foundation. Thank you for being here. So dear panelists, it would be great if we could just go right into our dialogue, and I'm very happy if you can keep your answers concise within 3 minutes or less, please, as we had agreed. So before I pose my first question, let me just very quickly bring in our first audience poll. And again, dear audience members, you can vote either on hashtag BETD 2022 or with our digital tool. See, a lot of you have already found it. What should be the highest priority in digitalizing and modernizing the energy sector? That was our question. And our answers are a digitally skilled population and professionals, secure and efficient sustainable digital infrastructure, transparent involvement of citizens and protection of fundamental digital rights, or increasing energy access. So those are our choices, and we're going to come back and take another look. I see right now it's neck and neck between infrastructure and access, but we're going to come back and look at the final result in a moment. Let me start by asking all of you to say a few words about which technologies and systems you're particularly excited about, which digital solutions you think are most crucial to supporting a sustainable energy transition. And I'll begin right here, if I may.
Thank you very much for this great conference. Thank you very much for inviting me. And my answer is very simple, and it goes to all technology and all system that lies behind and that enables transmission network. This is the key for renewable resources to be integrated into network, and for these resources, and on the demand side of energy grid. So this is absolutely pivotal for us to work and create a reliable energy network. And the power of these technologies and the way how the grid can be controlled and understood, it's recently the Ukraine has switched from the Russian-controlled energy grid to European. It was a project which was prepared for many years, but the current events, the horrible Putin wars, put the impetus to be done in days. Without those kind of technologies, it wouldn't be possible to do so. So for me, the answer is very clear. On the other side, every kind of this technology opens open space for hackers to have these opportunities to attack network. The more sophisticated it is, the more vulnerable it is. Therefore, cybersecurity has to go hand in hand with that, and we have to have also these backup plans. Without them, it would be very vulnerable. So.
Thank you very much. And we're going to come back to hear a little bit more about what your company is doing in this area in just a moment. I'm just going to jump. I'm going to take our policymakers first and our companies second. So I'll jump over to Minister Bayraktar, if I may.
Sure. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to say a few words about the recent developments, the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul today, showing a slight but positive improvement. So this is just good news that I wanted to share with you. And when I go back to your question, and I would like to just approach it from a more macro perspective, the role of digitalization in energy transition. And the greatest challenge of today's energy world is how we are going to have this energy transition, whether it's going to be turbulent or smooth. That's all we have discussed during these panels throughout the day. And all indications as of today showing us that it will be a turbulent transition, because we all seeing high energy prices, commodity prices, supply chain disruptions in the market. And all these things actually started before Russian invasion on Ukraine. So, I mean, the market already started one crisis after another that you were describing this morning. So the indications, again, will be a turbulent transition. And to have a smoother transition, what I believe that we need to talk not only energy transition, but smart energy transition. And when I say smart, I do mean responsive, rational, flexible, and digital energy transition. We need to be flexible enough, and we need to realize the market realities. I mean, the energy transition will not be overnight. It will take some time to take us to this 1.5 Celsius degrees target. So we need to be really rational, not emotional. That we are showing very emotional and ambitious talk, but in terms of action, unfortunately, we are really behind. And when it comes to digitalization of energy systems, like IT and energy is converging very heavily pretty recently. But still, we are really behind all these technological developments, because the major concern right now, we have this security of supply. Now everybody is considering the oil supply, gas supply, and eventually the electricity supply, and how we are going to have a continuous and quality based power supply to consumers. So I think the macro question is that how we can utilize the digital technologies into energy system in a more harmonized and smoother ways that we can discuss.
Thank you much indeed. We're going to drill a bit deeper in our next round of responses, but let me go now to Minister Meza to get her take on the same issue.
Thank you, and I will do the same, take this broader approach coming from the government perspective, and it's a little bit when we're talking about this digitalization and energy transition, and I think it's very important that we keep in mind, at least from the Costa Rican point of view, that we're talking about the 3 Ds, decarbonization, digitalization, and decentralization. And this is definitely a really change of the paradigm of how we are doing things in the energy part, for sure. And this will require new legal frameworks and I think new policies that will allow us to move towards that end. But I think it's very important that we keep in mind this 3D perspective. And of course, when we talk about technologies, and coming from a developing country, I think it's very important also to consider the cost of these technologies and that this transition should try to be an inclusive transition and a just transition. So this will be some of the elements coming from our perspective. This needs to be with this systemic approach. What we want is to decarbonize our economies. To, of course, technology, it's a good instrument, but we really need to take into account the rights of people. Consumers will be taking part of all these mechanisms. And of course, coming from the part of the governments, we will need to develop good frameworks that will give good signals to the private sector, that will enable innovation, but at the same time that will protect the rights of consumers and privacy. So it's how do we really develop a good legal framework and policy framework considering all these needs. I will leave it there and continue my reflections later.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we will come back especially to that initial topic you mentioned, governance, a little bit later on. But let me now get the point of view of our private sector representatives on the panel, starting with you, Ms. Trittin.
So thank you. And just building on what has been said so far, looking from the private sector, with the 3Ds that were just mentioned, the digitalization is the glue which will bring everything together. So we have the decarbonization, we have the decentralization, but you need the digitization to bring all of that together. And with that, you have different focus areas, right? On one side, it's like, how do you connect everything that's in the distributed space out there, right? How do you bring solar panels, how do you bring storage, batteries, whatsoever together? How can you deal with it? And there, the first part of technology or area of technology, I think, which is important, is everything which is related to Internet of Energy and how you connect and interconnect all these assets. Then based on that, you can work with all the data. You can work with the assets. You can derive value out of that. Might it be for more secure energy supply? Might it be more for energy efficiency reasons? Creating the flexibility and just what you were mentioning at the beginning, bringing the more volatile supply together with the demand that every one of us has every day and every evening at home. And here, I think technologies like blockchain, which Anna will for sure talk more about it, but also artificial intelligence, machine learning, they are all crucial technologies in that space.
Thank you very much. And Anna Tribovic, please, your thoughts on how what you're offering links up to what we've heard from the policymakers.
Thank you, and then, as usually, I will agree with my co-entrepreneur or entrepreneurs, Ms. Litin, in that the answer is all of the above. To save you the struggle of the poll as well, there is technology to meet all of those objectives. We do not have to choose. And one D that I would add is democratize, which is inherent in the other 3 Ds, and I'm sure the policymakers would agree. Therefore, we need the IoT for connectivity. We need artificial intelligence and machine learning to overcome the size of data, because that can also be a challenge, and to take advantage of that data to learn and to be more efficient and automate different processes. And then finally, what blockchain allows is a mix of security and decentralized interoperability. So, for example, if we had a decentralized energy asset registry in a certain region, as there is a project currently in Australia, for example, then an application like the one that TICO is offering for a virtual power plant could much more easily be set up in that region, or an application that we're building, which is to allow energy communities, people to trade with each other locally and to consume more what is produced locally, that could also be implemented more easily. The one disagreement I have is respectfully with the colleague from the Czech Republic, in that not everything is at the highest levels of the grid. Yes, transmission is critical, but actually if you make it easier for people to engage locally, to alleviate the strain from the grid, that will actually help you decrease the investment that is needed at the transmission level. And if you have advanced applications that are possible with technology today, you can also use local marketplaces to support the flexibility and the balancing up the grid level. And this is what technology offers today. And our hope only is that the current events, not just geopolitical, but the climate crisis, which is finally, the number of people who are in denial are getting smaller, that this will accelerate the regulatory side of things, because the technology is there. I think this is the main message that we have today.
And I want to give Minister Lewandowski a chance to respond to that, but I also would like to add a question of my own, and then perhaps you can speak to both points, because the Czech Republic has in fact earned the title recently of Digital Challenger, and digitalization already accounts for a larger share of GDP in your country, if my math is right, than in the 5 biggest EU member states. And the share in the Czech Republic is actually growing twice as fast. So I wonder if you could say a little bit about how you do see that playing out in the Czech energy system, in the shift to renewables, and then also, of course, feel free to speak to the point made by Ms. Tribovic.
Yes, I will just shortly reply to you. So I was speaking about the whole energy grid of Europe, and we have to think about big business and industrial part of the energy grid, which I don't see to be possible solved by this localized solution in the big scale. That was my idea. I was looking at from top-down view, and you offer the bottom-up view, which is very valuable, and I take it, and in the end of the day, it will meet in the middle. So both of these approaches are necessary. And for the digitalization, so we are industrious country. We are a country which has a very strong IT sector. We have many universities, many foreign companies from US and from other states have own branches in Czechia development centers, so it definitely helps. But for us, since we do not, the landscape of Czechia is not the best one for renewable resources. We are not spearheading these initiatives, which are necessary. You have to have certain environment. So this is something where we can do much. That I would comment on that. So even though we are tech savvy for renewables, we need new inputs.
Thank you very much. And Minister Bayraktar, Turkey also is putting a very high priority on digitalization in the context of its Vision 2023, which will mark the Republic's 100th anniversary. So I wonder if you would say a little bit specifically about where you see special potential for digital applications in the energy sector. What are your priorities there?
Thank you. To understand it better, what is the role of digitalization in Turkish energy market, you need to know two things about our market. Energy demand in Turkey is growing, so we need to meet this growing demand. On the other hand, we are heavily rely on imported resources, mainly gas, oil, and coal. So we need to meet this growing demand. At the same time, we are trying to reduce import dependency. To be able to do that, we need energy efficiency. We have a very strong program on that for 2023 and afterwards. And we have also a goal of utilization of our renewable resources, solar, wind, hydro, and others. So to add all these two major pillars to deal with our existing problems and also our goals to decarbonize Turkish economy, which President Erdogan announced pretty recently, in the year 2053, Turkey will be carbon neutral economy. So in 3 decades' time, to reach that level, to add more renewables, more intermittent resources into our network, we need to have a digital solution, digital tools to be able to do that. We have to have a decentralized, distributed generation, great potential, our country, in terms of renewables, but very diverse, let's say, areas in terms of resources. And in terms of energy efficiency, which we announced our National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, including many different sectors, building, transportation, agriculture, industry, and energy. Again, we need digital solution. We need demand-side management to be able to have more efficient energy consumption. So digitalization is not a luxury or not just a trendy tool that everybody is following and Turkey is following, but it's a necessity for our country. But the main question, and I think we can discuss in the second round, that how we should introduce digital solution into energy systems without giving up on system security or reliability.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do want to pick up very much on that point. Let me go over to Minister Meza, if I may, because again, your country gets gold stars for being the Silicon Valley of Latin America, as it's sometimes called. You have a very knowledge-intensive economy that hosts 16 of the world's top 100 IT companies. So how are you building on all of that in your national decarbonization plan? What digital technologies do you see as particularly promising within the Costa Rican framework?
Thank you. And again, coming from this broader perspective, and because I don't want to talk about only of one particular technology, because I think that there are many important technologies in the different areas. And what I will say is, again, technology and digitalization are only a mean and not an end for something. And what we're trying to do is understanding, and I think it was one of the previous speakers that was saying, this digitalization will be one of these key components to achieve decarbonization and to continue moving towards these ends. And what we are trying to do right now, it's generating this enabling condition, bringing the right signals. And in our case, as you know, we are producing electricity, almost 99% comes from renewables. And yes, we are dealing right now with this other part that we want to continue moving towards the decarbonization of our whole energy matrix, which means at the end, seeing that everything, especially the transport sector, will be using electricity. And this will also be having an increasing demand on generating more electricity, and we will be facing the same challenges of stability and flexibility. But here is where a lot of these technologies and this different digitalization, we see that it will play a critical role. What are some of the big challenges that we're facing right now? And as I was saying is, we really need to see and understand what will be the demands or the things that we need to elaborate on the regulatory part, because we know that we will have more interaction with the consumers. And this is something that we really want to understand better. What are the risks again, and what are the right elements that we need to cover coming from this legal framework and this policy framework. And this is some of the big challenges that, and some of the big questions that we are asking ourselves. We want innovation, we want to continue bringing this innovation, but at the same time, we know that there are many rights of people and that we need to cover, and there are some guarantees, and we need to look for this balance. So we are really having these big questions right now inside of that government.
And we're going to come back to those questions in just a moment. I want to give us a look shortly at that audience poll we did, which talks about what the audience sees as some of the priorities. And by the way, dear audience, we also would love to hear your questions to our panelists. So if you have a question, please do send it to us via our digital tool or our hashtag BETD 2022, and we'll bring it into the discussion. Let me ask you, Sandra Trittin, as one of the biggest real-time smart grids in the world, what TECO is deploying in the way of innovation and where you think additional innovation is needed. Are there gaps in the picture at the moment where you would say, you know, we need further work in this area or that area to bring this forward?
So probably as a quick explanation, TECO is providing virtual power plants mainly from the bottom up, so in the residential and commercial sector. So we are interconnecting everything which is in residential homes and belonging to the area of distributed energy resources, might it be wall boxes for cars, battery storage, solar inverters. And then we are providing services to the transmission grid through fast frequency response, balancing group optimization, different kind of services. So the virtual power plant can act like a normal power plant, just without the gap, let's say, that it cannot produce new electrons, right? So, but the idea is to align the demand better with the volatile production of the renewable energies. Now, where is the gap? The gap is quite a lot at the moment in the policy area, so in the new regulations, because not all the markets are open yet, not even in Europe, not worldwide, to allow these kind of systems. And they will be crucial for the future to utilize all the assets that we are building anyway, and that every one of us is building probably with solar, rooftop, etc. But the policy just does not allow access to markets. This is one thing. The second thing is that at some points, and I'm building a bit on what Anna was saying also, there are local markets missing. So for example, we could think about local flexibility markets, not only on the transmission grid, but also on the distribution grid level. Just there is no market at all. It's not that there is just policy missing, but there is a market mechanism at all missing. But it will be useful, and then the question on how does it interact with the transmission grid, right, over the different levels. So I think this is one thing. The second part, which I think is also important, is how can we create financial, let's say, stability for investments into that field. Because if you invest into energy efficiency or if you invest into flexibility, it's nothing that you can hold on, right? If you're building up a gas power station, you know, okay, I have to go through a certain process, it will be built, and then I have a running time of probably 40 to 60 years. I can see it, I can see the electrons. But if you're building up a virtual power plant, it takes you probably 2,000 homes, which you first have to convince to join your business model. Then you have to interconnect them, then you have to work also with these clients, right? And then you need to have the market access, and then you can provide the service. And this creates often the problem that investors are saying, well, it sounds nice, right? But It's a bit unsecure, it's a bit risky, so probably I might better stick with my investment for the gas power station. And there are many, many other examples out there. Also, if you are thinking about the topic of energy communities, right? If you want to build up an energy community nowadays where you can do a peer-to-peer trading, which investor is really going to take the risk at the moment to say, I'm going to build that up? Because there are so many unsecure pieces in the system, but at one point we have to start.
I see Minister Baraktar wanting to weigh in here.
I was just going to say, now gas power plants are also too risky, you know, whether we will find a gas or not.
Thank you for weighing in on that. So let me go over to Anna Tribovic, because in fact, blockchain is a technology where there are a number of potential use cases in the energy sector, and certainly right here in Berlin, lots of startups trying to position themselves to be part of this. Are there nonetheless also gaps, would you say, when you look at the overall picture, whether in innovation or in governance and investment structures?
Normally, policy is technology agnostic, and I believe everyone in the room knows that, and this is how policymakers act. You do not permit normally or forbid a certain technology to be used. However, policy is more to do how that technology is used. So what can you do, what can you make happen with that technology? And this is why we do have a gap. We have a gap in that something is possible technically, something that could have a significant impact, but the policy does not recognize that type of an operation on the market. And this is exactly what Sandra was also saying just earlier. So for example, if you look at the perspective of how much you need to invest, that could also be zero, right? It all depends on how connected the energy assets are, which is why you need this infrastructure. I mentioned one project, which is a decentralized energy asset registry. Why is that important? Because each energy asset would have an ID and would be able to interact with different applications seamlessly, in that you would not need a manager, organizer. It would be as simple as using an app on your phone. And this is where we need to get to. It needs to be easy for assets to connect. It needs to become a lot easier for people to invest in and install renewable assets. It is, to me, I do not understand to this day why it is so difficult to do that. Why, you know, why it would not be just very normal, just like you buy a fridge or whatever device you buy, that you also buy a solar panel, a heat pump, whatever it is. At the moment, I know there is a skills shortage. That installation companies do not even have sales departments anymore because they have too much work. We also have a shortage of some of those renewables. The EU recently asked the heat pump producers to increase their production. So there are some gaps there as well. On the core infrastructure, there are some projects like the ones I mentioned where the governments could make a lot of progress with very limited investment. And one example that was given about energy communities is one where there is a very enabling legislation, for example, at the EU level. But when you come to the EU member level, then either they do not explain how the directive can be implemented in practice, or they do allow its implementation, but in a very limited way. For example, you can set up an energy community, you can even do peer-to-peer trading, but you do not do this based on market conditions. You do not do this in a way that you can respond to a dynamic tariff from a distribution operator and assist with flexibility and balancing first at that level and then up the grid. You do it based on a predetermined pricing scheme. And while it is good to encourage people to self-consume, it may also be counter-effective if the market really wants you to support flexibility, and if that is a more productive way of use of that particular resource at that time. So certainly there are gaps, while there is technology to allow a much more optimal use of renewables. And also that would encourage individuals to invest more in renewables, and to really activate the citizen in this process, not to have the entire burden at the central government side.
Thanks very much. Let me get our technical team to please show us the results of our audience poll, because I'd like to now do a deeper dive on governance and what's needed in that area. So if we could see those results, here they are. And what we see, we'd asked what should be the highest priority in digitalizing and modernizing the energy sector, and we see that 55% of those who responded said secure and efficient, sustainable digital infrastructure. And then the next largest share, 20%, say increasing energy access. Then we have 18% saying a digitally skilled population and highly skilled digital professionals. You, in fact, talked about lack of staff in some cases, skills shortages. And finally, transparent involvement of citizens and protection of fundamental digital rights. That's just 6%, which is interesting. Fairly low share concerned about that. Minister Lipowski, you would like to comment?
Yes, I think the last option it's very connected to the first one, actually, because fundamental digital rights and secure and efficient, sustainable digital infrastructure cannot be created without these rights. And it comes to my question and my point I wanted to raise during this debate. We gather a lot of data. We get a vast amount of data. Where do we store them? Under which conditions? Who will access to them? How this will be regulated? This is a fundamental question for EU, for Europe. We have to be looking for these answers. Do we want to share them with our friends in US? Do we want to send them to China? Do we want to? How do we work this data set? So this is something where I see a role of politicians to be actively answering those questions.
And what's your answer to some of those questions? For example, there's a very ongoing controversial debate about whether Europe needs its own cloud.
Yes, it is ongoing debate, and I feel there's some progress in talks with the US side, and this is exactly the debate I'm pointing to. And yes, we have to find ways how to protect data in Europe, to have a control over them, but not to lose connection to know-how and how to put it mildly, the minds of rest of democratic world, US, Japan, Taiwan, for example, Australia. We want to have them on board when we speak about digitalization and creating new things.
Let me ask everybody else to give their perspective on the poll results and also in general on the question of what you see as the most important prerequisites for policymakers to be setting when it comes to deployment of digital technology. So I'll first take the policymakers and then I'll come to our business representative. Please, Minister Varekta.
Thank you. Well, I mean, when I see the result of the poll, it shows also today's biggest concern about energy, you know, the security of supply, the efficiency problems and sustainability questions comes everybody's mind. So this is kind of also affected, I believe, the current realities and concerns. When it comes to the role of the right governance of the digital deployment, I think the most important challenge is the regulatory challenge. I agree with that. And as a former regulator, I can tell you a secret. I'm sure you know it, but the problem with the regulatory world is, and especially these new technologies or digitalization, that we need to somehow increase and train the regulators as well, because they basically don't understand how the system works. And when they don't understand, the obvious reaction from them is just not to deploy anything, because we all know very conventionally we do tariff regulation, we do licensing, market entry and exit. These are the tools as a regulator that they use. I used to use. So the stakeholder management, regulators, policymakers, consumers. I mean, I was a little bit surprised and disappointed about the role of citizens, that it seems like a 6% is quite low. But I think the most important part is a consumer empowerment and the role of consumers to involve in this new digital world, new digital energy world. So we need to increase the awareness of the people, how they are going to engage with the market activities, how they can play a different role in the market in terms of consumers. But first and foremost, also, I would say that the right market design, we need a new market design for this digital energy world. Mm-hmm. To have that, we need to digitalize the system, we need to make the system intelligent or smart, and we need to protect the system, the cybersecurity that we all referring to. So these are the key factors that we need to have.
Just before you put your mic down, what would you say, both as a former regulator and as a current policymaker, to Sandra Truttin's remark that, in fact, there are technologies out there that can't be introduced to the market because the regulatory system isn't able, essentially, to conceive of them within the existing framework? Is that a problem you're aware of? Are regulators and policymakers?
We do aware of, but the problem is, I think you will all agree with me that this new technologies, digitalization is continuously improving. It's not like the mature system that we are going to introduce. So we don't know, we are so insecure, and we don't know how we are going to implement the right policies, right incentives, right legislation that it will allow us, we will avoid any stranded assets, stranded costs, and sunk costs. Because eventually there will be new things coming into online. And that's I think the main problem, and I hope that we will learn more and we engage more with the relevant actors to introduce the right policies and set of regulations.
And I saw Minister Meza nodding her head quite emphatically, so I'll go to you now for a comment on the same question.
I totally echoed what the minister has said. We are building a new market, and we are building a new way of managing the whole energy system. And this is why we don't have the answers right now. And we need to be very clear and aware of these aspects. But this is why it's so important that we really need to keep in mind what are the main goals of this. Because then we can really lose ourselves if we are not clear on why are we doing this. And these are the kind of questions that as policymakers, we really need to have these in the center of the things and the discussions. We are doing this because we want to decarbonize our economies. We are doing this because we want to have also a better system and a better economy for all the people. And this is also an inclusion aspect that I want to bring here. This is for the people. And that's why I was very surprised looking at the answers of the polls as well. And I totally agree. I think it was the first minister who mentioned we will be generating and we will be having a lot of information from the consumers, that consumers will be there in this interaction. And I think this is great, this is fantastic, but at the same time, what are we going to do with all this information? How are we going to use it? Is everyone so clear that we will be having access to all this information? So I think that this is about understanding this part, but I'm very clear that and coming and hearing the other panelists from the private sector, it's so clear that we also need to understand that everything is changing right now and that we need to cover the risk, send in the right signals that we know that this technology will allow us to achieve the main goals that we want to achieve. So it's a complex moment. And my main point here is not to lose the big objectives, because Nothing is clear right now. We are writing the future, and it's so important to have clear goals coming from the policy part. Why are we doing this? Be asking ourselves all the time, because otherwise, just technology for technology, digitalization for digitalization can also become a very big risk and can leave a lot of people out of the system if we don't do this, having the people, the human being in the center, and of course our environmental goals there very clear as part of all this transition.
So let me now go to the two innovators on the panel, and certainly if you like, give us your response to what the poll results and how you see them. But then I'd also like you to talk about finding this balance between policy frameworks as enablers that allow the technologies that are available and future not yet fully optimized technologies to flow into the market, and at the same time address the risks that need to be dealt with. So finding that balance. But first, if you'd like, just tell us your brief response to the poll.
So I only have two reactions to that. So one reaction was that for the secure infrastructure, for me, the key word in that question was the digital infrastructure, which means on the different levels, like if you're looking to the different levels of the energy system, I think the consumer, for example, has no understanding what it means to digitalize on the transmission grid level, right? That just happens by itself. You bring in more technology, you have more overview, you have more data, etc. But where it becomes interesting, and this is relating to the last point or to the last question, with the limited number of percentage, right, where people said like digital rights are like, let's say, less important. I think what people have understood already is that, yes, for sure, we need to have some basic privacy rights, but on the other side, to be honest, who cares about how much energy I consume every day? I mean, would you all be interested in seeing that, or seeing my energy bill, like if it's like 100 euros up or down? I'm personally interested, right? Because I want to see how much I saved in comparison to last year. But, you know, if anyone sees it out there, I personally don't care too much. And I think it might be also a question of generation. This just as a thought. I'm not saying that I'm fully agreeing with that, but it's more my interpretation of the results. Then in terms of the policy, what the minister was just saying before, I think that's really a problem, is the matter of speed. Technology, and especially in the digitalization, is developing so quick, whereas policy making just takes its time. Mm-hmm. And this difference in speed creates quite some tension. I think we have all seen that in the country where we are at the moment, in Germany, with the smart metering. Where there was a good approach in bringing smart metering full scale into the country, whereas all the technology providers, or most of them, are thinking, well, it's a good approach, but it's like 10 years old already. But it's normal, right? Because the thoughts of bringing policy into that system here in Germany have been made 10 years ago to be at the point where we are at the moment. So I think the major challenge will be on how can we align that speed. How can, I think, also policymakers help, let's say, to find some basic rules which are not preventing future further developments and increase in technology, right, and changes?
Thank you. It's occurring to me as I look at the results, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the results still on our screen up here, that if we consider policymakers and regulators to be amongst the digital professionals, then that 16% share is indeed quite low, because you're telling us very clearly that regulators and policymakers essentially need to be brought along in terms of their understanding. Please, Minister Barr.
I was just going to say that yes, we do regulation ex ante, so we do something for 5 years later, for 10 years later, and maybe we do have a right to make some mistakes. But eventually, if you are, what you're seeing today, people are complaining and criticizing policymakers or regulators to rely on one single country or one single source of energy. That creates a lot of problem in terms of security of supply. we might have that kind of difficulties and challenges in the future in terms of digitalization of energy. You can consider like we can rely on one single software in 10 years from now on.
Can I just comment quickly? So I fully agree with your perspective as well, right? And I see the challenges. And this is also looking more from an entrepreneurship point of view. We always said, like, we want to build up a solution which can live without the policy having to change, right? Something which can support, let's say, the implementation, increase speed, but in the end, let's say, startups have to live with the stages, at least how it is today, right? You cannot build your future business on something that there might be a change in policy. I can give you an example. I'm waiting since 10 years that the Swiss energy market will be liberalized. And I think I will wait probably another 10, right? But that's fine. That's just how the world is. Still, TICO is still alive. We have created there our business model. It might, in that case, it worked out. There might be other cases where it doesn't then.
Thank you very much. I want to go to Anna Trivovic because I wanted to get your take also on the poll result. And then I have a question as well about security to you.
Thank you. I will perhaps turn to energy access because in my work I actually see an intersection that some may not, which is one with transparent citizen involvement. Because one can view energy access as a basic right to have literally access to energy, usually translates to access to the grid, because we still have a significant portion of the globe with no access to the grid. And what happens in these communities that do have some access through solar home management system or others, that they end up paying more for less because of the situation, and also in part because the electricity that comes from the grid, often in those exact regions, tends to be heavily subsidized and not reflective of the real price. So we have a disconnect where future solutions are developing and can develop to allow those communities to function off the grid in a more optimal way. But as soon as a community connects to the grid, they no longer want this solution, which helps to relieve congestion from the grid because the electricity from the grid is cheaper. So there is also a disconnect there. Then in contrast to such communities, we have communities in very advanced economies where people get together for energy access because they want to be off the grid, because they want to be self-sufficient, because they can, because they have the resources. They're usually experts themselves. They can afford to buy the most advanced technology, batteries to store everything, to be off the grid, and are proud to be off the grid and self-sufficient and not dependent. And in the long term, they end up doing much better, right? Because they don't get charged every month and so forth. So again, we have a disconnect between who needs to be supported and who ends up having a better deal. And this is what needs to align. And to end on a positive note, as always an optimist, we are going in a good direction. Every single policymaker that I have met who has become educated, like you said, about blockchain, for example, falls in love with the technology because it adds transparency, because it adds security, because it adds efficiency, and because it goes very nicely with other technologies like AI and IoT, and it's always a hybrid solution. But we do need to increase education. There are also what are called regulatory test beds, right, which are places where you can safely innovate. And there are many pilots around the world that have implemented solutions. Then there is a waiting room, right? When do you decide, and what do you need to decide to move from that pilot and that regulatory test bed to mainstream? This is where we get a little frustrated as innovators because, like Sandra said, we adapt our technology to what is possible in terms of regulation, but we know we could do a lot more if we were allowed to. And this is where we need to continue to talk and have this dialogue, and that's why BETD has an important role, and that's why we're both here.
Thank you very much. I'd like just briefly pick up on the point here about secure and efficient, sustainable digital infrastructure. I'm not sure if it was you, Minister Lepowski, or you, Minister Baraktar, who said perhaps the largest share being in that category has something to do with the current crisis that we're facing. And concern about the security of our system's critical infrastructure, particularly in view of potential cyber attacks. So just briefly to you, Anna Trivovic, because blockchain is often conceived of as a particularly secure technology. In general, not only with regard to blockchain, but how secure is our digital infrastructure? How vulnerable is it?
Okay, maybe let's go back to this cloud. Blockchain is more secure because it is very difficult to hamper with a blockchain-based solution and to manipulate the data that is there and the set of transactions that follow a certain path, which is usually called a smart contract, but essentially it means how are things done, what is the process, what steps are followed, and what happens as a result. What is always vulnerable is the input, right? So if your input comes from a digital system, a battery that is generating a certain output at a certain time, and you're taking that as input, that is more secure than a person, copying from an Excel sheet or telling you that's what the numbers are, right? So you can decrease the vulnerability input, but there's always that vulnerability at the beginning, which cannot be prevented. One example of many cases that already work are these renewable energy certificates, where instead of having sets of people having to verify, yes, this is a hydro plant, yes, we can see this is what they produce in the Excel sheet. Instead, you're just stamping minute by minute or second by second through whatever system you have there. You avoid cheating, which happens in the system with double certificates. You can arrange for contracts in advance to purchase this. That's one use case. Another use case is if a battery in your car has a digital ID, then you are not in a closed vendor system where only the owner of the car manufacturer can decide who has access to the data from your car, from your battery, and use that for their own purpose and give you a product based on that. But you can choose among other providers and use your battery not just for your car, but also to sell back at a certain time and provide a vehicle-to-grid service. Simply, you have this interoperability that becomes more secure because you have this digital ID. Many countries have digital IDs for citizens. The digital ID for energy assets follows a similar system, but we now have a technology to do it in a more secure way. And let's say that everybody has a digital ID, every asset does. That also allows you the possibility for everybody to keep their data and exchange what is needed for certain service to work, just like, again, we select apps and what we allow an app to do on our phone. This also prevents one cloud storing all of the information, because everybody can store theirs and exchange what is required for that particular use case. So this is just to spark your curiosity about an alternative to one cloud.
Thank you very much. And just very briefly, we have about 2.5 minutes left, and I would like to just ask all of you, because a central theme of this conference is cooperation and how cooperation can take us forward in the energy transition. So put that together, if you would, with digital, and tell me what would be the key priority in your view moving forward where cooperation is important or essential. Minister Lepowski?
Yes, we need to be working on European common solution. That's absolutely clear. We have to do it in a matter of energy security. We have to do it in the area of digitalization and regulation, and that's basically what would be my answer to that question. So a common regulatory framework which would allow for these technologies to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Baraktar.
To me, we can cooperate on on the change management, because the main question here is how we're going to be able to successfully manage this change. Big change is happening in the world of energy. The Uberization of distribution system or utilities is happening right now, and some colleague mentioned already the speed of change is enormous. So how are we going to let's say, manage this change of speed? So we need to cooperate on that front. Also, very important things on cybersecurity. Again, another cooperation area we all share. And also we can learn from different sectors. It's not only energy, but banking sector, telecommunication. They're already having these just questions. And one last thing to the private sectors, to innovators that try to be more simple, to simplify things for consumers, becoming more consumer friendly, and for also policymakers and regulators would be really nice.
Thank you so much. And Minister Meza.
I will say that we need to continue this collaboration with, well, these dialogues with the private sector. And I totally agree with the minister. It's very important that we continue having these conversations between all these innovators and the policymakers. This is very important. Continuing piloting. I know that then we want to scale up things, but we're still in the phase of where we need to continue in doing some piloting. And of course, this cooperation between developing countries and developed countries, it will be crucial again, because we are facing a lot of these challenges. And again, it's very important that we leave no one behind in this transition.
Thank you so much. Sandra Trittin?
Yeah, bringing the word of cooperation to the people attending here on that panel. I think what has been just mentioned, I think is crucial to keep the continuous exchange. Also, the speed of exchange, I think, has to increase, because we are talking about technology which is quickly changing, is crucial. And then I think also what has been just mentioned from the minister before, that on one side we can still pilot, but also how can we help to secure policymakers to go to the next level, to make it a possibility for mass market applications. So not only to learn and to exchange knowledge from both sides, but also how can we support in a day-to-day business a bit each other on how to move forward more quickly.
Thank you so much. Anna Tribovic.
I believe I have already concluded in a way, so I can only reiterate that we will always be back and find time to talk. And you should also meet your entrepreneurs in your countries and listen to them and try to create these goalposts. You know, how much evidence do you need to move forward with the policy? Maybe we leave that as a final note. And one example, we actually had a hackathon with a young Turkish entrepreneur who involved students from a university last week to start that bug early, to make them think out of the box, like you said, thinking about a completely new market design. Because it is not the technology that has disrupted the market is already disrupted, and we need to use this technology to better manage the market that is distributed and disrupted.
Thank you so much to all of you. It's been a very lively and interesting discussion. We appreciate it very much. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And thank you so much to our audience for your attention. This after-lunch slot is always a bit challenging, but I think hopefully we kept everybody awake. We would now like to go over to Jennifer in the Europazaal, who has a very special guest with her to talk about sustainable energy supply at the industrial giant Bosch. And after that, we once again have two paths to choose from, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the Weltsaal, in a quarter of an hour, we'll be asking a high-level panel how hydrogen diplomacy could reset global energy relations. And in the Europazaal, an outstanding group of speakers will look at how we can do better on global energy access. So again, a moment to choose. Over to you, Jennifer.
That's right, Melinda. In just a few minutes, everyone will have the choice to choose. But before, I'll be joined here in a studio session by a very special guest. And I'm joined now in this Europasaal studio session by Marco Spiekermann, the Senior Vice President of the FOFC program at Bosch. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to ask you right now, you're Senior Vice President of the SOFC Project House. Can you tell everyone listening out there, what does SOFC stand for?
Of course. SOFC stands for our stationary fuel cell program at Bosch, which is based on the solid oxide fuel cell technology. That is actually where the abbreviation truly comes from. Now, our SOFC systems are highly innovative products indeed, actually, and they are designed for decentral energy supply. They primarily produce electric energy, but also thermal energy, which comes at very well-usable temperature levels for both heating and cooling. We are planning for a full international market entry as of 2024, with an initial production volume of 200 megawatts that we will scale in the years after.
You said that the product is a highly innovative energy system. How does it work? And how can we use it?
Of course. Well, as a matter of fact, as I said, the machines are really designed for decentral energy supply, so they truly support the trend of moving away from these large, central, very fixed power generation towards really decentral, easy to scale, flexible power generation right where the energy is actually needed. Now, of course, our machines are fully designed to operate on hydrogen. So they are fully H2 ready also when we hit the markets in 2024, yet at the same time, for the time as hydrogen is not yet fully available, our machines are what we like to call fuel flexible. So they can also be operated with natural gas or biomethane. That's also why I like to think of them not only as a technology that works in the future, but truly a future technology that already works today. Now, when it comes to power generation, of course, it's always fully about efficiency. Now, our machines operate at an electrical efficiency of more than 60%, and if you count in the heat that is generated as well, you come to an overall system efficiency of 85 to 90%. If you compare that to the average gas power plant in Germany, which only, so to say, operates at around about 45 to 50% efficiency, you can already tell that there's a big difference and that our machines make much more efficient use of whatever fuel goes in, be it now natural gas, be it biomethane, or of course in the future then hydrogen.
I think you said your market entry is planned for 2024. So I'd love to know, tell us a little bit more about what it's going to be like when you finally enter the market.
Of course. Well, as a matter of fact, our machines are designed for a high number of different use cases. Now, that can be in commercial buildings, industrial buildings, this can be in data centers, that can even go into maritime applications. And truly interesting it becomes when you think of them as part of entire microgrids, where they can be scaled really into the megawatt range or in form of virtual power plants or actually also physical power plants. Now, we are already running today a lot of pilot projects with these machines, one of which is in the city of Bamberg, which is in Bavaria, actually at the central bus station. We run the machine there jointly with our cooperation partner, which is the Stadtwerke Bamberg. And there we have one machine that is today producing electrical energy for 24-person households close by. And we also use the heat actually to keep a bakery next door really warm and cozy. Now, as I said, we are planning for a full international market entry in 2024, initial production volume 200 megawatts per year. Now that equates on an annual basis to around 400,000 four-person households that we can really supply with climate-friendly energy. The team that is actually really developing and assembling these SOFC systems had grown to around about 500 people by the end of 2021, both in Germany, Japan, the US, so it's really an international team. And it also shows us that actually this whole development is really driving the creation of new jobs in this whole evolving new hydrogen economy. We are also part of the European IPCEI hydrogen program as one of 62 companies that have been selected by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Truly to sort of say, sum it up a little bit, we very strongly believe that our SOFC systems are one of many puzzle pieces to really succeed the energy transition, so to really make the Energiewende happen. And I think what's truly important now is that really on an international level, all stakeholders, really from politics over to gas providers, over to the industrial OEMs that produce these systems, actually that really make use of hydrogen, produce hydrogen, that they really come together and make it happen.
Absolutely. Coming together and making it happen is what the BETD 22 and any BETD is all about. Many thanks to Markus Spiekermann, the Senior Vice President of SOFC, for joining me today in the studio session. Up next, we have a video statement by Dr. Cesar Landa Arroyo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Peru.
Do you hear? Peru and Germany are global allies with shared principles and values and strong ties in the field of cooperation and environmental protection. This has enabled Peru to be one of Germany's global partners in Latin America, and will allow us to continue promoting a reinforced cooperation based on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. As a country committed to cleaner energy transition, we are mindful of the importance of international cooperation to achieve that aim through the expansion of electromobility, the production, transport, and use of green hydrogen, the creation of energy schools for women, among other strategies. International cooperation for a global energy transition is on the rise. Initiatives for multilateral cooperation are complemented by a growing bilateral commitment to foster international learning and exchange of experience. Despite this, we are still far from achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7 of the 2030 Agenda, focused on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. For Peru, our immense potential in renewable energy allows us to build up a market that eases our transition to clean energy. We hope that this will ensure new jobs and investment while benefiting the population by increasing economic competitiveness and lowering price. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that statement from Dr. Cesar Landa Arroyo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Peru. As you can see, I have right next to me Rebecca Freitag, our Dialogue Ambassador. Tell us what's been happening online.
Yes, I would love to. And this time I would really like to use this spot to go more into depth, because really there are really interesting discussions happening, you know, not only on the initial tweet, but really if you take your time and look on the reactions below that, then you have really interesting insights. And I'm bringing in an example, which is about Australia. In this tweet that is by Michael Kellner, he is the Parliamentary State Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Action. Well, he had two tweets, and the tweet before that, you have to imagine there was a photo where two people were signing a contract, and he is saying, "Shipping sunshine. Australia delivers green hydrogen to Europe. This is a real ray of hope in these times. This is how we advance the energy transition, expand the hydrogen bridge with Australia, and reduce dependence on Russian imports." And then he continues with his second post and makes reference to these great keynote speeches that we heard this morning. He says, "This is a matter of safety and protects the climate, quote, boost the expansion of renewables," demanded Baerbock today at BTD 22. And he quotes also Habeck saying, "More than ever, we are promoting a global energy transition." And now what happens is that below that you find some interesting, well, critical question, I would say it. So one comment was, "I would be interested to know what this hydrogen is used for. Steel production, mobility, how is the hydrogen transported to Germany? How much energy is needed for the transport? Thanks for meaningful hints." And then you find another comment by Leo who says, I would say we steal the renewable resources of other countries in order to spare the citizens at home the necessary expansion of wind power and photovoltaics. Regional, fair, ecological energy production, including transport, goes differently. And another comment is about, well, or just ask the question, how green is it when it comes thousands of kilometers to Europe by diesel ship? And one more, I would like to give you one more discussion or reflect one more discussion. In the next tweet, that is actually commenting on another tweet. He is saying, news not, companies react to prices. Very big thanks for this, Leon. And now what Leon has done is he gave you a thread, and a thread is actually a sequence of many tweets. And in that sequence, he lists in how far industries are actually reacting to increasing prices, and he gives concrete examples. So you have to imagine there's a tweet where he's talking about the chemical industries plus examples and how far they react to the prices, the metal industry, the steel industry, and the paper industry. And what happens below that is a question pops up by Tobias. He asks, after all, energy-intensive industry mainly has long-term supply contracts. Isn't it likely that they will curb their production, since they now simply sell the electricity they bought a long time ago on the spot market, since that brings in more than the actual production? Interesting question. And another short question or comment by Christoph is, yes, and then the electricity is obviously put to a more valuable use. So really very detailed discussions that we can find right now on Twitter. And with this, I would like to hand over to Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thanks to all of you who are joining us online. We're now heading quickly into our final sessions of the day. If you're on YouTube, you'll automatically switch to the Weltsaal for a panel on hydrogen democracy, resetting global energy relations. If you're with us as a registered user, you can switch to the Europasaal stream and join me there for a discussion on energy access.
Hydrogen will have an important role to play in reaching net zero carbon emissions by the middle of the century. What is the extent of this role, and how will hydrogen redefine international energy partnerships? How are traditional energy exporting nations reacting to these developments? Does hydrogen have the potential to enable greater energy independence or balance in energy trade? Or will it exacerbate already existing structures of dependency?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a very insightful and very intensive day, and we now want to do our final session on day one of BETD 2022 on this very crucial topic of whether hydrogen can reset global energy relations. And clearly, green hydrogen does offer multiple opportunities to those countries and regions that are in a position to harness it, whether as producers or as importers. Yet questions remain, and we discussed this earlier today when we heard from the heads of the International Energy Agency and IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, about hydrogen's efficiency and scalability. Far-sighted infrastructure and R&D investment will be needed to bring this, one must say, much hyped technology to fruition. And hydrogen will also, and we heard it just now in that short film, reset the global geopolitics of energy. Governments and international organizations have a unique opportunity to proactively shape this new market in a manner that could maximize benefits and minimize risks. And we want to talk about how that can be done, about the foreign policy implications of a global H2 market and what priorities should be guiding the new hydrogen diplomacy, as well as where international cooperation is most important, both to mitigate risks and maximize maximize opportunities. We have a great panel with us to address all of those issues, and I'm going to keep the introduction short in the interest of time, and we'll also be very grateful to our speakers if you could please keep your responses to the questions concise so that we can hopefully manage to be interactive and cover as much material as possible. So when I say short, I mean about 3 minutes per person. In our original round, and then 2 minutes after that. It is now my pleasure to introduce, starting at that side of the panel, Christina Averbeck. She is executive member of the board of directors of the Climate Alliance Germany, which is a civil society coalition with over 140 member organizations. Welcome to you. Also with us, and very pleased to have her here, is Gauri Singh. She is with us virtually. She's Deputy Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency. I mentioned it just a moment ago. She's had a long career in renewable energy and sustainable development, amongst other initiatives, leading the National Solar Mission India 2010. Great that you can be with us. Also with us is Omar Paganini. He is Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining for Uruguay. He brings, he brings private sector and academic experience to his current post. Great to have you with us as well, joining us remotely. Diego Mesa Puello is Minister of Mines and Energy for Colombia and previously served at the IMF and also worked as senior economist at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Great to have you on board. We are waiting on Tom Alweendo. He is Minister of Energy and Mines for Namibia and former governor of the Bank of Namibia, and we're told he's signing a contract at this very moment, which sounds important and hopefully useful. So we are expecting him to join us imminently. Sri Alok Kumar is State Secretary in the Ministry of Power of India and has had a long career in public service in a variety of sectors. Thank you so much for being with us here on the panel. And finally, seated directly next to me, it's a pleasure to welcome Neda Gonji. She is Minister of Industry and Renewable Energy for Tunisia. And she will be speaking French, ladies and gentlemen, so if you would like a translation, you do have a headset available here in the room. And I'd like to start with a question to all of the ministers and policy makers on the panel. All of your countries aspire to becoming hydrogen exporters in the near future. And I'd like to ask you how this will factor into your foreign policy and strategy and how you expect it to influence your relations with other countries. And we will begin with Minister Gonji, please.
Bonsoir, merci à tous. Un plaisir de me retrouver dans ce panel pour parler d'un thème d'une grande actualité aujourd'hui, à savoir l'hydrogène vert. Nous sommes
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything.
Aujourd'hui
I'm sorry.
À une vitesse croissante. On parlait il y a quelque temps d'énergie renouvelable, de solaire, d'éolien.
Un moment, s'il vous plaît. I guess there's no translation yet, is that right? Okay, I'm told we're working on it. The technical team, do you need another minute or two? Okay, we will move on and come back. Excusez-moi, on revient. So I will go on to Minister Mesa Puello, if I may.
Thank you. I think for Colombia, the clean hydrogen economy has a significant opportunity both from a foreign relationship and also from an energy perspective. Currently, I have to start by saying that Colombia has one of the longest stable democracies in South America. We believe firmly on multilateralism. We believe that energy security shouldn't be an issue, and we are ready to help Europe and other parts of the world that are now, struggling to balance out climate action plans and energy security. And I said this because Colombia today is a net energy exporter. We mostly export fossil fuels at the moment, but we have everything in place to become one of the largest exporters of green hydrogen. We have world-class resources in wind, in solar, in water. We've developed a very robust policy framework over the last 3.5 years with fiscal incentives for the production of green hydrogen. And we also have the infrastructure in place to be able to produce initially for our domestic market, because we already consume significant amounts of hydrogen, and we need to replace gray hydrogen with green hydrogen, but in the medium term to be able to export. So we're pretty much ready, and we are happy to say that we can combine this opportunity from a security point of view for energy security, but also from an economic point of view. And this is a topic that brings together both our diplomacy and our energy capacity, and we're ready to deploy it to contribute to energy security around the world.
And what do you think will change?
So I think the world now is realizing that energy partnerships have to be strike with countries that share your same democratic values. Given what's going on in the invasion in Ukraine by Russia, which we actually condemn in the strongest form possible because we think is unprovoked, is illegal, is brutal, that's going to be the main decision factor now going forward. I think you would like to depend on allies that share your same democratic values, that respect the rule of law, that respect democracy, and that's going to be a key factor going forward for Europe, but for the world as a whole.
Thanks very much, and we'll take a deeper dive on that in a moment. Let me say hello to the Minister of Mines and Energy of Namibia, Tom Alweendo. Wonderful that you can join us. And we're just beginning, so you haven't missed too much. We're talking right now about how hydrogen could reset countries' foreign policy, reset their energy relations and diplomacy. And we've just heard from the Costa Rican minister, and I will go now to the Tunisian minister because our translation is available. Madame Gondji, please.
Okay. Merci. Donc, je disais qu'aujourd'hui, les pays comme la Tunisie qui ont engagé des programmes ambitieux de politique.
Yes, Tunisia has a few very ambitious programs to develop renewable energies based on solar and wind. We are now in the process of switching to this new system, of transforming our system, so we would like to rely heavily on green hydrogen because of the potential it has to offer in Tunisia. We're talking about desalination of seawater, solar energy, and thus we can produce green hydrogen. We're working on a pilot project to move towards the production of green ammonia, because we do have a large phosphate processing industry, fertilizer industry, and we'd like to produce green fertilizer. Our foreign policies are in line with this strategy. We cooperate with our European partners. There's a program that unites European countries, Mediterranean countries. With Germany, by the way, we have an additional program, an accompanying program of studies and pilot projects. And thus we intend to work out a plan for the production of green hydrogen. The ties we have between Tunisia and Italy for the transport of gas, these will be used for other purposes. We want to be able to transport hydrogen. We're pursuing active policies and diplomatic relations because we intend to cooperate with European partners in order to make all this happen.
To that key question also about the transformability of existing infrastructure for gas into repurposing for hydrogen. Let me go now to Minister Alweendo, if I may, with the same question to talk, if you would please, about how you see the advent of hydrogen. Your country also has ambitions to become a hydrogen exporter. How you see that as changing your country's international energy relations?
Thank you very much, and my apologies to come a bit late. In fact, while I was late, it's because I was conducting green hydrogen diplomacy, so that's why I took a bit longer to come here. Namibia, we are one of those lucky countries where we have got really world-class renewable resource. You can talk about the wind, you can talk about the solar. We're really, I think, on where we are geographically located as a country, we have got great resources. And that will then also put us in a position where we can actually be one of the front runners in the creation of green hydrogen assets. Such that last year, we went out to the market, we issued an RFP to identify companies that want to collaborate with us in producing these assets. At COP last year in Glasgow, we announced the preferred bidder for this RFP, and we are now busy with a company called Hyphen. Hyphen, it's actually, some of you might know Hyphen. It's the people we are working together to actually produce this asset. And that really put on a very, very good position. But for that also to work, the energy diplomacy, the collaboration that we need to have partners to work with us. Because the green hydrogen or the ammonia that's going to be produced, it'll be much, much more than what we need as a country. It will be much, much more than what the region needs, for example, and therefore we need to find markets where we need to actually export this product. So far, we've been talking to the EU, we've been talking to the governments like the German governments. We have signed an MOU with the German governments. We have signed an MOU with the Belgian government. We have also signed an MOU with the Port of Rotterdam. So we have got those kind of collaboration to make sure we quickly transform word into actions, like the theme of this event to say, let's transform the word into actions. And I think once you have got all these partners together, it's going to be much, much easier then for you actually to transform words into action. And we really look forward to have this collaboration going forward.
And collaboration is something we're also going to take a deeper dive on a little bit later. Let me go over now to our minister from Uruguay, Mr. Paganini, and ask you to also address the same issue of where you see this resetting your country's international energy relationships.
Well, hello to the audience, especially to Diego, who I know, who we met last year. As you know, Uruguay has a renewable energy policy already for 12 years. We have transformed our electricity matrix. 97% of our electricity now is from renewable sources. We have good wind and sun, and we have a good combination of wind and sun that has allowed us to do this. And we have a lot of land and water so that we can go forward and move strongly into hydrogen. To do that, we have been carrying out some studies and are ready to announce the roadmap together with consulting firms such as McKinsey. And tomorrow, specifically, we are announcing the first pilot project in hydrogen in Uruguay. Of course, the same as many of our countries that are seated in this panel, our local needs of electricity, being a small country with 3.5 million people, are reduced. So we have to think about exports as a natural way to carry out the hydrogen initiatives. And of course, that means not only to export hydrogen, but maybe to start in the export of derivatives such as methanol or green kerosene or whatever. That is our roadmap, and we are announcing it very shortly. And of course, this fits very well into our national policy of decarbonizing, but also it fits with our international policy of opening and diversifying our markets. Maybe you're not aware, but Uruguay is a food producer and a forestry and cellulose producer, and more our main customer is China. Historically, however, we have been with very strong ties with the European Union and with the US and in the West. So I think hydrogen, and we believe strongly that hydrogen is a way to strengthen our ties with the West, with the democracies, with the culture legacy we have. And so we have been working together with the Port of Rotterdam, together with the German government, to make possible this hydrogen transition. We are looking forward to take part in the initiatives the German government is putting forward, such as H2 Global, and presenting private projects in Uruguay to supply to hydrogen derivatives to the German market. There is no doubt that for the hydrogen economy to take place, there has to be a strong partnership with countries demanding hydrogen and its derivatives, and countries that can produce it and have a surplus of it. So we visualize a process in which Europe especially and South America can strengthen their ties in these partnerships, where the technology comes maybe from the European companies, and the demand comes from the European market and also maybe other markets such as Japan. And our countries that are rich in renewable resources and have, in the case of Uruguay, a long time experience in changing our matrix to generate green electricity, can move forward and transform it into an export new commodity.
Thank you, Minister. And we'll pick up on the theme of cooperation again a little bit later. Let me just go to State Secretary Kumar now, please. Also, a brief word for how India sees it.
Thank you very much. So, India has moved very fast on energy transition, and we have made, I think, very good progress, very significant progress in our nationally determined contributions, both in terms of the growth of renewable energy as well as energy efficiency. See, now in the COP, our Honorable Prime Minister has announced another goal, that is net zero by 2070. So we are preparing a now grand and long-term strategy to do this energy transition. And hydrogen is figuring as a very major initiative, which has a very big potential. We also realize that the development of hydrogen as a cost-effective substitute to non-fossil fuels, both coal and gas, can't be done by any country single-handedly. It needs a lot of international collaboration. And talking of our foreign policy orientation, India has been very, forward-looking. We have launched 2 initiatives to mention the International Solar Alliance, and our Prime Minister has also given the call for One Sun, One World, One Grid. So we see that hydrogen will provide another big window to collaborate with the international community, which will enable India also to develop hydrogen as a low-cost solution. And we will also be benefited by international collaboration and partnership in terms of trade, R&D, technology. We have already done quite a lot of work. We have set up a dedicated task force with US. Very recently, we have launched a clean energy partnership with Japan. And we have also included the green hydrogen as one of the key pillars in our ongoing partnership with Australia. And very shortly, we are very keen to do it with Germany also. Let me just mention last thing, that India has very significant strengths in terms of the very richly endowed areas for solar and wind. And we have a very robust national grid, which can connect very effectively all the production areas and consumption centers and the export centers. So India sees that hydrogen is a very big opportunity for very effective international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like now to go to our 2 non-policymakers on the panel, starting with Christiana Avebeck, and then go over to Gary Singh to talk a little bit, put into perspective what we have been hearing, because clearly there are very high hopes on in a large number of countries, by no means confined to this group that we have with us here, in terms of where hydrogen will take them and also their own ability to become hydrogen exporters. And in fact, IRENA, which Gary Singh does represent, has pointed out in its latest study that the buildup of a global hydrogen economy will fundamentally redefine the international energy landscape and the geopolitics of energy. So I'd like to ask the 2 of you, how do you see the geopolitics of hydrogen differing from those of a fossil fuel-based system? Where do you see the most disruptive changes and challenges? And will the system that emerges be more stable? So Christiana, please.
Actually, that's what I'm hoping for. I mean, that's what we are asked for many years, that we have to get out of fossil fuels as soon as possible. And I'm quite excited that all these ministers here show that they are on the right track, I would say, at least that they go into green hydrogen. And some of the countries were into fossil fuels for many, many years. And we saw the destructive signs of fossil fuels. And therefore, no, I think this is a good development that we are some years down the line are now pushing for green hydrogen. And we have to focus on green hydrogen. I would like to emphasize that. And that means that coming to the opportunities, I think that it means that there will be a diversification. Different countries will have the opportunity to produce green hydrogen. I don't know. Different countries will have the opportunity to produce green hydrogen. The Minister of Namibia already told us how the potentials are. But what we have to make sure is that sustainability criteria are considered, so that we are not running into other risks that we don't want at the moment. We don't want that we have conflicts about water use, land grabbing. We fear that corruption could come in place. We fear that human rights are not considered. We fear as civil society organization that it's a deal between governments, but that the local people in the area that are affected, where you establish the power plants, the renewable power plants, are not considered, and that energy poverty, you know, it should not contribute, but it should assist your countries who, I've lived for quite some time also in Southern Africa. I know that energy poverty is still a big topic, so you have to make sure that also your people have the opportunity and access to energy, so that the energy is not only, or the green hydrogen is not only exported to a country like Germany, but that you make use of this new source.
Thanks very much. And let me go over to Gary Singh. And that study that I mentioned by Irina points out a number of disruptive changes and challenges that could changes that could boost hydrogen's potential as a system stabilizer, but challenges that could reduce that potential. So can you just briefly take us through some of those?
Thanks, Melinda, and thank you for having me on the panel. You're absolutely right. You know, we are at some level the same place where we were with solar a decade back, and where there were countries that were very aggressively going forward with their targets. We have currently almost 30 countries that are looking at strategies to be either importers or exporters of green hydrogen. And what it's also doing is it's unlocking areas of high potential of renewable energy, which were otherwise not really in the, which were not really being employed. So in a sense, it's giving that opportunity of converting the technical potential of renewable energy into the actual potential by moving into green hydrogen. But clearly, while we do see that, there will be many more countries which will enter into a bilateral relationship to start with. But what we also see is that there would be more of a trend of regionalization of the energy trade, which is very different from what we see right now. There will be an element of continuity because we also see some of the the current energy producers, whether they are in the Middle East or Australia or other countries, who are also trying to pivot into blue and green hydrogen. and it'll really determine, how fast they are able to pivot and make it a mainstay will be extremely important thing to watch. But as a nascent sector, it's extremely important that and the government continues to support it with a very clear policy framework and give this a long-term visibility of the market, of the demand, because that's when investments will be able to come in. And I think that's going to be a critical challenge.
Thank you very much. And I want to get to those 2 points in just a moment. Let's do a very quick audience poll at this juncture. We have the following question for the audience to vote on. And again, I think you know by now how to vote. And in fact, many of you appear to already have voted. But let me give you a chance to keep on voting. I'm not sure whether everybody's weighed in. The question is, an abundance of which resource will be most decisive in building up a competitive hydrogen export economy? And this really gets at two things. It gets at some of the confusion that's out there in between green hydrogen and other forms of hydrogen, and it also gets at this question of what are the fundamental prerequisites for countries to become very competitive in this area, because we see so many contenders. In many ways, this session is almost like a pitch, where each of you is laying out your big plans, and so the question will be, who is likely to move ahead in this friendly competition? So I'm going to let the audience keep on voting and essentially come to that question. And Minister Alwayendo, Namibia obviously has excellent geographic conditions for the production of green hydrogen. You also talked about the abundance of renewables, but the same can be said for neighboring countries that also have big aspirations. So what differentiates you from others? What would you say are the crucial preconditions that need to be met?
A lot of things differentiate. As I said, not only the existence of the resource itself, but also the policy that has to buttress those resources. It's one thing to have the resource. How do you actually get it out? How do you produce it? Maybe before I even go there, my neighbor says, let's make sure that when we do this, we don't make it worse for some people. And I think that's where the issue of a just transition comes in. You don't want to make a situation worse whereby now suddenly we have got all these green hydrogen sites going all over and then actually displacing some people or making some people, some community worse off. So that's a very important point to be made, to say the producing countries, the people in the producing country must made to feel that actually they got something to benefit from it, and therefore they embrace what needs to be done. But as I said, now in Namibia, not only do you have the resource, but what system do you have? How do you going to make sure that the green hydrogen that you are going to produce is really green hydrogen? Who's going to define what it is? Is it going to be the producing country only, or is it going to be the consuming country if it's now you're exporting? Probably both, not only the producing, but also the consuming, the market. You need to start to have global standards that are understood by everybody, to say, if you want to say you are as a country exporting green hydrogen, that's what it is. Namibia, as I says, we are neighboring with South Africa, for example. We do not want to be competitors with our neighbors, nor do we want to be competitors with countries far away like Colombia. My friend Diego here said, look, we're not competitors. We actually need to be collaborators. This is a huge industry that actually are starting. It's not something that can be satisfied by one country or by one region. And because of that also, likely is that it will be different from the fossil fuel, from the oil, for example, because you had few countries, having oil. But suddenly you have got regions, you've got various countries, and therefore the future of that industry will probably really be different. But as I say, once we are now starting all doing this, we do not need to be competitors at all. We actually need to be collaborators to learn from each other and how to make sure that the industry actually become a very stable industry where all of us can participate in that industry.
Again, I want to ask all of the ministers to these points. I'm looking at the clock, though. We have a big panel and not a lot of time. So if you would be so kind as to keep your answers pretty short, we can hopefully get in a couple more rounds of discussion. Madame Gorgi, I wanted to actually ask you the same question. And Minister Albuendo told us one of the things that will distinguish producers is the degree to which they have essentially policy frameworks that ensure transparency, that ensure that certain standards are followed. Would you agree with that assessment? And if so, what is Tunisia doing in that area?
Absolutely, absolutely. Aujourd'hui, effectivement, je considère qu'un nouveau monde est en train d'être reconstitué. Nous sortons d'une énergie fossile vers des énergies vertes, vers des énergies...
We are phasing out fossil fuels and moving towards green energy sources. They are closer to our citizens. I'm telling you that against the backdrop of a new industry, a new economy that is developing. We need to work on this. We need to make sure that everyone cooperates and coordinates. Of course, some may have a competitive advantage as opposed to others, but we need to talk about what the options are for collaborating in terms of renewable energies and also green hydrogen, not only at regional level, but also international level. We also need to look at the legal framework. Of course, another aspect we want to address, or need to address, is how we can improve relations between countries. At the level of our government, we are working on a regulatory framework to open the market in the best way possible. We want to make sure that our European partners are able, also including other partners, but mainly Germany, Italy, and France, to cooperate with us, especially with the MENA region also. We want to create a cooperation that is as open as possible. We also want to create the best possible benefits of this new economy, this new industry. I already addressed the existing gas pipeline we want to use. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that we are cooperating and want to cooperate with European countries in order to assess how we can use this existing pipeline for hydrogen. So, regarding our strategic approach, we are facing a new era. And we want to make sure that we can use existing infrastructure. This also applies to power lines and the like for solar energy and hydropower and the like, and wind power. This opens up a new chapter.
Pick up on repurposing, hopefully a little bit later. But let me go now to Latin America with Ministers Meza and Paganini and ask you about, to tie up the regional with the international, because both of you, I think, mentioned regional uses. And at the moment, Latin America is using hydrogen mainly as a feedstock for refineries and for the chemical industry. So talk to us a little bit about how you see the region transitioning to low-carbon production of hydrogen and what preconditions need to be met for Latin America to play a leading role in an international H2 market. Please.
Sure, thank you, Melinda. And I think both Omar and Tom mentioned something that is a challenge but a significant opportunity, not only for Latin American countries that have a potential, but also in Africa, as we heard before. And is that the potential capacity to produce clean energy and therefore clean or green hydrogen exceeds by a long shot what we can consume internally. So yes, we need to start by replacing the consumption of gray or hydrogen in our countries, which is small, but very quickly we have to position ourselves to be able to become net exporters of green hydrogen. So I think, you know, to begin with, those industrial uses is going to help us become more competitive. We're already doing that in Colombia. 2 weeks ago, we put into operation the first 2 green hydrogen projects in our country, one in the refinery, as you said, and the second one, which we see as an intermediate step, is to blend green hydrogen with natural gas for the distribution network. And that's, you know, a new use that is going to help us expand. But in the end, what we need to do is be able to export either green hydrogen in its pure form or as derivative, as we've been talking about, so ammonia, methanol, jet fuel, and other uses. So, but the great advantage here for us is that our capacity far exceeds the demand that we have locally.
Thanks so much. Minister Paganini?
Well, Diego has been very clear in this. Just to fill in a little bit more details, Uruguay still uses 40% of its energy from fossil fuels. All the fossil is imported. We don't have local oil and gas. And hydrogen is very marginal here as a byproduct of the refining process. So all the growth of the electricity generation we will build from now on will be completely renewable, as has been being for 12 years. And the use for hydrogen is clearly for green hydrogen. No other option is available for us. Also, the development of green hydrogen facilities in Uruguay and chemical plants to produce methanol, for example, has to be far away from the capital city. So that's very good for us from a decentralization of development point of view. Uruguay does not have energy poverty in the strict sense. 99.6% of our population is connected to the public grid. Fortunately, we are a small country with a simple geography. So I think in the national level, we have a local use very clearly aimed at transportation and some industrial usage, but this will be small and will not be available alone. It has to be joined with exports, as I said before. In the regional point of view, I think Latin America has much more renewable sources than its local demand, and it has to together move into a global producer of green hydrogen and its derivatives in a road that will take some time. It needs international cooperation. It needs to define standards, security, ruling and regulation the worldwide way, and partnering with the demand in developed countries. So this will take some time. It will take logistics development, but it has to be a cooperative endeavor of the whole world, we think.
Thank you very much. And State Secretary Kumar, we've heard a lot of discussion today about energy independence and energy security. And I saw that Prime Minister Modi has said that hydrogen could help lead India to make a quantum leap to energy independence by 2047. So are national security concerns a key driver for you when it comes to hydrogen?
Thank you once again. Let me say, hydrogen mission, we have launched a very ambitious national green hydrogen mission. It meets two key objectives. One is our energy security, making India energy independent by 2047, and also completing our goal of energy transition. So we import a lot of coking coal for our steel, import a lot of gas. So idea is that we initiate this mission in the sectors where it is easy to initiate, like refinery, the fertilizers, and some city gas. And India has very successful model of sharply reducing costs through scaling up. I'll give you two examples. See, we have done this in LED lighting, both in households and the street lights, and same for the solar PV. The costs have come down. So India is aiming to implement the same model of rapidly scaling up by building up obligations in refinery, in refining the fertilizers and city gas, and working very closely with international community to develop and further refine the technology, the standards and R&D. And in that process, we see the export of green hydrogen is an important element of our strategy to scale up the demand and production to sharply reduce costs. Once you are able to do this, maybe in the next 5-6 years, then India will be ready to implement those achievements in the hard-to-abate sectors like transport and steel. So that is our vision, that the hydrogen will fulfill both objectives, the energy transition as well as energy independence, and to begin with scaling up and then to implement them in the hard-to-abate sectors and transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me go to Christiana Averbech to talk a little bit about the hydrogen application or use picture here in Germany. You have said that hydrogen should only be used in applications where there's no alternative. And Germany sees hydrogen as particularly important for hard to decarbonize, hard to abate sectors, for example, like energy, like industry and energy. Would you agree with that? And if so, do you think that the German strategy is on the right track to get there?
Actually, I would say the national hydrogen strategy is a little bit outdated. It was developed 2 years ago, and you can see that after 2 years, things have changed dramatically. I mean, not only through the war in Ukraine. Gas is no more a bridge. I mean, that's fossil gas. And therefore, we have to consider all these new developments. We see that hydrogen is very scarce right now. We've unfortunately, in the last legislation, not done enough in investing in renewable energies. Now we are a bit late, I would say, and unfortunately now the government now has really to speed up in such a dramatic way that it means that when using hydrogen, and I mean green hydrogen, we should focus on green hydrogen, we should focus on using it only in certain sectors. And I agree with what was said in the IRENA presentation, that we should concentrate on the chemistry sector, we should in the steel industry, in how do you call it, in ships, and but not in heating and not in individual traffic. I mean, that's quite mobility. I think that's what is missing in the strategy, and I think they have to work on it again and have to actually develop a new strategy, and I think the government is also working on that. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Gary Singh now, and I'd like to talk about money. Hydrogen does remain costly when it is produced with renewable energy, and development of infrastructure so far has been slow. And of course, this is also where the repurposing issue comes into it. But which investment considerations along the hydrogen value chain will be most likely to influence the future market? Where do policymakers and investors really need to be watching how the money flows in order to shape a market that is truly efficient and optimizes the potential?
So I think, Melinda, what's going to be very critical is putting money for spurring innovation and also putting money into R&D, because this is again a very nascent sector where a lot of work needs to be done on technologies and getting them customized to the conditions that countries will be operating them in. But apart from that, I think a very serious issue will be access to low cost of funds, which basically means that apart from what policymakers need to think about creating the markets as what was pointed out by Mr. Alok Kumar about creating obligations and creating the market that will attract private investment in. But also because this is a new sector, so banks are not going to be really forthcoming to fund these. So there will need to be investments and the policy signals from government to make sure that there is a mechanisms to do some kind of risk mitigation and create the enabling framework for investments from private sector to come in.
Thank you very much. And just want to go very briefly back to Christiana Avebeck, because I want to start talking about cooperation. And just a brief question to you, essentially, for that external perspective. All of our speakers have emphasized that this has to be a collaborative approach. It has to involve cooperation. Certainly that would distinguish development of a hydrogen economy from what we saw at the inception of the fossil fuel industry, where it was often a race to the bottom, wasn't it? It was often not about standards. It was not about consideration of local populations and so on. Do you think countries are going to walk the talk when it comes to cooperation?
Actually, I hope they do, because I think that I'm sure that also the world has changed. I mean, also through the Paris Agreement, we are realizing that we are sitting in one boat. And my hope is that everybody is realizing that going into green hydrogen is also a wonderful opportunity to develop a new world of cooperation and considering and respecting the needs and requirements that all the different countries have in the world, and especially also the challenges that all the countries have. I mean, when it comes to water security, for example, or the availability of land.
Thank you very much. So let's do one last round where each of you, and I'll start again with the ministers, tells us what you think are the most important cooperative endeavors. You know, maybe it's funding, maybe it's standards and norms, but whatever it is, your priority, and then also, second part, whether you think that the new geopolitics of an international hydrogen economy will be more stable than the energy system that we have now. So I'll start with Minister Alwayendo, please.
Thanks, Melinda. I think this new industry has got a better chance for countries to cooperate. You know why I'm saying that? Is because this is no longer just a commodity. It's no longer just a country producing something. We are doing this because we want to carbonize the climate. You want to do something. There's an end to it. And therefore, whether you are a producing country or you are a consuming country, you are doing something because you need to address this climate change. And therefore, that in itself, I think, should really enthuse some better collaboration than I think the other energy we have. Yes, you're going to have to need the market. The question about funding is very, very important. How competitive is going to be? Who is going to provide that capital? But then again, if there is a market, there will always be money to be found. As long as there's a market, there will always be. And therefore, let's also start really earnestly addressing the issue of the markets. The hard to abate, industry. How committed are they also then to start shifting to green hydrogen? That's where you need to start. And therefore, once you do that, obviously there's a market, and therefore the capital is going to follow. But I also do agree, any new industry, obviously there will always be hesitance in terms of how to invest in that. And therefore, countries need to have policy that has got some incentives built into that so that at least you actually attract capital. The multinational or the multi-DFIs, Development Financial Institutions, need to get involved. How do they actually make sure that actually long sustainable funding, in the pipeline for that to happen? So funding, yes, and the market, those are the things to do that. But I'm sure, or I'm actually hopeful that there will be much more cohesion in terms of how the countries are going to cooperate, because this is not just producing energy and selling it, but rather we need to address the climate change.
Thank you so much. Madame Gangi?
Moi, je pense effectivement les dernières les problèmes que connaît le monde aujourd'hui.
I believe the problems that the international community is facing are additional problems. They come on top of the climate problem we have. And this is what Paris conference showed quite clearly, and COP26 showed that. We are facing a new era, and that is true for all countries. So international cooperation needs to be one of the main challenges we need to tackle right now at the national level and at the international level. Compliance with standards and regulations, we need to follow words with actions. And we need to be more cooperative at the international level. Finances must be made available for current and future political strategies, so we can put our plans into action. As far as the market is concerned, I believe the markets do exist. They are there for renewable energies and for green hydrogen. So when you look at the situation as it is today and you think of the crisis in Ukraine, I do believe there is a market for green hydrogen, but the conditions must be right. They must be well thought through and analyzed, so that at international level, a good and regular cooperation is possible.
Yes, I do think that financing is key. I think the demand for green hydrogen is there. I think the supply is there, but we need to make sure that we level that, because if you look at the prices that the demand is willing to offer, is not going to match what the supply requires for these projects to close financially. So I think there's a significant effort that has to be done to massively fund green hydrogen projects in the short term to get the market going. One example that H2 Global in Germany is doing is putting 900 million euros to close that financing gap, but that's not enough. That's for 10 years for 3 different applications. So we're talking about 10 million, 30 million per year, which is not enough. We need maybe 100 times that. And once we are able to produce this competitively, then we can think about having a market operating normally. And then the second point on cooperation, I think it's absolutely key. We've seen it here with Africa, with North Africa, with Latin America. What I said before, that we have excess potential capacity in renewables, it's also going to be matched with that Europe in particular, and some countries in Asia, are not able to produce enough clean energy that they demand. So I think we have the right forces in place. We just need to make sure that we close the gap from a financial point of view to begin with.
Thank you very much. Minister Paganini?
Well, very shortly, of course, we think green hydrogen is really needed to the difficult decarbonization processes, the part that is not easy to decarbonize just with renewable electricity. And so it's imperative to go forward with this. I think the world is showing that we should go forward quicker. Of course, I agree with Diego that the main challenge here is to help the market to build. Market building, I would call it. And that is a financial thing, where supply and demand have to have the long-term stability to long-term investments take place. And that means off-takers have to be guaranteed in a way for any project to be built. So that, I think, is a main challenge. And I think the H2 Global example that Diego put is a right way to go, but it should be much wider in different ways. Once the market gets going, I think there is the demand and the supply in different parts of the world. Of course, also collaboration is needed for standards, for new technology, for the new developments, and that will take place. But once the market starts working, things go forward. I think it will be a more stable future regarding energy if green hydrogen takes place, because it will be a more diversified world, with different regions of the world being suppliers and other regions being buyers. And this is not what we have now. So this geopolitically is much more stable. And also, it's I would rather emphasize that we all get together to complete a global goal that is to end with climate change. So in that way, I think we are looking forward to a new future that has to be accelerated.
Thank you very much. And now to Secretary Kumar, please.
Thank you. I feel there are 2 critical areas where we should focus for international collaboration. First is the demand creation and how to meet with demand, how to meet that demand, Say, competitive procurements in a transparent manner will be the key, because how fast we are able to drive down the cost of hydrogen will depend on its, faster adoption across the world for energy transition, because it's an urgency for, if you see the world around, to move away from fossil fuels and also to see that it is more diversified. Second area I feel is the collaboration for R&D and flow of technology in a manner that the manufacturing of electrolyzers and other key supply chain elements are more diversified across the globe. They are not concentrated in one or two countries, because that will create problems for all of us. So these are two things in my mind which are very important for international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with little time left on the clock, let me first take a quick look at the results of the audience poll, and then I want to get a last word from Christiana and from Gauri. So it more or less stated, we saw it before, clearly the vast majority of the audience at 90% views the availability of renewables as the crucial factor for green hydrogen. With that in mind, let me now go to our two external perspectives, the non-policy makers on the panel. And I think I'll start this time with Gauri, because Gauri Singh, that IRENA report that I've mentioned several times, it clearly views the design of norms and standards as a key collaborative endeavor in bringing green hydrogen to its full potential. So who can drive that? Who is key, central for arriving at the kind of standards that can ensure transparency and truly green hydrogen?
You're absolutely correct, Melinda. And this is going to be, apart from everything else we've heard from the panelists, this is going to be the critical hinge on which successful development of green hydrogen markets will depend on. And we don't want to see fragmented markets or regulatory competition or trade barriers getting erected. What we want to see is very coherent, transparent rules, regulations, and standards getting put in place. And that will only happen if countries come together, not in a competitive spirit, but in a spirit of collaboration. And I think this is where we would really urge the countries to come together and build these transparent standards for markets to develop.
And I know that IRENA didn't take a fully a concrete position on whether a new hydrogen economy will be more stable than the energy system we have now, but it kind of leaned in one direction, didn't it?
Well, in a sense, we think that because of the very diverse set of countries that are coming in, and also the process, which is not really extractive or depending on raw materials, it's much more, it's a manufacturing process. So we do expect that this would be a much more of a diversified energy system that we will see evolving.
Thank you very much. And finally, Christiana Avebek, you have the last word. Again, your key priority for collaboration going forward, and that question about stability.
I would say that all these ministers here have it in their hands also to make it more stable. And therefore, I really would like to encourage you to consider not only your economic interests, but that you really have the possible sustainability criteria in mind, and see, I mean, how challenging things can be when you like what we see with the war in Ukraine, when you depend too much on certain energy sources. And maybe this is really a warning, and keep that in your mind when establishing the new system. And please involve your people. Don't think that you on the top level have it all or know it all, but consider those that are on the ground and have to sort of are challenged then by your decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of you for this very, very interesting exchange about an enormously dynamic future source of energy. Greatly appreciate your being with us, to all of you. Merci beaucoup. And also, of course, to our remote guests. Thank you so much for dialing in. And dear ladies and gentlemen, that brings our panel to an end. And I'm also very, very grateful to our audience. Thank you. Yes, let's give them a warm round of applause. I'm also so grateful to you, dear audience, whether online or here in the room, for your attention during this very intensive day. You have listened and participated in the polls with so much enthusiasm. We do go over to the studio now, where Jennifer has two guests who will share the high expectations for green hydrogen. Please, over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Melinda. That's right. In our next to last studio session of the day, I'll be joined in just a moment by a very special guest. Hello, welcome back. I was wrong. It's actually the last studio session of the day. And joining me here in person is Dr. Gunnar Hering. He is the COO and member of the executive board of Enertrag SA, an international renewable energy company based here in Brandenburg in Germany. Hello and welcome. Thanks so much for joining me today.
Hello.
So we had two really riveting sessions about green hydrogen earlier today, one in the Weltsaal and one in the Europasaal. And I want to ask you a key question, one of your takeaways from the sessions that we heard earlier today. What are the key success factors for a rapid buildup of green hydrogen?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, thank you for providing me with this question. Just a few words up front on Enertrag. Yeah. At Enertrag, we have always taken the long-term view. And we always asked ourselves, what will be needed in the future to reach the 2050 net zero goal? And this led us already 10 years ago to build the first green hydrogen facility in Europe. At that time, there was no suitable commercial electrolyzer available, so we designed and built the first electrolyzer ourselves. Afterwards, many viewed green hydrogen as an inefficient, very costly technology compared to grey hydrogen, and some even called it the champagne of the energy transition. But look at where we stand today. Natural gas prices have increased tenfold. CO2 prices in Europe have increased 25-fold. And at the same time, cost of renewables actually dropped by a factor of 3. And as we just saw, green hydrogen is one of the top topics here at the conference and on the panel. Thus, when we look forward and ask ourselves, how do we actually move from ambition to action, we can now rely on a cost-efficient and proven technology. And when it comes to the question of the scale-up, we believe there are 3 factors that are key to that. First, we need efficient international cooperation frameworks to match supply and demand. Secondly, we need smart policies to ensure a green and just transition. And third, we need low-cost financing for that. Let me just highlight a few examples that I heard today that actually talk especially to those 3 points, where we see very encouraging initiatives. So first, on the question of international cooperation, let me spotlight the H2 Global Foundation that has created, together with the support of the German Ministry of Economics and Climate, a facility that allows to aggregate demand, short-term demand from consuming countries, in this case Germany, with long-term investments and the stability needed for those long-term investments from international producing countries. This is very encouraging because it actually allows to de-risk supply and demand at the same time, and thus generating the ability to access low-cost financing, which benefits all. In the future, what we would like to see is that such a facility will also be available to all European member states in a cooperative manner. When it comes to the second point on smart policy, we have to say that everything starts with a clear vision and a clear political will. And on that, we're actually very honored to be in the position to work very closely with the Namibian government, with Minister Alvina just being on the neighboring panel, and also stating very clearly the objective of Namibia to become a leading green hydrogen exporter to the world. But that alone is not sufficient. What it actually takes is that governments, like Namibia did, run very efficient processes in order to build up such an economy, in this case, a very efficient RFP process, which we as a participant, and were selected the winner, luckily, was a very efficient one compared to other countries.
Congratulations on being selected. That's fantastic. And thank you so much, Dr. Gunnar Herring, for joining me here in this final studio session of the day. We now have a video statement from Minister Angus Taylor, the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reductions in Australia.
I'd like to thank the German government for hosting this dialogue and inviting Australia to be part of it. The theme for this year's forum, From Ambition to Action, resonates with Australia. Last year, I had the privilege of sharing with you the practical action Australia is taking to reduce our emissions and support countries in our region to do the same. Since then, we've built on our climate ambitions by committing to achieve net zero by 2050. We've also set out a technology-led plan for how we'll achieve that target. The Australian government is now allocating more than $21 billion to low emissions technologies, a war chest for the decade to 2030 to drive to $126 billion, around 80 billion euros of total public and private sector investment. Last year, I spoke about the specific price targets Australia had set for 5 priority technologies: clean hydrogen under $2 a kilogram, energy storage under $100 a megawatt hour, low emissions materials, low emissions steel and aluminium under $700 and $2,200 per tonne respectively, carbon capture, compression, transport and storage for under $20 a tonne, and soil carbon measurement under $3 per hectare per year. We've since added ultra low cost solar to the list at $15 a megawatt hour, a 70% reduction on today's costs. We're throwing the book at these technologies because we know that if we can get their cost to parity with existing alternatives, then net zero emissions will be practically achievable, not just in Europe or Australia, but across the globe. But Australia won't be able to do this alone. That's why we want to work with our allies and partners, including Germany and the European Union, to make these shared goals happen. In fact, the Australian government has already set aside $565 million for bilateral and multilateral partnerships focused on these and other new energy technologies. Over the past 12 months, we've reached agreements with Germany, Japan, Singapore, the UK, the Republic of Korea, and most recently India. The Australia-Germany Hydrogen Accord is a solid platform for our two countries to realise our ambition of a future hydrogen supply chain and bilateral trade in clean hydrogen. Through initiatives such as Highgate and the Germany's H2 Global Initiative, we're working to roll out hydrogen R&D projects and explore options to facilitate long-term hydrogen supply from Australia to Germany. Colleagues, we are making this a reality today. In January this year, the first shipment of liquid hydrogen left Australian shores bound for Japan. Australia is focused on practical action like this so that we can all achieve our climate goals. That's why we strongly support the Glasgow Breakthroughs Agenda with its focus on accelerating innovation to drive down emissions by 2030. Australia looks forward to hosting the first ever Clean Energy Supply Chain Summit in June, helping to build a pathway towards achieving decarbonisation. We'll also work closely with the G20 host Indonesia to ensure a strong focus on practical decarbonisation pathways and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Angus Taylor from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me for the very last time today, but she'll be back again tomorrow, Rebecca Freitag, our Dialogue Ambassador. So Rebecca, tell me a little bit, what has been your social media highlight from the day?
My personal highlight were actually the voices from young activists. I really liked and how far they brought their realities, how they showed us that they already suffer under climate change consequences and really made the pressure vivid. But then beside that, we also had the most dominant topic, and this was interlinked or the intertwined topic of peace, security of energy supply, and energy transition. And we had a numerous number of really famous speakers who were all pointing towards that, such as UN, Antonio Guterres, but then also ministers Baerbock, Habeck, and yeah, you name it.
Great to see so many ministers involved today. Great to see so many young activists involved, young people, anyone, you're here. We want to hear from you. Please join us again tomorrow. Use that hashtag BETD22. I'm waiting for a signal to know if we have the Weltsaal ready for us to go. And if that's the case, then I would love to pass to Melinda Crane here with Linda Davis in the Weltsaal.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Rebecca, for that very lively final look at our day. And ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it's hard to fathom, but in fact, that does bring to an end the official program of this very productive, very energizing, and thought-provoking first day of BETD 2022. But don't go away, because there is a very exciting evening ahead. Our traditional evening reception is taking place both in person and live stream, and as always, it will be hosted by Andreas Kuhlmann, and he will be joined by my very esteemed co-moderator, Linda Davis, who in fact will not only be moderating, she's working the double shift as it were, she will not only be moderating this evening, but she will also moderate tomorrow morning. So let me go over now to Linda and say hi and find out what's in store.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Melinda. This is Linda Davis here, coming to you from the Tipi at the Kanzleramt, which is the venue of 2022's evening reception. We have an exciting program for you today with amazing performances. I've had a chance to take a look at some of them. And we will also announce the winners of this year's Startup Energy Transition Awards. A fantastic evening indeed. I hope you've had wonderful discussions. I had a chance to be there this morning, but now we will come back here and we will continue those discussions with a twist, with the announcement of the innovations. As Melinda mentioned, I will see you bright and early tomorrow at the Weltsaal, where we will continue our discussions on where to proceed with SDG 7. For now, I would just kindly ask you to join the shuttles. There are shuttles that will bring you down here to the venue, and they are leaving about now. Do not worry about your dinner. We have full catering here. We will take care of your food and drinks. So without further ado, I just look forward to seeing you here shortly, and let's have an exciting program at the BETD 2022 evening reception. See you soon. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Linda Davis. And ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to innovation, and that, of course, is always a key theme at our evening reception, you could not be in better hands because Linda is, of course, CEO of Giraffe Bioenergy and director of the startup Sunbird Bioenergy. So great that you will be there at Andrea's side this evening, Linda. And let me just say to everybody, for our online audience, of course, you can also participate in this evening reception. It will be streamed from our website. And I'm just going to ask the technical team to remind me what the website is so that you can find it easily. EnergyDialogue.Berlin. So that's where you need to go to find the live stream for this evening's reception. And you heard it's got a lot of exciting elements in store for you. And nonetheless, come back here tomorrow for day 2, and I'll see you when we begin our plenary discussions a little bit later on in the morning, and Linda will be accompanying you before that. So thank you so much to all of you for your attention all throughout this very intensive, very productive day, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.